A clash beyond perception. The instant Yama's golden sword cleaved through Nagato's neck, the Rinnegan flashed ominously. Something unseen, something that even Yama's Tensigen couldn't detect, had transpired in that infinitesimal moment. But Yama was unaware of it. With fluid precision, his blade completed its arc. Slicing through Nagato's body. Slicing through the air behind him. Slicing through the very ground itself. Slash. Puff. A deafening roar followed as a 100-meter-long fissure split the battlefield. The shockwave trembled through the terrain, sending an avalanche of dust and debris skyward. Yama did not flinch. Through the thick veil of dust, his Tensigen saw clearly. His gaze locked onto the space where Nagato should have been. And yet, Nagato's body was gone. There was no corpse. There was no blood. There was nothing. Yama's brows furrowed. His senses confirmed it. He had definitely cut through a real, solid body. This was not a shadow clone trick. There had been a physical impact. His sword had met flesh and bone. Then where was the body? Genjutsu. Yama muttered under his breath. No. Impossible. His chakra flow was uninterrupted, untouched by any external manipulation. This wasn't an illusion. A chilling realization crept into his mind. If there is no body, then Nagato is still alive. His grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. TCH. Annoying bastard. Nagato's escape, a brush with death. Not far away, Nagato knelt on the ground gasping. His chest heaved violently. His hands trembled. Sweat poured from his body. Every hair on his skin stood on end. Because just a moment ago, he had felt death itself. Had he been even a fraction of a second slower, his head would have been dust. There were no second chances. There were no alternatives. Had that sword touched him? Had he hesitated? He would have been erased from existence. And he knew this for absolute certain. Because right now, one of his limbo shadows had taken his place. And had been completely disintegrated. Nagato clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He had survived by the slimmest of margins. The technique that saved him? Limbo, border jail. The power of limbo. Nagato's Rinnegan had evolved. Through his connection with the box of ultimate bliss, and his exposure to Hashirama cells, he had awakened a forbidden power. A parallel dimension that coexisted with the physical world, but remained invisible and untouchable to all. Using Limbo, he could project 4 invisible clones into this realm. Each Limbo shadow was an exact copy of himself. Each possessed all his abilities. Each was immune to conventional attacks. But the true power of Limbo was its perfect substitution technique. At the very last moment, at the very last heartbeat before death, Nagato had switched places with one of his Limbo shadows. The moment Yama's sword connected, the moment his shadow disintegrated, Nagato had already escaped death. He spat out blood and slowly rose to his feet. That sword. His crimson Rinnegan gleamed ominously. That sword is beyond natural. If it can erase even a Limbo shadow, then I must never let it touch me. His body still shivered, not from exhaustion, but from the memory of standing on the edge of oblivion. He had to be smarter. He had to be stronger. And most of all, he had to strike first. Nagato's counterattack, 5 against 1. His hands clenched into fists. If one Nagato couldn't kill Yama, then 2 would. If 2 failed, then 3. And if 3 wasn't enough, then 5 would destroy him completely. Nagato's remaining Limbo shadows materialized in the unseen realm. Go. Without a sound, they vanished. Unseen. Untraceable. Undetectable. Rushing toward Yama. Yama's shock, an unseen force. Yama, still scanning the battlefield, had yet to understand how Nagato escaped his blade. But his instinct screamed at him. Something was coming. His Tensigen flickered. His chakra perception was at its peak. But he could not see anything. And yet, he felt something. Something dim. Something shadowed. Something was approaching him at impossible speeds. But what? His golden eyes widened. Ha! Then, before he could react, bang! A sudden, invisible force struck him from the left. Bang! Another hit him from the right. Then, bang! 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 A relentless flurry of unseen attacks battered his body. Before he could stabilize, before he could counter, he was sent flying. Crash! His body smashed into the ground, carving a trench in the earth. He coughed out blood. Pain exploded through his body. He had been hit dozens of times in an instant. And every single hit was strong enough to shatter mountains. He gritted his teeth, struggling to rise. What the hell was that? The limits of the Tenseigan. Yama's hands gripped his sword tightly. He had been attacked. But he still hadn't seen his attackers. And that realization sent a chill down his spine. His Tenseigan, one of the most powerful dojutsu in existence, could not fully perceive what had hit him. For the first time, Yama felt uncertainty. Was there still a power beyond the Tenseigan? His fingers twitched. He felt them. They weren't entirely invisible. They existed. But only as dim shadows in his vision. Nagato, watching from a distance, narrowed his eyes. He can sense them? His Rinnegan gleamed with realization. Only the Rinnegan can see Limbo clones, unless... His fists tightened. Does Yama also possess the Rinnegan? Because to perceive Limbo, one needed either the Rinnegan, which could see through space, a sensory skill on the level of six-path sage mode. Nagato was certain, Yama had neither. And yet, he saw. Not perfectly. Not clearly. But he felt them enough to react. That fact alone shattered Nagato's confidence. Because if Yama could perceive his ultimate technique, then the advantage he thought he had no longer existed. And for the first time since the battle began, Nagato felt something he never expected to feel. Fear. The unseen threat. As Yama retreated sharply, he did not forget to strike back. His golden sword gleamed as he slashed in two directions. One towards Nagato, and one towards the two shadowy entities that relentlessly pursued him. Slash. Boom. The hurried attack failed to land a decisive blow. Nagato and his attackers had already anticipated it. However, it bought Yama precisely what he needed. A moment to recalibrate. Landing gracefully, Yama infused more chakra into his Tenseigan, sharpening his perception. His golden eyes flickered as he analyzed the past few seconds, searching for the truth behind this elusive enemy. What are they? Those two things. Are they clones? A logical deduction. But something felt off. Nagato had never displayed such a bizarre technique before. And while the Akatsuki had many brilliant minds, the creation of something this unprecedented in a short period seemed improbable. Even for someone like him, who had extensive knowledge of this world, this ability felt wrong. What the hell am I dealing with? His instinct screamed at him. This was not normal. The art of shinobi combat. A battle between shinobi is a battle of information. Orochimaru's words echoed in Yama's mind. Knowledge is power. Whoever possesses more information controls the fight. And right now, Yama was at a disadvantage. His Tenseigan, one of the most powerful dojutsu in existence, struggled to fully perceive the enemy. This needed to change. But before he could piece the puzzle together, whoosh, whoosh, the two entities charged again. The imperceptible attackers. Yama's brows furrowed as he observed them. They were fast. They were silent. They left no trail. Their movements were unnatural. Even the air around them remained undisturbed. Yama's Tenseigan should have been able to detect even the subtlest shifts in chakra, airflow, or energy. And yet, nothing. His mind raced. Are they intangible? A possibility. But then, he clenched his fist. No. If they were intangible, they wouldn't have been able to hurt me. Because Yama could still feel the pain. The blows from earlier were real. His body ached from the force of their attacks. They had a physical presence. But somehow, they existed outside the normal laws of the physical world. Something beyond logic was at play here. And then, the shadows lunged again. Counterattack, the truth-seeking orbs. Yama's mouth twitched in annoyance. Enough. The moment the two entities closed in, his hand released the golden wheel reincarnation explosion. At the same instant, boom. A sphere of truth-seeking orbs encased him like an impenetrable cocoon. Bang, bang, bang. The two entities slammed into the black sphere with earth-shaking force. Nagato's eyes widened from the distance. Impossible. What is that? His Rinnegan pulsed, analyzing the black substance. It wasn't just strong, it was unnatural. His Limbo clones, which could shatter mountains, were unable to break through it. The very same clones that could effortlessly destroy a shinobi like Hiriko in a single strike. Yet here they were, failing to even scratch Yama's defense. This was not normal. This was not fair. Nagato gritted his teeth. What is this monstrous ability? An unreasonable existence. Yama, however, wasn't celebrating. Because despite blocking the attacks, something was wrong. Why aren't they disintegrating? Truth-seeking orbs were the pinnacle of destruction. Even Edo Tensei bodies, which were immortal and endlessly regenerating, could be erased with a single touch. And yet, these things remained. They took damage. But they didn't vanish. This was unreasonable. And then, it hit him. The revelation, Limbo. His mind raced. They are imperceptible. They exist outside the physical plane. They can attack but remain unseen. They do not disintegrate. They are as strong as Nagato himself. There was only one ability that fit this description. Yama's eyes snapped open. Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan Dojutsu. Limbo, border jail. On the moon, the Otsutsuki's wrath. Far away, beyond the stars, a figure rushed into a grand temple, bathed in ethereal blue light. His face twisted in rage. He pressed his palm against a massive glowing orb, the giant Tensigen. A moment later, his vision expanded. Across hundreds of thousands of miles. Through layers of atmosphere. His gaze descended upon Earth. His focus locked onto the battlefield. His hands trembled in fury. Because what he saw made his blood boil. There it was. A monstrous, grotesque entity standing within a destroyed battlefield. An abomination. Something that should not exist. The demonic statue of the Outer Path. The husk of the Ten Tails. A relic stolen from the moon, from his people. From the Otsutsuki clan. Those bastards. Tonari's breath hitched as his anger spiraled. His father's final words echoed in his mind. The people of Earth have failed. They have twisted chakra into a tool of war. The only path left is destruction. His hands clenched into fists. His vision blurred with rage. He no longer cared who was responsible for this. He no longer cared why it happened. He only knew one thing. The world must be wiped clean. His gaze shifted. From the battlefield. To the stars above. And there. He found what he needed. A massive, drifting asteroid. A celestial harbinger of death. 99,942 Apophis. A rock capable of unleashing devastation beyond comprehension. He reached out his hand. And pulled. The asteroid shifted. Its trajectory changed. Now. It was aimed directly at Earth. And with it, he would burn the shinobi world to the ground.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Back to the battlefield. After figuring out that the two vague things trying to attack him are Limbo clones, Yama frowned slightly, not because he was afraid, but because he understood that Limbo Border is a very tricky dojutsu. In the canon, Uchiha Madara was not only able to easily defeat all the 9 Baijuyo at the same time with just one Limbo clone, but he was also able to nearly kill EMS Uchiha Sasuke as if merely playing around. The disparity that just one Limbo clone of Madara brought to the Shinobi Alliance was too much, that he was totally unstoppable by any means, and Rakudo Sennin had to come out in person to help bring Sasuke and Naruto back to life and give them his own chakra to level up the strength disparity. In fact, even after Sasuke and Naruto obtained the 6 path yin and yang chakra, they were still vulnerable to the Limbo clones and couldn't gain any advantage over Madara. Although Sasuke could see the Limbo clones with his 6 Tomo Rinnegan, he was unable to attack them as normal physical attacks are completely useless on the Limbo clones, while even though Naruto was able to sense them and had the means to attack the Limbo clones because of having mastered the 6-path Senjutsu, his strength was not strong enough to be able to kill them. Obviously, the current Nagato's Limbo clones are not as strong as the Limbo clones used by the Juobi Madara, as can be seen from the fact that one of them turned into dust upon being attacked by Yama's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion. They are still very difficult to be dealt with, and have sufficient power to be able to hurt Yama if they use their numerical advantage against him. While Yama was pondering how to deal with Nagato's Limbo clones, a spiral whirl appeared out of thin air and created a big hole in the spherical shell that was protecting Yama from Nagato's Limbo clones. The moment Yama discovered the hole in the spherical shell made up of truth-seeking orbs, he can't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, Obito, did you really have to interfere at this time?" Although annoyed, Yama wasn't slow to act, and immediately reformed the truth-seeking orb that was used to create the spherical shell, into 2 rods. Although truth-seeking orbs are invulnerable to almost all kinds of attacks, thus creating perfect defense below the 6-path level, space-time, especially the ones like Kamui that literally tear a gap in space, can still bypass that defense. And knowing that Madara has also joined this side of the battle, passive defense against Nagato and his Limbo clones is no longer meaningful, so Yama can only go with the offense. After all, as they say, the best defense is a good offense, and Yama certainly intends to follow this saying. Immediately after getting out of the defense of truth-seeking orbs, Yama flew to a higher altitude where Nagato or his Limbo clones won't be able to attack him immediately, then used an extremely powerful Bansho Tenin on Madara. Instantly, an extremely powerful attractive force acted on Madara, who was hidden and trying to help Nagato, then dragged him all the way towards Yama. While Madara was being attracted towards him under the control of Bansho Tenin, Yama transformed one of the truth-seeking orbs floating behind him into dozens of black chakra receivers, then infused his Tenseigan chakra into them and threw them towards Madara while muttering, "Now let me Obito. Can you still use Izanagi to cheat death with black receivers disturbing your chakra?" The black receivers were extremely fast, and instantly several of them pierced through incoming Madara's body. Yama made sure to avoid piercing Madara's vital organs, as his target was not to kill Madara but to stop his interference in the battle, for a very good reason, of course. Zetsu, who has been hiding all this while, saw this and realized that it's not good. Normally, killing Madara is not that big of a problem for him because Madara can use Izanagi to change that reality, but with black receivers piercing his body, his chakra will be disrupted and he will not even be able to move, much less using Kamui or Izanagi, so Zetsu could no longer stay still and had to make a move in order to protect Madara from dying and getting his eyes poached. As Yama continued to drag Madara towards him, suddenly countless tree branches that could absorb chakra broke out of the ground and tried to bind Yama. Now someone has started to think that even these weak tree branches can stop me. Yama chuckled lightly in disdain, all while changing the shape of another truth-seeking orb floating behind him into that of a rod, then used that rod to cut all those tree branches. But of course, Zetsu wasn't going to give up so easily, and the tree branches continued to come towards Yama. Although those tree branches weren't really threatening to him, having to continue to cut them repeatedly was still a bit annoying for Yama. And as if that wasn't enough already, even Nagato's Limbo clones used the growing tree branches as a foothold and attacked him from the two sides. With the interference of Nagato's Limbo clones, Yama had to stop using Bansho Tenin on Madara. POV change. The moment Yama stopped Bansho Tenin on Madara to fight against Nagato's Limbo clones, the original Nagato suddenly appeared beside Madara, as if teleporting, then removed all the chakra receivers piercing him. Since Nagato can also create chakra receivers using because of his Rinnegan, therefore, he is able to touch the chakra receivers piercing Madara without his chakra getting disrupted. Seeing Nagato helping him, Madara said sarcastically, "I did not expect that you would go out of your way to help me, Nagato." Nagato didn't care about Madara's sarcastic tone, and said indifferently, "You are part of the Akatsuki, and this time I did it to repay the favor of saving Tendo, that's all." Madara was silent upon hearing Nagato's answer, then as he got up again, he said to Nagato, "Still though, Yama is really strong, like really strong, can you defeat him? Because if you can't, then our plan of capturing all the 9 Baijuyu in order to revive Juobi will become very difficult in the future." Nagato nodded lightly, then said, "I will defeat him, for sure, but if I can't, I will at least be able to keep all his attention on me. You can use that opportunity to try removing his head off his body using that spacetime jutsu of yours." Madara nodded lightly with Nagata's so-called plan and disappeared into a spiral whirl in order to wait for the so-called opportunity to appear. With Madara gone, Nagato again got ready to fight Yama, and seeing Nagato getting ready to fight him, Zetsu also stopped with his almost useless harassment and hid away. P.O.V change. On Yama's side. TCH, so he managed to get rid of them with Nagato's help. Yama clicked his tongue in annoyance as he dodged yet another attack from Nagato's Limbo clones at Novel Bin Adat. Of course, Yama made sure to keep a track of Madara on the battlefield to avoid getting his body suddenly getting cut off because of Kamui, then focused his attention back on Nagato's Limbo clones. If I want to kill Nagato's Limbo clones, I will need to use Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion. Just using truth-seeking orbs wouldn't be enough to kill them in one shot, but even if I kill them, Nagato will be able to recreate them after some time. I don't know exactly how long it will take for him to recreate them, but he will be able to do so, and I am not sure if I will be able to kill Nagato in less than that time. So, to deal with Nagato, I will need to use a sealing jutsu on the clones. The sealing jutsu would bind the Limbo clones' movements for the duration of the battle. Of course, while sealing the movements of Nagato's Limbo clones, I have to make sure to do it in such a manner that Nagato won't be able to swap position with his Limbo clone in the middle of the battle, as he did the last time. To do so, I think using a truth-seeking orb infused with Tenseigan chakra as the core would be the best choice, as the moment Nagato chooses to swap position with his sealed Limbo clone, he will come in direct contact with truth-seeking orb and immediately disintegrate. Then for the seal, I will add a cursed seal that I created after observing Shikaku's natural cursed seal markings. This should be enough to keep the Limbo clone sealed. After having understood that the exact jutsu that Nagato is using, Yama would obviously not be as restrained as before, so although he was still facing 2 Limbo clones, his face under the mask remained unchanged, and he continued to make preparations while waiting for an opportunity to show up which he would be able to use to seal Nagato's Limbo clones. Now's the time. It didn't take very long for the opportunity Yama was waiting for to appear, and the moment it did, Yama had also completed the preparations, and violently threw 2 platinum spears towards the 2 limbo clones of Nagato. Platinum wheel reincarnation explosion. Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the whistling sound of cutting through the wind, the 2 platinum spears covered the distance gap and approached the 2 limbo clones in less than an instant. The speed of the 2 platinum spears was as fast as light, and Nagato's limbo clones had no opportunity to react to their sudden appearance. As a result, they couldn't dodge this attack that pierced through their bodies unhindered by the difference of space and dimension. The moment the 2 platinum spears came into contact with the 2 limbo clones, the cursed seal took effect, which made the clones' movements suddenly come to a stop. And the momentum that the 2 platinum spears carried didn't stop just there. After piercing through their bodies, they continued ahead for several hundred meters and effectively nailed the 2 clones on 2 different rock protrusions in such a manner that no matter what, they could no longer play any role in the ongoing battle, neither active nor passive. The 2 clones were shocked by the sudden turn of events and struggled in order to break free, but no matter how hard they tried, the silver spears formed upon infusion of Tensagen chakra and addition of an extremely powerful cursed seal to the truth-seeking orbs, didn't even budge a nano-inch. Upon seeing his approach being successful, Kurito under the Yama mask smiled slightly while nodding in appreciation, then focused his attention on the next target while tapping a black spear on his shoulder. Whoosh! Then without waiting for the other party to react, Yama's body suddenly disappeared from his position and directly rushed towards Nagato's main body. As far as Yama understands the Dojutsu Limbo, Border Jail, the maximum number of limbo clones that Nagato can make at a time should be no more than 4. After all, Uchiha Madara could only make 4 limbo clones with 2 Rinnegan. So, there is simply no way Nagato would be able to make any more than Uchiha Madara could. Since this part is clear, then the next part should be easier to understand. Of the 4, Yama had already killed 1 limbo clone with his golden wheel reincarnation explosion, and at this moment, he has sealed the other 2 limbo clones using platinum wheel reincarnation explosion. Going by simple mathematics, Nagato should have only 1 limbo clone remaining. And Yama intends to seal that limbo clone too. With such intention, Yama rushed towards the original Nagato at an extremely fast speed, all while making preparations to again use silver wheel reincarnation explosion. In the blink of an eye, Yama, who had turned into a cyan blue streamer, appeared in front of Nagato's main body, and without a shred of hesitation, he stabbed Nagato with the black spear in his hand at Naval bin Adat. Seeing the black spear approaching him, Nagato, who knew the threat of these black things, had no other option but to change position with his last limbo clone. Swish! With a swish, the Nagato in front of Yama suddenly disappeared and exchanged position with a fuzzy thing, which is his last limbo clone. Yama, who was prepared for such a thing to happen, wasn't surprised by such a sudden change. In fact, it can be said that this was his primary objective, so he did not stop his movement. The black spear in Yama's hand pierced yet another limbo clone, and at the moment of contact with the clone, the black spear transformed into a platinum spear. The platinum spear perfectly played the expected role and completely sealed the movements of Nagato's last limbo clone by nailing it to the ground. And that's the 4th one, muttered Yama with an inward sigh. Now then, it's time for me to deal with the real Nagato. Hiss, 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 hiss. But he didn't have enough time to care about the real Nagato, as he suddenly heard the sound of countless exploding tags on ignition. Yama frowned, as he looked at the ground. Summoning circles. He noticed several summoning circles on the ground, out of which hundreds of thousands of ignited explosion tags were coming out each second. The summoning circles weren't there a moment ago. Did Nagato leave them behind just before disappearing? Or did the limbo clone print them just before being immobilized? Thought Yama, but it didn't really matter, as the first thing he has to do at this moment is to get away from here. But before he could do so, suddenly tree roots sprouted out of the ground and coiled around his legs. Zetsu again, thought Yama, then shook his head because he saw Nagato in the distance pressing his hand on the ground and injecting his chakra in the ground to stimulate the growth trees. After understanding this, Yama initially thought of transforming a truth-seeking orb floating behind him into a black long katana in order to cut off all the tree roots, but chose not to do so because of the lack of time and knowing full well that there would be no end to the roots coming towards him. Therefore, rather than a long katana, he transformed the truth-seeking orb into a spherical shell around him, as that would protect him from the explosion of the exploding tags and also prevent all the tree roots from approaching him and sucking out his chakra. But again, the moment the truth-seeking orb was transformed into a spherical shell, something which made Yama grit his teeth happened. Kamui. That's right, Uchiha Fuji Obito went and did it again. He used long-range Kamui to rip out a large hole in the spherical shell, much to the annoyance of Yama. Damn it. In fact, this time Kamui's real target was Yama's head, but coincidentally enough the spherical shell made of truth-seeking orb came in between Madara's eyesight and Yama and happened to have saved Yama from sudden death, much to the annoyance of Madara, which made him curse damn it. Although very unhappy that his attack failed again, Madara refocused his attention, and knowing that he won't be able to use the sneak attack on Yama again, at least for the time being, so instead of wasting his effort on ripping out Yama's head or body parts, he focused his attention on those black orbs floating behind Yama and repeatedly used Kamui on them, and even managed to transfer 4 of them into the Kamui dimension. and at the same time as Madara transferred the truth-seeking orbs to the Kamui dimension, thus making them inaccessible to Yama, a cubical enchantment barrier suddenly appeared around Yama, cutting off all his escape route by trapping him inside in a vulnerable state to the millions of specially prepared exploding tags and chakra-absorbing tree roots. As all this happened, Yama was taken aback and could only blink his eyes in wonder as he muttered, did they plan out such a well-thought-out attack way before, or did they just use these series of attacks in the spur of the moment? Regardless of whichever the case, it seems to be working and I am totally done for, as in royally screwed. The moment Yama finished his words, the millions of exploding tags inside the cubical enchantment suddenly burst out loudly and kicked off a series of earth-shaking explosions. Boom, 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 explosion. The sound of continuous explosions resounded through the night sky. The intensity and the duration of the explosions shocked the shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages far away from the battlefield. And the closed state of the cubicle enchantment only made the situation worse for Yama as the energy of each explosion was being confined and triggering a chain reaction that further made it difficult to survive for Yama. In this manner, more than 3 minutes passed, but there were no signs of the explosions stopping, which made Tsunade in the distance speechless. The explosions haven't stopped yet. Just how many exploding tags did they use? The calmer Sandaime Hokage wiped the sweat off his temple, as he said, it should probably be around a few millions, but that's not the only issue. The numbers of exploding tags aside, the power of each tag is that of a high-tier exploding tags. Creating millions of such exploding tags requires enormous time and resources that even the 5 great shinobi villages can't spare unless in the time of a war. I wonder how Akatsuki organization obtained so many of them. Jiraiya again sighed, and said, there's no need to think too much, it can only be the work of Konan. With her dance of the Shikigami, based on origami, she can mass-produce millions of exploding tags with much less time and resources. Moreover, the power of each tag will be that of a high-tier exploding tag. Hearing Jiraiya's words, everyone can't help but sigh more and more. The more you know about the Akatsuki organization, the more you will understand the true depths of their power, which will only make you sink into despair and want to give up. At the same time, on the other side, Madara, Zetsu, and Konan appeared beside Nagato using their unique jutsu. Tobi was still engaged in a battle with Uchiha Shisui and Homusubi was hidden away to ensure the safety of the 2 Jinchuriki. The 4 people who are obviously the core of the Akatsuki organization looked in the direction with slightly nervous and expectant expressions on their faces. This trap was prepared by Nagato after careful consideration, and he used himself as the bait to lure Yama inside it. Almost everything was taken into account to finally kill Yama using more than 100 million exploding tags prepared by Konan. Although Nagato is not certain if this much would be enough to kill Yama, he still hopes to greatly wound the other party in order to make the battle ahead advantageous for him. Therefore, Nagato has high hopes for this trap and is intently waiting to see the result. After a while, the explosion finally stopped, and the cubicle enchantment barrier also disappeared. Looking at the smoke that suddenly spread all over the battlefield, White Zetsu asked in an uncomfortable tone, he should be dead, right? However, no one answered White Zetsu's question, because, at this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the center of the site of the explosion where the smoke and dust were starting to clear up. As the dust and smoke cleared up, a black sphere floating in the midair appeared in the eyes of everyone, and before either of them could react to it, the black sphere opened and changed into a fist-size orb, revealing the unscathed figure of Yama from within. Damn it, how did he still have one of these black orbs with him? I thought that the last 4 of them that were floating behind him were removed by Madara/me. This was the collective thought in the minds of everyone as a huge sense of frustration rushed into the hearts of all the 4 Akatsuki members. Even Nagato was no different. They have exhausted almost all kinds of methods, not only using their numerical advantage against him but also using well-planned out strategies to trap him in order to kill, or at the very least injure him. But no matter what approach they use, nothing seems to be working against him. Killing him is one thing, they aren't even able to injure him? Such a thing obviously made the 4 of them deeply frustrated in their hearts. Just when they were frustrated and thinking about what to do next, the 4 of them soon discovered that after coming out of the black sphere, Yama didn't pay attention to them, instead, looked up into the sky. Although confused, the 4 of them also looked up into the sky only to find an extremely bright light spot in the night, and what's strange about this light spot was that it was gradually becoming bigger and brighter with each passing second. Konan frowned, what is that thing? Madara and Zetsu were also a bit confused, as they couldn't immediately understand what exactly that bright spot of light is that is continuously getting bigger and brighter. Only Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, realized what that freaking thing is, and muttered with a slight stammer, it seems to be a meteorite that is about to fall on our planet. Following Nagato's words, the bright light spot in the distant night sky became more and more clear, and everyone soon realized that the flaming piece of space rock that has started to become visible to the naked eye was approaching Earth with a speed faster than the escape velocity and would soon strike the Earth's surface, causing massive destruction to the life and property. Yup. I didn't guess wrong. No, we are really royally screwed. The night sky, as if illuminated by the sudden appearance of a meteorite, became bright again, as if the night has become day again, which left everyone tranced for a moment and they couldn't open their eyes for a moment. Yama looked at the rapidly falling meteorite and felt the restless air due to the sudden compression, with a doubtful expression under the mask. Because of his Tenseigan vision, Yama can naturally tell at a glance that this falling meteorite is not the result of ninjutsu created by the use of chakra and thrown towards the battlefield from a height of hundreds or perhaps thousands of meters above the surface of the Earth, but a real piece of space rock/asteroid drifting in the boundless space and has now entered the Earth's atmosphere due to some reason. As the meteor approached closer and closer to the Earth, the flames surrounding it became brighter and hotter to the point that Yama can't help but mutter, "Is it really just a coincidence? Or is it the handiwork of a certain someone?" muttered Yama in doubt. A meteor suddenly falling on the Earth, although an extremely rare event, is not an impossible event, theoretically considering. But the fact that it happened to occur on this specific night and happened to fall at this specific battlefield. This kind of event may theoretically be possible based on the probability factor, but that is only in theory. In reality, such a coincidence is impossible to occur. Therefore, Yama didn't have to guess too much to understand that it must be someone's handiwork. If it were to hit the surface of the Earth, then even if it is me, I am afraid will definitely suffer. Yama didn't have to think too much to reach this conclusion. Yama is certainly confident in his strength to be able to smash boulders falling towards Earth from a height of 100 or 1,000 meters, but a falling meteorite that has been forcibly accelerated and dragged towards the Earth under someone's control is not something he can easily deal with. It would have been a completely different story had the meteorite not yet entered the gravitation field of the planet Earth, but under the control of the giant Tenseigan chakra, it has already entered, which makes it all the more troublesome. The acceleration of the meteorite under the gravitational attraction of the planet and the energy radiated upon the impact with the surface is not something Yama sure to be able to withstand. Now even if the backhand behind this incident doesn't do much, they have already caused a real survival crisis for the aboriginals of the planet Earth. Of course, Yama has already guessed the origin of the meteorite and the identity of the backhand behind the scenes. As early as when Yama had hidden himself inside the spherical sphere made up of the truth-seeking orbs to protect himself from Nagato's limbo clones, he had already noticed someone trying to secretly pry over the battlefield. But at that Yama didn't have much time to think about the identity of the person prying over the battlefield because he was seriously pondering over Nagato's strange jutsu. Moreover, the prying had suddenly disappeared for some reason, therefore, Yama didn't care about it too much at that time. Then later when Yama came out of the protection of the truth-seeking sphere, or more like, he had no other option left but to come out because Madara used Kamui to tear the protection. Yama was then engaged in a battle with the members of Akatsuki, where he had to pay full attention to his surroundings in order to guard against Nagato, Madara, Zetsu, and Konan at the same time. So again he didn't have enough time and attention to consider the identity of the person who was earlier prying over the battlefield. It was only after the trap prepared by Nagato and Konan was activated, and Yama had used a hidden truth-seeking orb to create a sphere around him to protect himself from millions of explosive tags did he have enough time and attention to consider the issue of the snooper he has sensed earlier. As for the threat posed by the repeated explosions caused by millions of explosive tags, Yama didn't really worry over that issue because the defense of truth-seeking orbs is too strong to be breached by something like that. After all, the truth-seeking orbs can withstand explosions caused by multiple Baijuodama released by Juobi, and still remain undamaged. Will the explosion caused by just a few million explosive tags still be higher than Juobi's Baijuodama? Obviously not. Therefore, for Yama, defending against the explosions caused by just a few million explosive tags was nothing more than consumption of some chakra, and considering that he is in a state of resonance with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, so the most dispensable thing for him at the moment happened to be chakra. Therefore, the carefully prepared trap was meaningless to Yama. In fact, this short break gave him enough time to analyze the identity of the snooper he had sensed earlier. The snooper may have thought that their secret prying is extremely concealed and impossible for anyone else to detect, but because the snooper was using the giant Tenseigan to snoop around, and because Yama also has the Tenseigan which is in resonance with the giant Tenseigan, therefore, Yama was able to figure out the origin of the snooper upon a little exploration. Of course, because Yama was able to do so, he also understood that the snooper might also be able to do so. Therefore, Yama took advantage of his own Tenseigan which gave him a somewhat higher authority over the giant Tenseigan compared to the snooper, and made sure to isolate the resonant connection between him and the giant Tenseigan. In this way, although the state of resonance between him and the giant Tenseigan still remains which would make the giant Tenseigan act strangely, finding Yama, who is the person responsible for the anomaly will become impossible for the snooper, unless of course, Yama willingly wants to be perceived. This is similar to how the administrator of higher authority works. Those of higher authority can prevent themselves to be found out by those of lower authority, and can still continue to do what they are doing, without letting others find out. Of course, Yama can do so doesn't mean he will have permanent access to the giant Tenseigan on the moon. If those of the lower authorities directly cut off the power, then him having a higher authority would make so sense. Therefore, Yama understands that the higher authority granted to him due to having Tenseigan is actually of no use in the face of those who can manually control the giant Tenseigan on the moon by merging their consciousness with it. Anyway, that aside, something has been bothering Yama this time around. A few years ago, when Yama's Tenseigan resonated with the giant Tenseigan, those Satsuki clansmen on the moon chose to immediately cut off the connection with the shinobi world, thus prioritizing the safety of the giant Tenseigan, then began to manually investigate the cause of the anomaly. This series of actions clearly highlighted their conservative and cautious nature. But this time around, the Otsutsuki clansman who found out the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan neither chose to immediately cut off the connection nor did he try to figure out the identity of the cause. Instead, he chose a completely different approach. After snooping around the location of this battlefield through the giant Tenseigan where the cause is present, he chose to directly launch a meteorite on the battlefield without a shred of hesitation. Moreover, during the entire process, he still did not cut off the connection of the giant Tenseigan with the shinobi world, which he probably did to make the cause responsible for the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan lower his guard and let him end with the meteorite. This series of actions clearly highlights their impulsive, radical, yet extremely clever nature. This change from the conservative and cautious person to the radical, impulsive, yet clever person shows that something major must have happened on the moon, and that's what's concerning Yama. However, Yama doesn't have enough time to figure out what's the reason for such a change on the moon as he must find a way to stop the meteorite. One good thing is that this radical and impulsive Otsutsuki clansman seems to have underestimated the people of the shinobi world. He neither knew nor considered the possibility that the cause of the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan on the moon might be another pair of Tenseigan in the shinobi world. So, from the moment, he took action to snoop around and eliminate the cause of the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan, his intentions were already detected. Yama can also guess that at the moment when the meteorite is about to impact on Earth, the other party will completely cut off the connection between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world, to make sure that the cause has no means to change the final outcome that is complete annihilation. But even if Yama has figured this out, it still doesn't make the situation any better. To be honest, Yama really didn't expect that the radicals of the Otsutsuki clan would take such a step and directly send a meteorite to Earth. And if Yama doesn't figure out a way to deal with this meteorite, then he can kiss goodbye to all his future plans? While thinking about how to deal with the approaching meteorite, Yama lowered his head to look at the members of the Akatsuki organization on the opposite side and keenly noticed the surprised look on Nagato's face. Aside from the completely unexpected move made by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the growth of Nagato this time has also far exceeded Yama's expectations. In fact, not only Yama's expectations, but even Nagato's own, and Madara as well as Zetsu's expectations. Because of this, Yama can certainly see that Nagato has not been able to display the full extent of his strength by the means of tactics, and also, he failed to take advantage of many good opportunities that he could have to inflict serious damage on Yama. Although this proved to be advantageous to Yama, he certainly knows that this advantage is only temporary. If Yama fails to solve the threat of Nagato this time, then it won't be very long before Nagato gets used to using all the high-level dojutsu of the Rinnegan and perfectly integrates them into his fighting style, thus increasing his combat power again by another dimension. But Yama is not certain if he can do so before completing his project Godhood. In such a scenario, only by borrowing chakra from the giant Tenseigan will he be able to match up to Nagato, and it is obviously impossible for Yama to repeatedly borrow chakra from the giant Tenseigan. To be honest, Yama is now a little scared to borrow any chakra from the giant Tenseigan. This time they sent a meteorite, what will it be the next time? Wouldn't they choose to directly smash the moon to the earth? It's not impossible, after all, Otsutsuki Tonari did attempt to do so in the canon. Therefore, Yama is very clear that no matter what, in the future, he cannot rely on the giant Tenseigan on the moon, as that would risk the destruction of the entire Earth. However, this is also a problem. Other than the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama doesn't have really any clear path ahead that would help him improve his strength, except, of course, Chimera Jutsu. But Yama knows that it will take him at least a few years to complete and perfect that jutsu. To have that much time with him, the only option he has now is to put an end to Nagato's life here and now and destroy the Rinnegan when all his Limbo clones are either sealed or dead, because if this opportunity is missed, then killing Nagato in the future will become even more difficult. Even if Yama doesn't know if he can succeed, he must at least give it his best try. With these complicated thoughts in his mind, Yama ran his brain at full throttle, and quickly formulated a plan that would help him get rid of the threat of the falling meteorite, and also bring him a chance to kill Nagato with minimum effort. Now that the plan was formulated, the first thing Yama did was speak to telepathically issue an instruction to Toyotama. Toyotama, pass on a message to my shadow clone in the village. I want him to get to some secluded place and immediately start absorbing the natural energy to enter the Sennin mode. Alright, Kuruto-sama. The childish voice of Toyotama was heard in Yama's mind, indicating that Toyotama has received his instructions. Now that that's out of the way, Yama focused all his attention on the plan ahead, and then without any hesitation, under the bright light of the falling meteor burning with fire, he rushed towards the members of Akatsuki organization on the opposite side. At this moment, although Yama only has one truth-seeking orb in his hand, it is still more than enough to bring Nagato's life to an end. Looking at the rapidly approaching figure of Yama despite the threat of the falling meteor on top of their heads, all the 4 core members of the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but unanimously exclaim in their hearts, "Oi, you can't be serious? Is he insane or what?" Everyone, even with normal eyes, can discern that the size of the meteor is quite exaggerating, and should it fall, it will definitely set off large-scale destruction. In such a scenario, what they should be worried about is how to safely escape this calamity, rather than fighting each other, because fighting in such a situation is equivalent to double suicide. The people of the Akatsuki organization didn't believe that Yama wouldn't understand such a simple truth. As such, they really couldn't figure out what the hell is going in the mind of the other party. On the side of the people of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen, who was standing at the canopy of a tree, suddenly jumped down from it and warned the fellow melon eaters shinobis of the great shinobi villages, "Run for your lives." Although these people of the 5 great shinobi villages have repeatedly retreated far away from the main battlefield, however, Sandaime Hokage knew that this distance is safe only from those geography-changing jutsus used by Yama and Nagato. By no means will this distance be considered safe if they have to withstand the aftereffects and aftershocks of a meteor collision with the Earth's surface. Therefore, if they wish to live, then they must run for their lives and continue to retreat farther and farther from the main battlefield before the meteorite falls and sets off devastating damage. Nobody questioned Sandaime Hokage's words and continued to run farther away from the main battlefield as fast as they can. And while doing so, Jiraiya repeatedly glanced back at the battlefield from the corner of his eyes, and murmured, "How come a meteorite is suddenly falling here? Such a phenomenon is too coincidental and strange." Toad Fukazaku, who was standing on Jiraiya's shoulder, stated with a solemn expression, "This is by no means a coincidence." Hearing Toad Fukazaku's words, Jiraiya glanced back with a stiff expression, and can't help but sigh with emotion. Are they already strong enough to pull meteorites from the space? At novel bin at. No one answered Jiraiya's question, and there was no need to, because each of them, including Jiraiya, already had an answer in their hearts. On Shisui and Homusubi's side, feeling the threat from the approaching meteorite, both Shisui and Tobi ended their battle in a draw and retreated towards their respective sides. Shisui, who had retreated, soon met up with Homusubi on the way. Both were completely unsure what to do in this situation. Uchiha Shisui, even with his Sennin mode, had no confidence to be able to help Yama in the current situation with a meteorite falling on the earth. Homusubi's thoughts were no different from Uchiha Shisui's. He knew very well that even with the Yata mirror, he won't be able to completely resist the aftershocks caused by the collision of the meteorite with the Earth's surface. Therefore, while pondering over what to do now, Homusubi glanced at the figure of Yama, who was attacking the Akatsuki organization even in this situation, and said decisively to Shisui, "In the given situation, by staying here, rather than help, we will only be a hindrance to Yama. The mission he assigned us has already been completed, and by staying here we are of no help to Yama, and will only add more chaos, so retreating will be the best course of action." Shisui thought a little, and asked Fuwafuwa, "What do you think, Fuwafuwa-san? Will Yama be able to defeat Nagato? And is there a possible way for us to help him?" Fuwafuwa yawned in boredom, not sure if he can defeat the red-haired guy. "I can't sense anything about him because of that disguise of his. Anyhow, you shouldn't interfere, as you are not yet strong enough. It's best to retreat." "Ugh, I know I am not strong enough, you don't have to rub it in." Shisui sighed, then retreated with Homusubi. As both Shisui and Homusubi along with the 2 unconscious Jinchuriki disappeared from the battlefield, Fuwafuwa was sitting on Shisui's shoulder, glanced backward at the falling meteorite and murmured to herself, "Those chakra fluctuations I am sensing from the meteorite, they are exactly the same as the ones from back then. I wonder if..." "Were you saying something, Fuwafuwa-san?" Shisui asked as he felt Fuwafuwa murmuring something. "Nothing." Fuwafuwa shook her head and thought while yawning, "I think I am thinking too much." Rumble. With a deafening roar, the falling meteorite approached closer and closer to the surface of the Earth. The intense heat and soaring flames produced due to the friction between air and the meteorite's surface turned the entire messy battlefield hot red and air-scorching dry, like a sea of fire. In this scene akin to the end of the world, Yama, whose complete body was wrapped in the Saiyan Tenseigen chakra cloak, rushed towards the members of the Akatsuki organization completely unhindered and unbothered. Facing the menacing and godlike Yama coming towards them, whether it was the indifferent Nagato, the cold Konan, the arrogant Madara, the cunning black Zetsu, the playful white Zetsu, or the innocent Tobi, everyone couldn't help but show a flustered expression like never before. They never expected that the leader of a Matsukami would be crazy enough to start another round of offensive at such a desperate time, when both sides should stop tacitly and prepare their individual or perhaps even combine means to ensure their and the surroundings' safety. But no, it's as if Yama doesn't care what happens to him, and just wants to kill them, which clearly shows that he is crazier than they might have assumed. Yama may be crazy, but they aren't crazy enough to accompany him into a meaningless death without even fulfilling their goals. If the environment was normal, the members of Akatsuki wouldn't be afraid to fight Yama to the end, but the falling meteorite put too much pressure on them. At this moment, their minds were completely focused on ensuring their safety, and they had long lost their will to fight, so facing the persecution of Yama, they had zero thought of resisting and immediately choose to run away. Therefore, all of them, almost at the same time, subconsciously reacted and tried to distance themselves from the crazy Yama. Nagato used body flicker jutsu and retreated sharply. Konan unfolded her paper wings behind her and flew away. Madara didn't think too much and immediately activated Kamui to make himself intangible. Meanwhile, Zetsu, black and white, as well as Tobi, submerged themselves into the ground using mayfly technique and retreated hundreds of meters below the surface, which would make it impossible for Yama to attack them. Upon seeing the actions of Nagato, Madara, and the others, Yama nodded to himself, as their individual reactions proved that his action is right. The presence of the approaching meteorite has put too much pressure on them and clouded their judgment skills, causing them to misjudge the situation, which was Yama's very intention for the first step of the plan. Now that the first step of the plan was a success, Yama proceeded towards the second step. While still pursuing after them, Yama completely ignored the existence of the intangible Madara, and the submerged Zetsu and Tobi. Instead he focused his attention on Nagato running on the ground and Konan flying in the air, then stretched out both of his hands and used a full-powered Bansho Tenin on both of them at the same time. As if pulled by a sudden suction force, Nagato, who was running on the ground, suddenly slowed down, then was lifted off the ground, and uncontrollably flew towards Yama. At the same time, the Konan's figure that was flying in the air was suddenly smashed on the ground. Since Konan's speed was quite slow compared to Nagato's, and she couldn't put much resistance because of the strength disparity, so her body left a somewhat bloody trail on the ground as she was forcefully dragged all the way towards Yama under the traction force of Bansho Tenin, and was then pinned to the ground with black receivers piercing through her 4 limbs. Of course, Yama kept Konan alive. Hostages are only useful when alive. Killing Konan would only make Nagato act berserk, which would be non-conductive to Yama's plan. Now with Konan taken hostage, Yama looked at Nagato and muttered, "Now then Nagato, will you abandon your comrade, or will you sacrifice yourself to safeguard your comrade?" Initially, Nagato was about to use Shinra Tensei to resist and fight back against Yama's Bansho Tenin, but upon seeing that Konan was taken hostage, Nagato suddenly panicked. He gave up resistance and rushed towards Konan. At the same time, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Nagato understood that the main reason why Yama targeted Konan and took her hostage is that Yama intends to use Konan as leverage to prevent his escape. Although a good plan, it is still quite odd as it will result in both of their death at the same time, which is why Nagato can't help but feel puzzled. Does he really intends to see this through and wants both of us to die with the meteorite? Would it really be worth it? Nagato knows that dying in such a manner is completely meaningless for both of them, so he can't help but feel that there is something more to Yama's actions. While Nagato was racking his brain to figure out what exactly is Yama trying to do by pitting them both to death, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra wave emitting from the meteorite that was getting closer and closer with each passing second, and suddenly realized, don't tell me that this meteorite was actually summoned by him. Making a meteorite fall on the battlefield is not that big of a deal, as Nagato can do so too by creating a planetary sphere in the sky using Chibaku Tensei or summoning large pieces of rocks mid-air using the summoning jutsu, but to be able to summon meteors literally from the outer space is still shocking for him. So, he can't help but feel shocked at the fact that Yama is capable of doing such a thing. And what made him more shocked are Yama's intentions of summoning the meteorite. Nagato knew that it was impossible for Yama to commit a double suicide for no reason, so after sensing traces of familiar chakra from the meteorite, Nagato immediately connected all the dots after concluding that this meteorite must have been summoned by Yama. Damn it! Yama is not trying to commit a double suicide to kill both of us. He is actually dragging me here using Konan as a hostage to kill me using the meteorite he summoned. After understanding this, Nagato realized that he had fallen into Yama's trap. He understood that Yama, who has summoned the meteorite, has used Konan as a leverage/hostage against him to drag him down in order to put him to death by the meteorite as it collides with the surface of the earth. In this way, Nagato will most certainly die, while Yama himself must have prepared some kind of spacetime jutsu that he will be able to use to escape at the last second, that is just before the collision. Of course, this situation can be avoided as long as Konan is rescued, but Konan herself won't be able to escape from Yama, and the black receivers piercing her 4 limbs are making it impossible for Nagato to directly send her away by the means of reverse summoning jutsu. Moreover, as long as Yama is present here, he would definitely prevent Nagato from rescuing Konan, so it would be impossible for him to be able to rescue Konan before the meteor collision. This means Nagato has no means of saving Konan and escaping from here before the meteorite falls. Yama must have known that Nagato won't abandon Konan even if it means death. This is why he prepared such a trap. Konan also realized Yama's intentions, and because of this her heart felt more painful. This is the second time she is facing such a situation. The last time resulted in the death of her friend Yahiko, and this time might result in the death of Nagato. If Nagato were to die because of her, she won't ever be able to forgive herself. As such, Konan shouted at the top of her lungs, "Don't Nagato, never mind me, you need to escape," urging Nagato to retreat. But her words fell to deaf ears. Nagato had no intention of abandoning her. Therefore, Nagato is left with no other option but to deal with the falling meteorite alone, because if he doesn't and escape alone, then Konan will undoubtedly die, which he won't allow, no matter what. Then there is only one thing I can do, and it is also something I must do. Nagato muttered, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. Then he brought both of his hands together. Snap! A clear sound of applause resounded as Nagato clasped his together and erupted his chakra reserves without holding back even a single drop. Even if his face was distorted and painful, he continued to squeeze out more and more chakra. The current him, if he gives it all without holding back anything, then it may not be impossible for him to stop a falling meteorite, and now that he is forced into a desperate situation, Nagato has no choice but to just do that. Boom! A clear explosion rang as Nagato's chakra erupted unreservedly. Immediately after that, with a poof sound, the Gadu statue that had gone missing some time ago appeared behind him and attached several black rods to Nagato's back. Now under Gadomazo's protection and being able to extract life force from the statue, Nagato, who had amassed enough chakra, stretched out both of his hands towards the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs, Shinra Tensei. At novel bin at. As soon as he used the Shinra Tensei, his red hair started to pale at a speed visible to the naked eyes and soon turned sickly white, his eye sockets started to bleed bloody tears, and his nourished body, as if squished out of all of its juice, suddenly became thinner and haggard, just like it used to be a few months ago before the transplantation of Hashirama cells when he still relied on the wooden cart. With the overdraft of chakra and condensation of Rinnegan's visual prowess, the Shinra Tensei used by Nagato broke out just before the meteorite was about a few hundred meters away from the Earth's surface, and suddenly slowed down its fall as if two big invisible hands were stopping its further descent. And while trying to slow down the meteor's descent, Nagato muttered with gritted teeth, "Damn, it's too heavy. At this rate, I won't be able to stop it completely. I can only slow its speed and delay the fall for a few seconds." After realizing this, Nagato glanced at Yama from the corner of his eyes, as if waiting for Yama to leave the battlefield by the means of spacetime jutsu, so that he can have the chance of saving Konan. At the same time, he swore in his heart, "I lost this time, but the next time, I will definitely kill you." Nagato had to admit that he really lost this time, and his loss was much worse than their last battle at Omegakure and so thorough that he can't even give any excuse. But he is not discouraged, and believes that he will definitely be able to win next time. As long as Yama leaves the battlefield, Nagato will be able to rescue Konan and escape, of course, before the meteorite falls. A few seconds later. In this manner, a few seconds passed, and something that Nagato hadn't expected happened. The meteorite he had slowed down with everything he got was now only about 100 meters away, but there were no signs of Yama leaving the battlefield, as if Yama didn't really plan to leave the battlefield in the first place. Nagato was surprised, and his heart shuddered in realization. No, don't tell me he even expected this? Just what is he planning to do now? Yama obviously didn't know Nagato's complex and absurd thoughts, and seeing Nagato looking towards him with inexplicable expression, he muttered inwardly, "Don't get distracted while looking at me, you have a meteorite to slow down." Up until now, everything has gone basically as per Yama's plans, and Nagato was forced to use everything he had to stop the meteorite's descent. Although, Nagato's action slowed down the speed and momentum of the meteorite by more than 60%, which was expected. But Yama's heart was still not at ease because Nagato really couldn't completely stop it completely, as expected, so, the meteorite, which is only about 50 meters away, will eventually fall, as expected. Even if with only 40% speed and momentum, it will still set off large-scale destruction. Damn it, why doesn't he leave already? Damn it, why didn't you surpass my expectations this time? Both Nagato and Yama cursed at the other party, but neither had any time to think too much. In Nagato's panic and struggle, and Yama's helplessness and disappointment, the meteorite eventually fell. Nagato's all-out Shinra Tensei was shattered as if a fragile piece of glass, and the meteorite, whose speed and momentum was greatly slowed down, smashed on the thick and rigid head of Gadomazo. Boom! As the core of Jubi, Gadomazo's skin can be said to be one of the hardest substances in the existence, as can be proven from the fact that even Yama's Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion can't cut through it. But even if it's extremely hard, when the meteor directly smashed on its head, it let out a heartbreaking wailing roar. Roar! Amidst the painful wailing and roar of Gadomazo, the meteorite that was still unstoppable finally smashed to the Earth's surface. At the moment of collision, the entire horizon glowed in firelight, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke that could be seen from hundreds of miles away rose into the sky. The entire mainland shook. Hundreds of thousands of deep cracks spread out in all directions and reached up to several dozens of miles. The earth-shaking shock waves engulfed the sky with dust that spread in all directions like a tsunami. In the face of such a calamity, the shinobi of the 5 great villages that have already fled dozens of miles away from the battle were not spared either and were unbiasedly swept away one by one. Whether it was a Metacnin, a Sunin, a Hokage, or a flying Tsuchikage, every single one of them was like a grain of sand washed away during a sandstorm. Plop. As soon as the meteor was smashed on the battlefield in the Land of Fire, Tonari collapsed on the ground and heavily gasped for breath. Although Tonari possesses one of the purest Otsutsuki bloodlines and has extremely high talent as well as authority over the giant Tenseigan, he is still an immature kid who has yet to enter his teenage, so, dragging a meteorite from all the way in deep outer space to the Earth was still a very difficult task for him. After all, the distance that the meteor had to cover is hundreds of thousands of miles. Just accelerating it and correcting its trajectory during the journey has put a lot of burden on Tonari and emptied his entire chakra reserves. And this is still the situation when the main chakra consumption is that of the giant Tenseigan. If Tonari had relied on his own power, then let alone dragging it all the way towards the Earth, he couldn't even make the meteorite budge slightly. Therefore, Tonari realized just how weak he is at this moment, because if not, then he wouldn't be desperately gasping for breath at this moment. Sure enough, I am still not good enough. After introspection, Tonari stood up on his soft feet and lightly pressed his palm on the giant Tenseigan. Although at this moment he is extremely tired and overwhelmed, he must at least confirm the result of the meteor collision to figure out whether the person who stole Gadomazo died in the attack or are they still alive. Of course, no one can survive such an attack. That's what Tonari thinks. You must know that the meteorite that fell on the battlefield was an asteroid drifting in outer space. Its toughness, density, as well as rigidity are much higher compared to the ordinary piece of rocks that are found on the Earth. Moreover, the entire process of the meteor collision was under the control of the giant Tensagon's chakra, so its power is multiple times higher compared to the artificial meteor fall. As such, there is really no way anyone can survive such an attack. That's what Toneri believes. But there is no harm in confirming. He still wants to be foolproof and verify whether that person is really dead or not. With these intentions, Toneri activated the giant Tensagon, and his consciousness soon reached the shinobi world on the Earth, and more specifically on the battlefield in the Land of Fire. As Toneri looked at the battlefield, the first thing he saw was the mushroom-shaped cloud of dust and smoke that was constantly rising above. The mushroom-shaped cloud not only contained a large amount of dust and ash but also extremely dense and chaotic chakra waves consisting of Rinnegan chakra, Tensagon chakra, as well as extremely rich natural energy and life force. The combination of these scattered chakra made the center of mushroom-shaped cloud extremely chaotic, filled with stormy winds and raging lightning, thus making it extremely difficult for Toneri to clearly perceive anything inside it. After discovering this situation, Toneri's frowned brows gradually loosened with a relieved expression. Although he doesn't really have much combat experience, this does not hinder his basic judgmental ability in regard to certain things. And given the chaotic situation inside the mushroom-shaped cloud, Toneri didn't really think anyone could have survived the meteor fall. Therefore, it doesn't really matter who stole Gadamazo, and what is the cause of the abnormality with the giant Tensagon on the moon. After being crushed by the meteorite, each and every single one of them must be dead, which means everything is over. In fact, Toneri even felt that the ominous Gadamazo might have also been crushed by the meteorite and permanently destroyed, so the Otsutsuki clan would no longer have to be shameful for not being able to fulfill their responsibility of guarding the Gadamazo, and the threat of Juobi will also come to an end. With this, I hope that the people of the shinobi world will learn a lesson and not use chakra for creating more wars, muttered Toneri and decided to withdraw his consciousness out of the shinobi world. Roar! And just as Toneri was about to do so, suddenly, a breathtaking roar came from the center of the mushroom-shaped cloud and resounded all over the battlefield. What? Toneri exclaimed in surprise, shock, and doubt. Immediately afterward, the mushroom-shaped cloud started to slowly disperse under the storm caused by the roar and revealed a hideous and terrifying head with 9 eye sockets. The demonic statue of the outer path? How could it still be? Okay. Toneri immediately recognized the statue and was surprised to find that even after being smashed in the head by the meteorite, it was not destroyed at all, which made Toneri extremely shocked. But before Toneri could get any more answers, he keenly felt a force on the battlefield trying to perceive him. Upon feeling someone trying to perceive him, Toneri was extremely decisive and without any hesitation, he withdrew his consciousness out of the giant Tensagon and cut off all the connection between the moon and the Earth, and that's not it. He even activated several defensive barriers on the moon that would prevent anyone from trying to invade here. After finishing these series of tasks in one breath, Toneri again collapsed on the floor and faintly breathed a relieved sigh. The experience just a few moments ago was really shocking for him. Not only were the people of the shinobi world able to resist and survive the meteorite fall, they still had enough chakra and energy left to be able to perceive him, the perpetrator, who is present hundreds of thousands of miles away from them. This is too scary. What the elder said is indeed correct. The has not yet arrived, so we can never be too careful or hasty with the shinobi world. No matter what path I choose, I need to have the corresponding strength to follow that path, muttered Toneri in understanding. After learning this lesson, Toneri also realized why the ancestors haven't dealt with the shinobi world yet, and why they haven't taken back Gadamazo yet. Previously, the ignorantly innocent and arrogantly proud Toneri didn't understand the caution of the elders, but now he finally understood why the elders have been so cautious with the matters of the shinobi world, despite having the giant Tensagon with them. Only when you awaken the Tensagon will you be able to exert the true power of Hamura's Tensagon. These were the words of the elders before their death, and now Toneri has carved them into his brain. The main reason why these Otsutsuki clansmen of the moon are able to freely control the giant Tensagon is that the giant Tensagon mainly constitutes tens of thousands of Byakugan of their ancestors. This blood connection is what allows them to control the energy vessel. However, the power gap between a single individual and the giant Tensagon that contains the chakra of tens of thousands of people is still too great. As such, even if the Otsutsuki clansmen of the moon have an innate control over the giant Tensagon, exerting its true power is still very difficult and burdensome for them. The same is the case that happened now. Although Toneri was able to drag a large meteorite from all the way in outer space to the battlefield in the Land of Fire on the Earth, doing so was extremely burdensome for him and emptied his entire chakra reserves. Being able to do this is already the upper limit of the Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon. Therefore, the elders have been very cautious. The elders understood their limits fairly well and acted within them, lest they mistakenly provoke an overly powerful enemy and end up suffering annihilation. After all, even if they have the giant Tensagon, they are not fully confident in their ability to be able to defeat the likes of the gods of shinobi. As such, they patiently bid their time and patiently waited for a better opportunity and placed all their hopes on the young to do the things they have been unable to do. In their eyes, perhaps only Toneri has the ability to complete Hamura's decree of purifying the failed shinobi world of Rakudo Sennin. And Tonari also understood this, murmured to himself in a distracted tone, I need to awaken the Tenseigan to fully use the power of Hamura's eyes, but how do I awaken the Tenseigan? The young Tonari is obviously unaware of how to awaken the Tenseigan, and neither his father nor the elders of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon told him how to awaken the Tenseigan. The reason why they didn't tell him is that they, themselves are unaware. And this is also reasonable, because if they were aware, then they would have long since stolen a pair of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan on the earth and awakened the Tenseigan by now. But Tonari needs the Tenseigan to exert the power of the giant Tenseigan, so after thinking a little, he muttered, perhaps I need to study the history of our clan, maybe I will be able to find something from there. On the battlefield in the shinobi world. Crack, crack, crack. Not long after Tonari cut off the giant Tenseigan's connection with the shinobi world, the sound of the spherical shell made up of the truth-seeking orbs sounded in Yama's ears. His previous speculations were indeed correct. Not long after the meteorite collided on the battlefield, the connection between the giant Tenseigan on the moon and the shinobi world was cut off. In fact, not only was the connection was cut off, but several layers of the barrier were also deployed, because of which Yama can no longer perceive the existence or chakra of the giant Tenseigan. After losing the chakra support of the giant Tenseigan, Yama's strength decreased. Fortunately enough, Nagato lived up to Yama's expectations. Not only did he slow down the meteorite, he even offset most of the damage caused by the meteorite, which made it possible for Yama and the mainland to easily survive this calamitic situation with just some shaking and small-scale damage, respectively. Crack, crack, kaka, shatter. It didn't take long for the cracks to spread all over the spherical shell as it started shattering into dust and disappeared into the air. The truth-seeking orb was greatly damaged by the meteorite, and not that the resonant connection with the giant Tenseigan on the moon is cut off, so Yama could no longer maintain the truth-seeking orb. As such, he didn't insist on it and let it crumble to dust. With the protection of the truth-seeking orb gone, Yama's figure appeared on the battlefield out in the open, and he looked at the figure of the bloody and scrawny Nagato not far away. Unbelievable. Not only did Nagato actually manage to offset most of the momentum of the falling meteorite, he even managed to save Konan from being crushed by the meteorite, at the same time, managed to survive himself. This is simply unbelievable, thought Yama with an unhappy expression as he looked at the scrawny and bloody Nagato not far away. Almost everything went according to his plan and did not deviate much from his expectations, but this doesn't make Yama happy at all. On the contrary, Yama is unhappy, very angry, and cursing himself for being correct this time. Because this only makes the situation worse. Although on the surface it seems as if Yama not only single-handedly faced against all the 4 core members of the Akatsuki organization at once, but even managed to overwhelm them without much difficulty, as a result, proving himself to be an invincible existence, and making them appear as extremely vulnerable and helpless against him. Yama himself is extremely clear that in reality, that's not the case at all. In reality, whatever power Yama showed, it was all thanks to the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, and now that the connection with the giant Tenseigan has been cut off, Yama himself doesn't retain much chakra to be able to continue the same level of invincible offensive. Yama knows that without any support from either the giant Tenseigan on the moon or from Toyotama/Ryu Mayaka, he is unable to maintain and control too many truth-seeking orbs at once. And considering the fact, 3 of his truth-seeking orbs are being used to constantly maintain the seal of the 3 limbo clones of Nagato that he sealed not long, Yama doesn't really have many options left with him at this moment. Maintaining those seals on the limbo clones to stop them from interfering in the battle is rapidly consuming chakra out of him. As such, even though Yama has such a nice opportunity in front of him, with Nagato being in such an injured and sorry state and all, he is still not certain whether he will be able to successfully kill off Nagato because the damn Gedomazo is still connected to him and rapidly supplying him with life force. And while Nagato is being given life force by Gedomazo, there are still no signs of Senjutsu chakra appearing in Yama's body that was supposed to have come by now, which has further delayed him. This delay has disrupted his plans of killing Nagato as his current chakra reserves are simply unable to support him in doing so. With Yama's current chakra reserves, even maintaining those seals and the Tenseigan chakra mode is a difficult task for him, much less attacking Nagato with Gedomazo on his side, which is a complete suicide move in his opinion. Understanding this full well, Yama dare not be so bold as before and openly attack Nagato. Actually, Yama had originally planned to force Nagato to give it his all to resist the meteorite in order to protect Konan and wanted to take advantage of it to reap his life, but the delay in the arrival of the Senjutsu chakra from his shadow clone and the damn existence of the Gedomazo has disrupted all his plans, and again made him realize that Nagato is really one of the children of the prophecy. Killing him won't be easy unless Nagato willingly sacrifices his life. I didn't expect that the gap between our individual strengths would be widened to such a degree in just a few months, Yama muttered silently as he looked at the opposite Nagato, who was removing the black receiver from Konan's body. Puff. After removing the last black receiver from Konan's body, Nagato coughed a mouthful of blood, his figure staggered slightly and almost fell to the ground. The bloody and injured Konan, who was protected by Nagato all this time, resisted the pain brought by her injuries and quickly got up to support Nagato. The current Konan has no words left to say. After all, the reason why Nagato is in such a sorry state is primarily her. Therefore, she can only bite her lip in frustration at her uselessness, let the tears stream down her face in guilt and sadness, but dare not mutter a single word to be a distraction in the face of Yama, and only supported Nagato to the best of her abilities, which is the only thing she can do at this point. Cough cough. Nagato coughed up blood, then wiped the corner of his mouth with his right hand while looking at the figure of Yama not far away with his bulging eyes. Following Nagato's gaze, Konan too looked at the figure of Yama on the opposite, and said while gritting her teeth in anger, "Nagato, you retreat. I will try to draw away his attention to cover up for you. I am not sure for how long I will be able to hold it. I think it should be possible to distract him for a few seconds. But you needn't worry. I have placed billions of exploding tags on the battlefield. The big deal is that I will die together with him, but you must survive, Nagato, for only you can bring peace to the world." Although Konan said so, in her heart she is extremely clear that her exploding tags are completely useless on Yama no matter how many billions of them there are. Therefore, she knows that her intention of distracting Yama is just a suicide move, but this is the only thing she can do. If she can trade her life in exchange for bringing an opportunity for Nagato to retreat, then she would do so without any hesitation. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Konan's words, Yama chuckled disdainfully. Of course, it's not that Yama was looking down on Konan's so-called billions of explosive tags or her determination to sacrifice herself. It's just that he is trying to intimidate the two of them to make sure that they don't start making reckless moves against him out of desperation, because that would be very dangerous for the current Yama. Yama's current intention is very simple. He just wants to delay some time, to make sure that Senjutsu Chakra molded by his shadow clone arrives in his body. Of course, Yama has to make sure that Nagato and Konan don't figure out Yama's true intentions, therefore, the disdainful laugh. This is not the first time he has been in such a dilemma, so he has enough experience how to deal with it and knows how to play it cleverly to delay some time. Of course, while delaying time, and vigilantly watching Nagato, Yama also tried to perceive his surroundings in order to find the positions of Madara, in order to be prepared to guard against his sneak attacks. Yama is very clear that almost everyone on this battlefield, including him, has suffered some sort of injury because of the meteorite fall just now. But there is just one exception to this. And this exception is without a doubt Madara, because of his bug-type Mangekyo Sharingan Dojutsu, Kamui. Because of his Kamui, Madara is capable of making himself intangible, so Yama knows that there is no way the meteorite fall would have had any impact on him. After all, Madara was completely unaffected even by Deodara's C0 suicide bomb, which creates a blast range of more than 10 kilometers radius, so obviously Madara won't suffer here either. As such, Madara, who can completely ignore these types of attacks, has naturally become the one most threatening to the current Yama. After all, aside from his intangibility, Madara is also capable of using long-range Kamui attacks to directly shred anything with just a single glance at his target, which is the most dangerous and can bypass all sorts of defense. Therefore, Yama must remain vigilant against Madara and his Kamui at any cost. And while Yama was searching for Madara, Nagato waved his hand towards Konan and said without moving his gaze away from Yama, "No, the one who should retreat is you. As for me, I haven't lost yet. I still have some tricks up my sleeve, as such, I can defeat him just fine." Although his figure is already skinny and bony, his chest is heavily gasping for breath, heaving up and down as if he will suffocate any moment, Nagato still had the determination to fight to the death against Yama, and the war intention radiating from his eyes have not weakened in the slightest. Unnecessary emotions such as surprise, hesitation, doubts, disbelief, and anger that were interfering and clouding his judgment until a while ago because of the sudden appearance of meteorite have completely disappeared, and all that's left now is the intention to kill or be killed. Perceiving Nagato's intentions, the reflaring of his chakra that he sucked out of the Gedomazo, and the sudden appearance of a vague shadow next to him, Kurito's face under the Yama mask turned darker. The vague shadow that appeared next to Nagato is obviously his fourth Limbo clone. Earlier Yama had destroyed it using the Golden Wheel reincarnation explosion, but it seems that more than enough time has passed since then, and Nagato has managed to bring it out again using the chakra he sucked out of the Gedomazo. The appearance of the fourth Limbo clone beside Nagato only made the situation worse, because now Yama is not even certain if he can successfully seal the fourth Limbo clone while guarding against the real Nagato, Madara, Konan, Zetsu, and Tobi at the same time. In fact, given the current situation, and the sudden turn of events, the probability that Yama might be the one who ends up dying at the end of this battle has also increased exponentially, which has also made him somewhat afraid to make a move. This also made Yama sigh at Nagato's body. The pseudo-sage physique that Nagato has gained after the transplantation of Hashirama cells is extremely terrifying, with exaggerated battery life, extremely high chakra reserves, extremely fast charging speed, extremely fast chakra recovery speed, and the most terrifying power bank, Gedomazo, that can continue to provide him the needed charging anytime and anywhere. While Yama was sighing in helplessness, suddenly, a spiraling whirl appeared on Nagato's side, out of which the figure of Madara appeared. Madara, while vigilantly guarding against Yama, grabbed Nagato's shoulder, preventing him from making any reckless attack against Yama. At the same time, Zetsu and Tobi also appeared out of the ground, and while fearfully looking at the figure of Yama standing on the opposite side, both of them persuaded Nagato, retreat. The appearance of Madara, Zetsu, and Tobi loosened Konan's tight nerves, and she sighed in relief and quickly said to Nagato, "Nagato, fighting to the death here is worthless. Have you forgotten Yahiko's last words? How are you going to complete them if you end up dying here?" After hearing Konan's words, and specifically the mention of Yahiko's last words, Nagato sighed and stopped insisting, "All right, retreat." The moment Nagato agreed, Konan spread out her paper wings, lifted off Nagato, and flew far away from Yama, leaving behind Madara, Zetsu, and Tobi, who stayed here with the intention of covering up Nagato and Konan's retreat. Although they stayed behind to cover up Nagato and Konan's retreat, they were extremely nervous and clenched their hands in sweat. Upon seeing such a sudden change, and Nagato's intention of retreating, Yama frowned. Although he is somewhat afraid of the current Nagato, Yama didn't want to just let all of the members of the Akatsuki organization retreat so easily. So, without caring about whether the Senjutsu chakra in his body had arrived or not, Yama rushed forward, and shouted, "You!" But before Yama could either finish his words or cover even half the distance to get closer to any of the Akatsuki members, the faces of Konan and Nagato in the distance turned fearful, and fearing that Yama will catch up to them, Nagato immediately shouted, "Reverse summoning jutsu," and then the very next instant both he and Konan disappeared into poofs of white smoke at Novel Bin At. At the same time, Zetsu, Tobi, and Madara's expressions were also fearful, and noting that both Nagato and Konan had disappeared, they did not dare stay here an instant longer and disappeared from the battlefield using their individual means of Kamui and Mayfly technique. Phew! At this moment, a gentle breeze blew, and Yama, who was the only person left on the battlefield, blinked his eyes in daze, and muttered in wonder, "Has my deterrence already reached such a high level? Has my deterrence already reached such a high level?" Yama muttered in wonder, as he didn't expect that the core members of the Akatsuki organization such as Madara, Zetsu, and Tobi would retreat in so much panic. Although he felt a bit regretful, there is nothing he can do about it, and sighed, "Well, although I failed to kill Nagato again, which is a pity, I at least managed to safeguard the reputation of Yama as the current invincible character in the shinobi world. Even if this reputation is just a hollow shell. Don't underestimate the effect of deterrence. It may not seem much on the surface, but sometimes it can play unexpected and miraculous effects. The invincible existence of Yama is something extremely necessary, as it will give Kurito the necessary buffer time he needs to continue his project godhood. Because the situation after the war tonight has cleared to the entire shinobi world. The strength of Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has far surpassed any cage-level existence and has really reached the domain of a high-tier super cage. Whether it is a cage, a Jinchuriki, or a Baijuyo, none of them can put any resistance in the face of Nagato. Even if the 5 cage fights together against Nagato, they cannot even touch Nagato in the strict sense, as they will die at the hands of Limbo clones before they can do so. So, the number of people in the shinobi world, the ones currently alive, who can actually threaten Nagato is already 0 if the existence of Obito's bug-level Kamui is not counted. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the shinobi world has officially entered the same era as that of the previous god of shinobi, with Nagato being Uchiha Madara level existence. In such a situation, if there is no deterrence of an invincible existence present in the shinobi world who is keeping Nagato in check, Nagato and the Akatsuki organization would have no scruples at all, and mow down the 5 great shinobi villages single-handedly with no one capable enough of stopping them at Novel Bin At. When this happens, the 5 great shinobi villages will either be forced to surrender their Baijuyo for the sake of survival, or the 4th great shinobi war will start much earlier than it should, and even then, it is highly unlikely that the shinobi alliance would win. Maybe it will take a few months at best and the Juobi will be revived, but Kurito's project godhood would obviously not be completed in such a short period of time. At that time, Kurito will either have to face the Juobi Jinchuriki Nagato who wants to create peace with fear, or the ancestor of Chakra, Atsutsuki Kagaya, who would have been freed of her seal and descended upon the shinobi world and wants to hang all the creatures of this shinobi world on the divine tree to absorb their chakra and turn them into Zetsu beings. If it is the former, that is Nagato, then there would still be room for maneuver, as Kurito could hide in dark and continue his project godhood in extreme secrecy, but if it's the latter, that is Kagaya, then there is nothing Kurito will be able to do, and perhaps he too will become nutrition of the divine tree after being hung to it under the effects of the infinite Tsukuyomi. In such a situation, the existence of Yama is very important and meaningful, as Yama has basically become the Senjo Hashirama of this era, the only person capable of fighting against, and suppressing Nagato, the Uchiha Madara of this era. Even if Kurito is no longer on the same level as Nagato and cannot defeat him if he is not in a resonant state with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, this deterrent effect and feat brought by the mere existence of Yama will keep Nagato in check. After all, Nagato isn't actually the Uchiha Madara. With a relieved sigh, Yama looked at the moon in the night sky, with a thoughtful expression, and muttered to himself, "It does seem that I can no longer rely on the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, because the actions of the radicals on the moon are too crazy. They don't seem to care about the consequences that their reckless actions can cause to the shinobi world. The act of sending a meteorite to the battlefield is a clear declaration and a warning. If Yama were to casually borrow chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon again, the next thing falling on the earth will not just be a meteorite." As Yama was thinking, the faint orange light appeared on the horizon, and as if cutting through the dark and dreary night, it illuminated the world again with a warm embrace. It's finally dawn, muttered Yama as he cast his gaze at the rising sun. With the emergence of the morning light of the rising sun, the difficult night had finally passed away. Although the pain this night brought to the people of Konoha can't be forgotten so easily, it would still ease up their nerves to some extent. When Yama thought as such, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's ironic that the Konoha village and the shinobi world needs dawn from the Akatsuki. Not getting too much into it, Yama soon retracted his gaze from the rising sun and looked at the surroundings. The damage done to the battlefield is enormous, and the picture of several miles has completely changed. There is no longer any shadow of the valley as there was before. The center of the battlefield is a 100 meters deep crater with big chunks of hot and melting rocks at the center of it, and all around is just plain and simple destruction. Several villages and towns far away also seem to have been affected, muttered Yama with a sigh. Such is the power of a meteorite. After confirming that nothing was left for him to do on the battlefield, Yama waved several hand signs then disappeared into a cloud of smoke. On the other side, the emerald green Susanoo appeared out of the mounds of dust and smoke. Cough cough. Coming out of the mud and rocks that buried him, Shisui coughed heavily, and Fuwa who was sitting on Shisui's shoulder shook her whole body to clean off the dust from her fur, and cursed in anger, "Damn it, now I will have to take a bath to clean off all this dirt." Shisui remained silent and didn't give any reply as he looked around to see if he could figure out the situation. Following Shisui, Itaka disguised as Homusubi also came out and coughed heavily while looking around at the scene of destruction. Although Shisui and Homusubi had tried their best to get as far away from the battlefield as possible, the offshoot and the after effects of the meteorite's collision with the Earth's surface still affected them, and they had no other choice left but to use all their chakra reserves into using Susanoo in order to prevent their death because of being buried in the ground. Fortunately, the Shisui's Susanoo enhanced by the Senjutsu chakra was much stronger than his normal Susanoo, and with Homusubi adding his Yata mirror to the Susanoo the defense only got stronger, which allowed Shisui and Homusubi to withstand all that damage, and they didn't suffer any serious injury. Although the two are safe themselves, the two are still quite worried about the others. But in their immediate vicinity, there were no signs of any presence, neither of the members of the Akatsuki organization nor of Yama or that of the shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages. This made them more worried, especially in regards to Yama's safety. The previous appearance of the meteorite was so strange that both of them had to suspect that it was the work of the members of the Akatsuki organization, so their worries related to the safety of Yama only grew stronger. After a while of observing and finding nothing, Shisui muttered, "It seems that the battle is over. The members of the Akatsuki organization should have retreated. I just hope Yama is safe." Homusubi nodded silently. Shisui then glanced at the unconscious Yagura and Killer Bee, and said to Homusubi, "Leave the two of them to me. I will find Hokage-sama and the others. You go back to the village to confirm Yama's situation and also the situation of the clan and the village." After listening to Shisui's instructions, Homusubi thought a little and nodded. "All right, please make sure that Hokage-sama is safe." Homusubi is already very worried about the safety of his family, and he also understands that Homusubi of Amatsukami shouldn't stay on the battlefield for very long as Yama and the members of the Akatsuki organization have already retreated, so without wasting any more time, his body divided into hundreds of crows and dispersed into the sky. With Homusubi gone, Shisui with the help of Fuwa started to search the shinobi of the 5 great nations. At the same time, the shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages that were affected by the after effects of the meteorite collision also crawled out of the ground. "Everyone okay?" Sandaime Hokage questioned while releasing his hands from the adamantine staff, and releasing the ninjutsu. "Hokage-sama, although injured, the ones on our side are all alive." "The same is the case on our side, Hokage-sama. The two of us are also fine sensei." In response to the question of Sandaime Hokage, the surviving shinobi responded one after another. Because they were already several miles away from the main battlefield and had further retreated upon discovering the falling meteorite, so although they only suffered the aftershocks and were buried underneath the ground, and since Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage had already anticipated this situation too, so the moment they were about to be buried, they were protected by the earth-style defensive jutsu used by the two Kage that withstood most of the shock. As a result, some only had their arms bent in an unnatural direction, and others only had their legs broken, but overall, most of them seemed to have survived under their joint efforts. All those who can move and walk on their own help the others. Upon receiving replies, Sandaime Hokage then gave his next instructions to help out each other and started to look around the battlefield. At this time, the morning light shone from the horizon and spread the warmth of the morning of the next day. Looking at the unrecognizable surroundings, that can no longer be called the result of a battle between shinobi, Sandaime Hokage sighed and felt as if he had aged more than a decade in just one night. After easily avoiding all the obstacles, Kurito quietly returned to the village. With the soft morning light falling on his back, Kurito stood on the remains of the outer wall of the village and looked at the scenery of Konoha that has experienced and survived one of the toughest nights since the establishment. At this time, of the Konoha village, only the outer walls, and a few blocks close to the outer walls that were protected well are left intact. Everything else is completely destroyed. The closer to the center of the village, the more serious the misery, and the more serious the signs of destruction. Not to mention the very center of the village, where the Hokage building generally stands has become nothing more than a deep pit with only dust and rocks. Given the state of the village, it wouldn't be wrong to say that more than 95% of the Konoha has been destroyed in the overnight attack, including Kurito's home, which is also part of that 95%. However, be that as it may, Konoha was not at all desolate at this moment. On the contrary, the destroyed village was filled with tens of thousands of people, lined up in neat rows following the standard procedure, and partaking in or assisting in the follow-up procedure with everything, be that recording and getting the dead ones buried, getting their injuries healed, summarizing the events from their own perspective, or receiving the food. Unlike the Pain's assault on Konoha that took place in the canon, where the Six Paths of Pain launched a sudden attack on the village while Konoha's defenses were down, and the villagers did not have enough time to retreat to the refugee shelter before the Super Shinra Tensei was used, which resulted in the immediate death of several thousand Konoha villagers, as well as the injury of more than a few 10,000. The Konoha this time around had been prepared for the raid of the Akatsuki organization. When Satori invaded the village had entered a state of emergency, and the shinobi in Konoha were ordered to help the evacuation of the citizens to the refugee shelters. So, by the time Tendo used his Super Shinra Tensei in an attempt to completely destroy Konoha, most of the villagers were safely moved to the evacuation shelter and most of the Konoha shinobi had gathered far away from the center of the attack. Therefore, the number of casualties is not as serious as imagined initially, especially because the injured ones were given timely medical treatment by Tsunade slugs. Of course, the number of casualties is not as serious as imagined implies that the number still exists, so although everyone in the is orderly following the procedure, a solemn and heavy atmosphere still lingers in the village. Not delving into the matter too deeply, Kurito quietly sneaked into the village, and after replacing the shadow clone left in the village, he made his way towards the temporary medical camp in order to find Yui. Kurito didn't have to search too arduously and easily located Yui, only to find that, despite the severe chakra exhaustion due to the several battles and more specifically because of the unconscious use of Shinra Tensei on one of the Pains, she was still gritting her teeth and using everything she could to heal the injured shinobi and the villagers. Kurito could see that her legs had already started to soften, and she might collapse at this rate, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping the treatment. Seeing her in such a condition, Kurito sighed slightly and slowly transferred his chakra into her, making it possible for her to continue the treatment of the injured people without self-harming. In the midst of healing a piercing wound of a Konoha shinobi, Yui was surprised to find the warmth in her body, but upon noticing Kurito looking at her with a smile, she understood that it must have been done by Kurito. Yui couldn't figure out how Kurito was able to give her his chakra, but because chakra transfer technique is not that big of a deal or rare among the shinobi, so she didn't worry too much about it and refocused her attention on the patient lying in front of her, and continued to provide treatment to the injured villagers. It was only after several dozens of patients later when the number of seriously injured decreased, and the other people of the staff asked her to take a break to rest did she stop. As soon as Yui took a break, Kurito held her and brought her to a relatively isolated tent, and started to inject more chakra into her. After transferring sufficient chakra into her to ease the effects of chakra exhaustion, Kurito heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "It's okay to want to save more people, but to be able to do so, you must also take care of yourself. If you were to collapse at a critical point in the middle of treating someone's injury, it could prove to be fatal and might even result in the death of the patient." "I am sorry," Yui nodded and apologized silently because she knew that Kurito is right. Seeing her admitting, Kurito didn't say anything else about that matter, and just hugged her tightly, and muttered, "I am glad that you are safe. During the entire incident, I was really worried that something might happen to you. Thank goodness you are safe." Yui also hugged Kurito tightly, for she too had the same worry the entire night. Although she trusts Kurito's strength and abilities and believed that nothing will happen to him, she still couldn't help but get worried. And her worries were indeed reasonable. After all, the ones who attacked the village yesterday left behind thousands of dead and injured. Even most of the best shinobi of Kurito's generation was not uninjured either. Therefore, now that she has personally seen Kurito safe and sound, and felt the warmth by being in his arms, her nerves were finally relieved. The two remained silent and stayed in the same position for a few minutes, and after a while, as if Yui suddenly remembered something, she activated her Byakugan to make sure that no one was peeking at them. She lightly whispered, "Kurito-kun, yesterday when Shizun-chan, Anko-chan, Izumi-chan, and I were fighting against one of the puppets of the leader of Nagato, something strange happened, and, my eyes, and chakra." Before Yui could finish her words, Kurito rubbed her hair lightly, and nodded, "I know, don't worry about it." A few days ago, Kurito has sealed a part of his Tenseigen's visual prowess into Yui's Byakugan with the help of transcription seal in order to protect her. This is also the main reason why Kurito was too worried about Yui's safety until a while ago. After all, Yui wasn't aware of the visual prowess that was sealed within her eyes, thus she could not activate it on her own, and the sealed visual prowess itself was programmed to not activate or help Yui unless she is facing a desperate situation where there is no hope of surviving. So, the fact that the visual prowess sealed within her Byakugan activated must mean that she came to face a desperate situation and had no hope of being able to survive it. In other words, she must have faced a situation where she was just a step away from death yesterday and could have been seriously injured if not dead. This was making Kurito very worried, and only after ascertaining her complete safety with no signs of serious injury did he feel relieved. Hearing Kurito's words, Yui finally understood that her guesses were not wrong. The strange thing that happened last night in the refugee shelter was not merely a coincidence, but Kurito's handiwork, Kurito-kun, as I thought, it really had something to do with you. Kurito nodded with a light smile, and asked, who were other people present with you at that time? And who all witnessed that strange incident? Yui thought about it for a while, then answered, in addition to me, Shizun-chan, Anko-chan, Izumi-chan, 4 kids as well as the enemy's puppet were present among the people alive at that time. And they are the ones who witnessed the incident. Although, I don't think any of them will connect the cause of the incident with me because the lighting in the refugee shelter at the moment that incident occurred was too bright for anyone to be able to discern anything. By the time the lightning returned to normal, that puppet was already defeated. Since the passage was actually dim, and because the incident was too strange, so everyone assumed that it must have been the work of someone else. No one doubted me, because my strength is also not at such a level. At novel bin at. Kurito nodded lightly, well, that's good, and thought to himself, in any case, I will ask Shisui and Itaka to temper with the memory of the witnesses to make sure that the incident is completely disconnected from Yui. Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin etc. are invisible jutsus that are impossible to be detected with normal eyes. In fact, even the likes of Sharinon and Byakugan can't detect them for they are not direct chakra manipulation, but manipulation of physical forces. As such, there is no way to connect Yui with that incident. But Kurito still wants to take extra assurance to make sure that no connection remains in order to eliminate all the possibilities that would point at her and ultimately at him through the grapevine. Although doing so will take away Yui's credit for having defeated one of the paths of pain, and bring light to her, for Kurito Yui's safety and secrecy on his intelligence are much more important. At this time, Yui asked curiously, anyway, Kurito-kun, what kind of jutsu was that? Is it a newly developed secret jutsu? I couldn't even see it with my Byakugan, if not for my instinctive feeling, and the chakra exhaustion that followed soon after, I wouldn't have even realized that such a jutsu was used. Well, it can indeed be considered a secret jutsu, if you want to classify it to a type, answered Kurito after thinking for a while, then said, there are several requirements to use it. At present no one in the village except for me fulfill those requirements, so don't mention it to anyone, not even to Tsunade-sama, don't tell her anything about it, as it is my trump card, not really, in the extreme situation. Yui nodded, I understand. I was just worried that it might be some kind of forbidden technique. Kurito shook his head, don't worry, it is not a forbidden technique, and has no serious consequences except for serious consumption of chakra, so nothing too much to be worried about. Yui smiled with a relieved sigh, in that case I am relieved. In fact, Kurito didn't need to emphasize the matter of not telling to anyone about it as Yui already understands it very well. After all, for a shinobi, intelligence is everything, and obviously, Yui wouldn't be foolish enough to actively spread such a piece of critical information concerning a very secret jutsu to anyone. In fact, after learning that the incident did have something to do with Kurito, and further confirming that it was the result of a secret jutsu, Yui didn't even ask anything more about it. Again, because for a shinobi, intelligence is everything, and only by knowing nothing can intelligence be kept a secret. After a bit of silence, Kurito and Yui separated, and Kurito said, Yui, regarding the secret technique I had placed on you, it was programmed in such a manner that it will activate if encountered a life-threatening situation, and protect you from any and all people and things that you or I deem as a danger towards either of us. Since you encountered a life-threatening situation yesterday night, so it activated and has been in an activated state since then, as a protection mechanism. Now that the situation has passed, I am going to deactivate, understand? The method Kurito used to seal his Tenseigen visual prowess in Yui is the permanent style transcription seal, so keeping it activated will continuously consume chakra and will be very burdensome for her. After all, Yui doesn't have Tenseigen, and can't bear the chakra exhaustion caused by the Tenseigen. As such, deactivating the seal while there is no need to keep it activated is extremely important. Yui didn't ask much and nodded slightly, all right. Seeing her acknowledgement, Kurito weaved a few hand signs, then lightly tapped his index finger and middle finger on her forehead. With that, the Yui's Byakugan glowed in blue light for a moment, then immediately returned to the previous Byakugan. With the seal deactivated, Kurito asked, how do you feel? Feeling the change, Yui took several deep breaths, and said while covering her eyes, I feel that my head and body are suddenly much lighter than a few moments ago. That jutsu, it was quite burdensome. Kurito nodded and no longer mentioned anything related to Tenseigen. Instead, he focused his attention on the nearby tents. Because the Konoha hospital was destroyed in the aftermath of the battle, these makeshift tents are being used as a temporary hospital, and are filled with injured patients. And upon a closer look, one can also see that among the number of injured people, Konoha shinobi accounted for more than 80%, while the rest were villagers. In fact, with just a single glance, Kurito even spotted several of his acquaintances, such as Kakashi who is banged like a mummy, Guy, who has several of his bones broken, Asuma, with his right hand plastered, and Anko who is lying unconscious with a painful expression. Among the others, Kurito's gaze was, in particular, focused on Anko with a concerned expression. Seeing Kurito's gaze on Anko, Yui took a deep breath, and said with a guilty expression, Kurito-kun, Hinata-chan, she was kidnapped right in front of me, and I couldn't even do anything. Kurito put his hand over Yui's head and nodded slightly, I know, I heard about it. From the memories he got after recovering his shadow clone, he has already learned that Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Hinata, these 4 children have been kidnapped. And now that Yui mentioned it, Kuruto asked, "Can you confirm the specific identities of the people who kidnapped the 4 kids?" Yui bit her lower lip, and nodded. It was Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization, and Orochimaru. So, it really was him. Muttered Kuruto with a thoughtful expression, then thought, but why kidnap Hinata-chan and? Is he again interested in the Byakugan? But does he even have enough spare time to be able to focus on things other than Chimera Jutsu? Yui continued, Orochimaru not only took away Hinata-chan, but also took away Uzumaki Naruto, and Kakuzu took away Uchiha Sasuke, and Neji-kun. After hearing this further information, Kuruto muttered to himself in realization, aren't they kidnapping each other's targets? As Kuruto passed through a street, he could clearly hear the noisy and percussive sounds coming from all directions. The current Konoha village has become a super large construction site. This is neither a metaphor, nor exaggerated rhetoric, but just a simple, most straightforward, and accurate description. Wherever one sees, they will find some sort of construction work going on, under the directive of busy villagers, and construction workers, while the trolley pullers who are transporting all sorts of materials related to construction work are crowding the streets. It's been 3 days since the night of Akatsuki's attack. Pain and sorrow are still fermenting in people's hearts, but the reconstruction of the village is the most urgent task and cannot be delayed by any means. As the greatest shinobi village among the 5 great powers, Konoha obviously has its own heritage, so after the ruins were cleared and dead bodies were found and removed, the vigorous village reconstruction project started in full swing. And while the Konoha started its reconstruction work, the other 4 cages who had secretly arrived in Konoha to participate in the 5-cage conference, gathered up all their subordinates and hurriedly returned to their villages because they were worried about the safety of their villages as well. So, immediately after recovering from their injuries under Tsunadeheim's treatment, they did not delay even an hour and secretly returned using the fastest routes. One thing to note is that since experiencing everything that happened 3 days ago, the 5 great shinobi villages have reached a consensus, and unanimously declared Akatsuki organization as the enemy of the entire world. Therefore, now the Akatsuki organization has been named as the evilest terrorist organization that must be annihilated at all cost because it threatens the peace of the entire shinobi world. This is not only because the Akatsuki managed to almost succeed in their outrageous attack on Konoha, but also because countless people saw the leader of the Akatsuki organization using the Gadomazo statue to extract and absorb the tailed beast out of Killer Bee and Karatachi Yagura. This action of Nagato exposed that Akatsuki's goal of stealing all the tailed beasts is not just pure idiocy, they probably have a method to perfectly use all the stolen tailed beasts. So, their danger level has been increased by several levels again. Moreover, the act of stealing tailed beasts has also touched the bottom line of the 5 great shinobi villages, and even Uegakur, who used to work together with the Akatsuki organization, is unwilling to tolerate such actions. After all, the tailed beasts are the strategic weapons of the great shinobi villages that are considered as the trump cards to be used as a last resort. The main reason why Kumigakur was considered to be an extremely strong village and even had the guts to provoke Konoha is that the people of Kumigakur have mastered the means to perfectly using the tailed beasts, and by doing so the Jinchuriki have reached cage-level strengths. In fact, it might not even be an exaggeration to say that one of the reasons why the 5 great shinobi villages are called the 5 great shinobi villages is that they have the power of tailed beasts in their hands. And Akatsuki has openly shown that they have ambitions to steal these tailed beasts. Doesn't this goal alone makes them the enemy of the 5 great shinobi villages? Previously, although it was rumored that the Akatsuki wants to steal all the 9 tailed beasts, the rumors were only rumors and they had no basis. Even if Akatsuki did manage to capture the Jinchuriki of Nibi, the 5 great villages were still not so serious about Akatsuki's goal. After all, the tailed beasts are not just the weapons of mass destruction that can be used against the enemies, they are also ticking time bombs that can explode anytime in their own village, and unless someone masters how to use that power, they will remain ticking time bombs that will have to remain sealed. Precisely the reason why even the 5 great shinobi villages who have owned the tailed beasts for several decades did not dare to openly claim that they have perfectly mastered the power of the tailed beasts. So, the 5 cage did not believe that the Akatsuki organization has the means to perfectly use the power of the tailed beasts. But 3 days ago, they all saw what the wooden statue controlled by Nagato is capable of. The 5 cage themselves witnessed and were shocked to find that the wooden statue controlled by the leader of the Akatsuki organization can actually absorb the tailed beast's churka out the body of the Jinchuriki. This action clarified that the Akatsuki organization not only has the ambitions to collect the tailed beasts but also has the ability to use those tailed beasts. In the eyes of the 5 cage, such a thing is too horrible. Therefore, they have unanimously declared Akatsuki organization as the enemy of humanity. Anyway, that aside, after the catastrophic destruction that Konoha suffered from at the hands of Akatsuki, the 4 cages, including the Tsuchikage, have expressed their intentions to Sandaime Hokage that they will try to provide the necessary assistance within their capacity to help with the reconstruction of the village. There was no fraud in their words, and all the 4 cage really did want to help Konoha this time. The reason is also very simple. They knew very well that their villages will be relatively safe only if Konoha, the figurative head of the 5 great villages, stands at the forefront in the upcoming wars against the Akatsuki organization at Novel Bin Adat. The 4-Kage fears that if Konoha is not at the forefront, then the next one to be baptized by Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei will likely be their villages. As such, they want to do what they can to push Konoha at the front so that their villages can remain safe. Haaa. At this moment, Hayate, who was walking next to Kurito, yawned in tiredness. Kurito glanced at Hayate from the corner of his eyes and noticed that the already sick and pale Hayate seemed more tired and pale, with deep under-eye marks and sunken eye sockets, as if he is just a few steps away from death. In fact, not only him, even Kurone and Yujeo looked haggard and seemed extremely tired. Because of the large number of casualties and injuries which resulted in the shortage of manpower, Kurito's Team RO had to undertake the missions of 3 Umbu teams. Therefore, his Team RO has not taken even a little bit of rest in the past 3 days and are extremely tired. Kurito said lightly, "Everyone, hold on for a while longer, next we have to attend the funeral ceremony, after which Team RO will be given half a day's holiday." Hayate rubbed his eyes, and said with a light chuckle, "Don't worry, Captain, we can still hold on, the village is in such a state, how can we be lazy?" Yujeo nodded in agreement, "That's right." Kurone only nodded silently and did not say anything particular. Although, one can see that her expression is a little distracted as if she is in the midst of some deep thoughts, or perhaps worry. Kurito nodded slightly. Regarding Kurone's deep thoughtful face, Kurito didn't think too much, because almost all the shinobi in the village have thoughtful and solemn expressions on their faces. In the afternoon, the funeral ceremony officially commenced. In the up and down of the past 3 days, the exact number of casualties and missing shinobi, as well as villagers, have been counted. It was exactly as previously guessed, the number of villagers who had died or disappeared last night reached somewhere around 1,000, and most of these deaths were of those villagers who became prey to the evil chakra of the Box of Bliss. The number of Konoha shinobi who died or went missing also reached a number close to 1,000. In the final statistical analysis, all those considered to be missing are also regarded as dead. The reason why they are marked as missing is simply that either their bodies haven't been found yet, or if their bodies are found, they are unrecognizable. At Konoha Cemetery, wearing a set of black clothes, Kurito led the Team RO to attend the funeral ceremony. At this time, thousands of Konoha shinobi are already lined up in front of the graves, expressing their grief for the loss of their loved ones. Sandaime Hokage quietly stood before the memorial stone and looked at the new names inscribed on it with a saddened expression. Among the dead this time, the highest status was that of Konoha advisor Homura Mitokedo from the Elder Council. On the attack that night, while contact with Sandaime Hokage was suddenly lost, Elder Homura took the charge of the Konoha shinobi and followed the 4 Kages to launch a surprise raid on the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Because he was one of the 5 leaders of the charge, so Homura Mitokedo also received key care from the Akatsuki organization, and it's a pity that he couldn't survive that care. Among the 4 Kage and Elder Homura, only Tsuchikage Onoki, who was attacking from a relatively safe distance, remained safe, while the other 4 suffered heavily, and naturally Elder Homura was no exception. In fact, it can be said that Elder Homura suffered the most. Godame Kaze Kage can use Scorch Release to mummify her enemies and defend herself. Yondaime Reikage has the Lightning Chakra mode that grants him speed and power, while the Yondaime Mizukage, being a perfect Jinchuriki, had the attack and defense of Sanbai. Therefore, Elder Homura, who had no such special Kekii Genkai, or special Jutsu, or Tailed Beast, had the unfortunate luck of getting his name inscribed on the memorial stone. And to be honest, this is not a surprising thing. The strength of the 2 elder advisors Homura and Kohara was originally weaker compared to Sandaime Hokage and Shimura Danzo, and after the end of the Second and Third Great Shinobi War, both of them gradually turned into civilians with high authority. Coupled with their increasing old age, which brought the decline in physique as well as chakra reserves, their strength is no longer what it used to be. And, obviously, such people can't survive against the likes of the members of the Akatsuki organization. When thinking of the unfortunate death of Elder Homura, Kurito's gaze swept over at Shimura Danzo standing in the first row. Although Kurito didn't actively inquire about it, he still heard a lot of whispers in the past 3 days. And what's interesting is that almost all of those whispers were either connected to Shimura Danzo, or Sandaime Hokage, clearly indicating that something is happening between Shimura Danzo and Sandaime Hokage. Understanding how someone is trying his best to increase his influence by the means of rumors, whispers, and evening tea talks, Kurito's lips arched in an evil smile, filled with contempt. Kurito doesn't know if something is seriously wrong with Shimura Danzo's brain or what, but the old coot doesn't seem to be able to understand such a simple truth that the position of Hokage not only represents authority and power but also serious responsibility. Although the village was destroyed by the Akatsuki organization, although Sandaime Sama's prestige fell to the bottom, and reputation completely plummeted because of his failure and inability to protect the village. The position of Hokage that Sandaime holds is still not something that the likes of Shimura Danzo will be able to replace, who was not even visible on the night the village was suffering the threat of annihilation at the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Even if the entire village expresses dissatisfaction towards Sandaime Hokage, and the entire Jonin Council votes for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down, the ones to step up and replace Sarutobi Hiruzen will either be Sunin Jiraiya or Sunin Tsunade. No one in their right mind is going to vote for Shimura Danzo's succession to the position of Hokage. The old fool is not even capable of realizing such an obvious situation and is jumping up and down like a clown at the time of reconstruction of the village, only to insult himself and lose even the last bits of whatever meager reputation he has left. What's more, if you ask Kuruto, he would definitely say that the more you love the feeling of power, the more you love to be in control, the more you should avoid taking the center stage at this time. Because at this time, the position of Hokage is nothing more than a ticking time bomb which might result in your doom any instant. After all, the Hokage will have to continuously lead the charge of attack and defend against the Akatsuki organization. Even if you know that you aren't capable of doing so and will most likely end up dying, you still have to do it, because you are Hokage. Shimura Danzo neither has the required strength nor the required character, and yet he wishes to take the center stage at this point. This just proves that either he is too delusional, or there is something giving him the necessary confidence. I am quite curious as to what exactly is giving him such confidence. Is it the Chimera Jutsu? Realizing this, Kuruto thought, even if Chimera Jutsu is improved and Chimera buds are made suitable to meet the conditions of his body, what can he do? It's not like he will be able to survive the ceremony in the first place. Which means that Danzo's dream will always remain a dream and never ever succeed, muttered Kuruto with a disdainful chuckle. The reason why Kuruto thinks so and believes so is not that he has any inherent prejudice against Shimura Danzo, but this is Kuruto's observation of Shimura Danzo's character. The more familiar Kuruto has become with the person named Shimura Danzo over the years, the more Kuruto feels that Shimura Danzo is more of a politician than a shinobi, and a politician's stage is obviously not on the battlefield of life and death. It doesn't matter how strong a politician becomes, he will always remain a politician and won't ever become a shinobi, because a shinobi is just a tool who is willing to go to any length to complete the task assigned to him. Moreover, a politician like Shimura Danzo will never be able to match a true shinobi in a life and death battlefield. This was repeatedly proven in the canon, and clearly showcased in the Sasuke vs Danzo battle in the Land of Iron. With just a single use of his Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke was able to reap Shimura Danzo's life several times within just a few seconds of the beginning of the fight between the two. The performance of Shimura Danzo in his battle against Uchiha Sasuke was extremely pathetic. It was definitely not something you would expect from a war veteran and experienced person like Danzo. All these negative points of Shimura Danzo repeatedly prove that neither is he suitable for becoming the Hokage nor will he succeed. After drawing such a mocking conclusion, Kuruto shifted his gaze on the back of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan at Novel bin Adat. The princess of the Hyuga clan was kidnapped from the village. If such a thing were to happen in the past, then it is more than shocking enough to shake the whole village and cause too much chaos. But such a village-shaking thing happened on the night the Akatsuki organization attacked, and everyone digested this information calmly without any panic or chaos. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the father of Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi knew that Hinata was kidnapped in the presence of Yui, yet he did not blame Yui for being unable to protect Hinata and only gave her light punishment in order to curb the dissatisfied voices of the members of the main family. Kuruto doesn't know why he did this and does not put the blame on Yui. Perhaps he knew the truth of the matter, and understood very well that even if he was present in her place, he might not have been able to stop Orochimaru and Kabuto. Or maybe he did to not earn Kuruto dissatisfaction. Regardless, Kuruto is still quite grateful because he has no desire to engage in meaningless conflict within the clan. Anyway, that aside, the fact that Hinata and Niji were kidnapped on the night of Akatsuki's attack has dealt a severe blow to the Hyuga clan. In the face of such a situation, not only has Hyuga clan organized special rescue teams, but they are also trying to use the underground black market to get in touch with the kidnappers with the hope of buying the hostages in exchange for ransom. Of course, being the nature of the Hyuga clan, the priority is still given to Hinata, so the ones trying to rescue Niji are only his parents and uncle. And when thinking of the kidnapped Hinata and Niji, Kuruto's gaze subconsciously shifted to the Uchiha father and son pair that was standing not far away from the Hyuga clan. It is ironic to say that not only Uzumaki Naruto but even Uchiha Sasuke was also kidnapped on the night of Akatsuki's attack. As a result, the reincarnation of both Indra and Azura were taken away at the same time, and are now facing one of the worst situations they have ever faced. Kuruto even found this situation to be extremely funny considering that Rakudo Sennin must be anxious and jumping around in panic regarding the safety of both his children. While Kuruto thought about a lot of things, the funeral ceremony continued and was finally finished with the dispersal of Team RO for the evening. As soon as Kuruto got free, he was hurriedly approached by tensed Shisui and Itachi. Both of them arrived at their usual meeting place, and upon seeing Kuruto, Itachi even asked with a bit of an impatient tone unlike his usual self, "Kuruto-san, when should we make our move?" Kuruto obviously knows what Itachi means by make our move. On the night the Akatsuki organization attacked the village, Shinichi managed to cleverly and carefully reveal the coordinate of the new hiding base of the Akatsuki organization to Uchiha Fugaku. And Uchiha Fugaku obviously passed this information to Sandaime-sama and Uchiha Shisui. In other words, because of Shinichi's cleverness, Konoha managed to secretly get a hold of the location of the Akatsuki organization's new secret base. And now that both Shisui and Itachi have approached Kuroto to ask, when are they going to make a move, obviously means that they are eager to attack the base of Akatsuki organization. Looking at Shisui and Itachi's worried and impatient expression, Kuroto said calmly, it's not the right time yet. Kuroto has already considered the thought of rescuing Naruto and Sasuke, who are the reincarnations of the children of Rakudo Sennin, as well as Hinata and Neji, both of whom have a very close relationship with Kuroto and Yui. These children have been kidnapped and are facing the most dangerous situation of their lives. As responsible adults and family members, Kuroto must do his best to save these children. But no matter how Kuroto thought about it, he just won't be able to defeat the current Nagato. If you can't defeat him, you can't defeat him. This is an objective, and it doesn't change or depend on anyone's will. Of course, Kuroto perfectly understands that to rescue the 4 children he doesn't need to try to kill Nagato, just distracting him long enough would be fine. But recklessly dealing with the situation might make the situation worse and lead to the death of the 4 children. This is why Kuroto has been calmly considering things and trying to find a way to bring the 4 of them back to the village. Itachi may not know Kuroto's difficulties, but as a qualified shinobi, he understands that there must be a reason, so he curbed his anxiety and questioned, Kuroto-san, is there a reason why now is not the right time? In the minds of Shisui and Itachi, Kuroto, when taking the Yama form, is undoubtedly #1 shinobi with invincible strength, making him akin to god of shinobi. Even the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who has the Rinnegan, cannot match Yama and has to run away to save his life. So they are unable to figure out the reason why now is not the right time. Kuroto coughed lightly and said, think about it. Akatsuki organization is targeting the tailed beast, so their target should have been the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi Uzumaki Naruto, not Uchiha Sasuke. And as far as I know, Orochimaru has been coveting the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, so his target should have been your brother Uchiha Sasuke, not Uzumaki Naruto. While Hinata and Neji were just bystanders who got mixed up in all of this without any reason. Itachi nodded after understanding what Kuroto meant. Basically, he has also figured out this and said, it is as I guessed, they have caught the wrong targets. Which means they are going to find a way to exchange hostages. Shisui questioned with a thoughtful expression, Kuroto-san, are saying that we should wait for a while, and use the opportunity of hostage exchange to rescue all 4 children in a single attempt. Kuroto nodded lightly, yes. I think this will be the most efficient and feasible option. With Orochimaru's characteristic cautiousness, it is impossible to agree to hostage exchange in Nagato's presence, so the place where the hostage exchange will take place will definitely not be Akatsuki organization's base. At the same time, Orochimaru won't be foolish enough to invite the members of the Akatsuki organization to his base, considering how precious the samples stored in his secret bases are. So the hostage exchange will neither take place in the Akatsuki's sphere of influence, nor in Orochimaru's sphere of influence, and Nagato of all people will definitely not be part of the hostage exchange. Such an opportunity will be perfect to safely rescue all 4 children. Shisui bobbed his head in agreement. I see, this is indeed a good idea. In Shisui's eyes, Sasuke is very important, as Sasuke is equivalent to his younger brother, but Shisui also knows that Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki, is also very important for the village, especially now that the Akatsuki organization is crazily capturing tailed beasts. Moreover, this matter also involves the princess of the Hyuga clan, and the Kuroto's personal disciple. Therefore, they can't be hasty in trying to rescue Sasuke and endanger the safety of the other 3. Itachi also understood this very well, but he can't help be worried about Sasuke's safety, and asked, Kuroto-san, Sasuke, he will be fine, right? Kuroto patted Itachi's shoulder and said in a comforting tone, have faith in him, he may be a kid, but he is your younger brother. I say he has as much preservation in him as you. No, in fact, his preservation is higher compared to you. Trust me what I am saying, this setback and horrible experience will undoubtedly nurture Sasuke and stimulate his growth. Hearing Kuroto's words, Itachi smiled slightly and calmed down his anxiety. What Kuroto really wanted to say, but chose not to say, is that have confidence in Rakudo Sennin. Maintaining the peace in the shinobi world, and ensuring that Otsutsuki Kagaya does not break free of the yin-yang seal to destroy the shinobi world by absorbing all the chakra, is a responsibility that Rakudo Sennin has chosen to bear on his shoulder, the father of Ninchu. Before he finds a suitable substitute, Rakudo Sennin will definitely not give up on Naruto and Sasuke, who are the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra and were given the job of protecting the shinobi world in the canon. Besides, as Kuroto analyzed previously, the situation of Naruto and Sasuke is not that bad. What Akatsuki is needs of Kyuubi, so obviously their target is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi Naruto, so, Sasuke and Neji are just ordinary hostages in their hands with no value, and what Orochimaru is after is a talented Uchiha's body, for which he has chosen Sasuke as his target, who awakened the Sharingan at a very young age. So, Naruto and Hinata are more or less meaningless to him. In fact, Kuroto knows that Orochimaru wouldn't dare to play around with Naruto. After all, the kid is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and Orochimaru should perfectly understand how dangerous Kyuubi can be. Therefore, either a hostage exchange will take place, or the hostages will simply be returned back to the village in exchange for some ransom. Before either of the scenarios happens, the lives of Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Hinata should basically be guaranteed. And considering the fact that the trust between Orochimaru and Akatsuki has long been lost, so the hostage exchange will never be completed in a short period of time, which means that Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Neji and Hinata, should remain safe for some time. After repeatedly assuring Itachi who was worried about Sasuke, Kuroto left a shadow clone to act in his stead, then secretly left the village and returned to the anchor Ventian that has been floating irregularly in the midst of clouds above the sea. As soon as he returned, Kuroto was greeted by Gaara and Karen, who both spoke in unison, "Welcome back, Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded slightly, then immediately checked the state of the seal of Ichibai on Gaara's body with a serious expression. After thinking a little, Kuroto said, "Wait, I am going to add an extra seal on your body." "All right, Kuroto-sama." Though he did not understand why Kuroto needed to add an extra seal, Gaara nodded nonetheless. Kuroto did not say much to explain anything, he just weaved the hand signs and then tapped on Gaara's stomach. With this action of Kuroto, a tetragram pattern appeared on Gaara's stomach. And Gaara, who has always been stoic, couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Karen, who was standing next to Gaara, quickly supported him, and asked with a concerned expression, "Why, you okay, Gaara-kun?" Gaara gritted his teeth and nodded slightly, "Why, yes. I am okay." After completing the seal, Kuroto looked at Gaara's sweaty forehead, and explained, "I have completely cut off Ichibai's connection with the physical world and the tailed beast's world this time. Don't try to actively use the slightest bits of its power without my permission, do you understand?" Novel bin at. This time what Kuroto has done is completely different. With this seal in place, both Gaara and Ichibai's connection is completely cut off. At the same time, Ichibai's interference in the physical world is also completely cut off, and that's not all. Ichibai will not be able to come in contact with the other tailed beasts either using tailed beast's special plane. Gaara also realized that he seems to have lost all the connections with Ichibai sealed within him, and quickly said, "Kuroto-sama, Shikako has been very cooperative during this period. He doesn't try to threaten me to seize my body, and he also doesn't affect me psychologically, so there is no need to punish him." Kuroto said lightly, "I am not punishing him. The reason I have cut off his connection with everything is different and it has nothing to do with the uncooperativeness. Well, you don't need to worry too much about it. This time, just do as I say. It is for the safety of both of you anyway." "If that's the case, then okay." Gaara nodded hurriedly. Kuroto nodded slightly, gave a few instructions to both the kids, then he walked towards his laboratory. The main reason he has completely cut off Ichibai's connection with everything is mainly to guard against the Akatsuki organization. Because, Kuroto isn't sure whether the Akatsuki organization already has or will be able to develop some means to perceive the locations of tailed beasts, so just to be on the safe side, Kuroto chose to completely cut off Ichibai's connections with everything to make sure that perceiving Ichibai becomes an extremely difficult task. By ensuring that Shikako does not fall in the hands of Akatsuki, Kuroto can delay their plan of resurrecting the Juubi, even if by a little, and as long as Juubi is not resurrected, Kuroto can be sure that the situation will not be completely out of his control. Anyway, after arriving at his laboratory, the first thing Kuroto did was to immediately take out the Fujin clone from the nutrition tank. After placing it on the test bench, he did a comprehensive inspection of the clone body through his Byakugan and by using several medical devices, only to find that the state of the Fujin clone is extremely poor. The entire circulatory system seems to be near collapsed state, the bones are decaying and the muscles are disintegrating. Even many organs are not spared and are damaged to a certain degree. But all these things are not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that these injuries and damages cannot be repaired because of the presence of all-killing ash bones particles in the blood. The degree of damage and the state of the clone is worse than I had presumed, muttered Kuroto with a sigh. Seeing the extent of the damage that the clone had suffered, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that if this was a human body instead of a clone, the human would have already lost his life by now, because a normal human body simply cannot withstand this degree of damage and would have disintegrated long ago. In fact, Kuroto's other clone bodies wouldn't have been able to withstand such damage either and disintegrated by now. Only the powerful Fujin clone, which has mutated due to the fusion of the Hyuga and Kagaya genes, has been able to barely withstand it without completely disintegrating. But even then, if Kuroto doesn't take immediate measures and repair it as soon as possible, this clone wouldn't even be able to last more than a week, that too when not being in use, and this is already its limit. In order to repair this clone, the key is obviously to purify the blood by removing the excessive concentration of all-killing ash bones particles. Thinking of this, Kuroto's eyes subconsciously shifted to the wind clone bee floating in the other nutrition tank that he hasn't touched at all because of its unsatisfactory quality. Blood transfusion is undoubtedly the best way to purify the blood and also remove the excessive concentration of all-killing ash bones particles from the Fujin clone, and it just so happens that because of the presence of the wind clone bee in the laboratory that Kuroto hasn't used has enough blood necessary for the transfusion process. While thinking about the idea of blood transfusion, Kuroto walked closer to the nutrition tank and looked at the wind clone bee. In fact, the overall specs of the Clone B are actually very good, so the Clone B is not that bad, but compared to Clone A, i.e., Fujin Clone, those good specs can only be considered mediocre, and Clone B can only be treated as unsatisfactory. Therefore, Kuruto has no hesitation to sacrifice the Wind Clone B in order to repair and preserve the Wind Clone A. The only problem is that the blood of the Wind Clone B2 contains the all-killing Ash Bones particles. Although the concentration is far lower compared to the Wind Clone A, they are present nonetheless. As such, even if the blood is transfused, this treatment will only be a temporary solution and the root cause will not be solved. Kuruto weighed the situation slightly, and seeing that he has no other option, he finally decided to repair the Wind Clone A by replacing the blood. The development and cultivation of the Fujin clone have already reached perfection. As long as its physical functions are maintained by the time Kuruto will perform the ritual, it can be used in the fusion process. As for the problem of the disease of the Fujin clone being passed to Kuruto during the ritual process, there is really no need to worry about it. If Kuruto's ritual succeeds, he will attain Kekkei Mora. Reaching Kekkei Mora means his physique will strengthen and reach the same level as its Satsuki Kagaya. When this happens, the disintegrating effects of all-killing Ash Bones particles will no longer be effective on Kuruto's body. And if Kuruto's ritual fails, Kuruto will undoubtedly die in the ceremony even before the Kekkei Genkai disease becomes active. Therefore, regardless of success or failure, there will be no need to worry about the all-killing Ash Bones particles affecting the body after the fusion ritual. After making up his mind, Kuruto did not waste any time and started to act without any delay. With the intention of carrying out blood transfusion, Kuruto carried out all the necessary preparations for the blood exchange operation and soon started the operation. Blood exchange operation/transfusion is obviously much simpler and easier compared to the cell or organ transplantation operation. The real problem that Kuruto faced when carrying out the blood transfusion for the Fujin clone was not any so-called technical difficulty or the lack of knowledge, rather, it was the lack of suitable vessels capable of holding Fujin clone's blood and the corresponding storage container that wouldn't just disintegrate upon coming in contact with the decaying all-killing Ash Bones particles. It is no secret to Kuruto that the concentration of all-killing Ash Bones particles has reached unusually high levels in the Fujin clone's blood. Before carrying out the operation, Kuruto even went as far as to conduct a few small tests and found that all the blood transfusion tubes/catheters, as well as most of the containers present in his laboratory, cannot be used to store the Fujin clone's blood as they simply can't withstand the disintegration upon coming in contact with the blood containing all-killing Ash Bones particles. Basically, within 15 minutes of coming in contact with the all-killing Ash Bones particles contaminated blood, the vessels and container will start to show clear signs of decay and turn into pure ash within the next 5 minutes. If the container is made up of metal, it will quickly rust and oxidize, and if it is made up of glass, the structure of the glass will collapse as it starts to heat up and melt. Because of facing this unreasonable problem, it took him a lot of time and effort before Kuruto managed to find a suitable material that could barely hold Fujin clone's contaminated blood. The material he found is the bark of a tree that secretes a special type of glue on its surface. The only reason such a thing appeared in his laboratory is that Kuruto was testing out various colloidal materials that would be suitable in replacing the glue used by Hiriko at the time of making the Chimera buds. The results of those tests were obviously disappointing, so at that time Kuruto had just discarded this tree bark and didn't care too much about it, but now that very same tree bark is proving to be quite useful. Kuruto never expected that this tree bark, which secretes a special type of glue, would actually be capable of withstanding the disintegration upon coming in contact with Fujin clone's contaminated blood, but now that he has finally found something he can use to store the blood, so the blood transfusion operation can finally begin. So it began, and lasted a few hours. After a few hours, the blood transfusion operation was finally completed. The transfusion operation went smoothly without any major accidents in the middle, and as the blood in the body of the Wind Clone B was quickly transfused into the body of the Fujin clone, all the vital signs of the Wind Clone B also gradually disappeared. With the all-killing Ash Bones particles contaminated blood now exchanged with the clean blood, the disintegration of the Fujin clone also slowed down. The next thing Kuruto did was to properly and securely store the contaminated blood for later research, then dispose of the Wind Clone B as it had already lost all vital signs and would be of no use now. With all those pesky tasks completed, Kuruto again came towards the bench on which the Fujin clone was lying and observed it very carefully. After a while, he frowned, then loosened his eyebrows. In order to better understand the status of the Fujin clone, he directly used the Tensegan soul descend and transferred his soul from the main body to the Fujin clone body. Cough. After coughing for a while to get rid of the blood clots jamming the trachea, Kuruto climbed off the operation table, staggered a few steps, then heavily collapsed on the ground, which wasn't anything strange, at novel bin at. Although the disintegration of the Fujin clone body has stopped because of the blood transfusion, the original damage and injuries of the body, as well as the other major organs, have not been treated, so obviously, the body functions are not back to normal. In the fight against Hiriko, Tendo, and Madara, several of his organs, many major vessels, bones, and even muscle fibers throughout the body had been injured or damaged severely. And considering these damages, it's nothing strange that the body has lost all mobility. Now that I see the condition of this clone body, it appears that I went a bit too far in using the Fujin clone, Kurito sighed while resisting the sharp pain he was feeling all over his body. But Kurito didn't regret it, because if he didn't do what he did by going a bit too far in using the Fujin clone during his fights with Satori, Hiriko, Tendo, and Madara, then the consequences that the village would have suffered might not have been just about a few thousand deaths. At the price of a few serious injuries of this clone body, if Konoha can continue to exist, and many of his friends and families can continue to live, then this is not too big of a price to pay. What's more, those battles have also been proven to be beneficial to Kurito from an overall perspective, as his mastery over all the powers and Kekkei Genkais of the Fujin clone have also improved to varying degrees. And please don't underestimate all these improvements in fighting skills. Kurito's ability to fully bring out his fighting power is inseparable from his major improvements brought by frequent participation in high-intensity life and death battles. One of the reasons why Nagato retreated in a crippled state this time was also because he seriously lacks the experience of fighting against people of the same level as him. Because Nagato hasn't really fought that many life and death battles against someone of similar strength as him, therefore, when faced with the moment of real crisis, his response wasn't up to the standard. He did not use the best tactics that he could have and as a result, caused many mistakes and misjudgments in the battle. One of those extremely serious misjudgments was his inability to see through Kurito's facade, as Kurito managed to fool him without much difficulty just using his own experience. Therefore, even these itsy-bitsy improvements are very important as they can bring about major differences over the course of several years. Anyway, after putting away this thought, Kurito sat on the ground in a cross-legged position, and instructed the Kaze cage puppet to bring over Karen. Kurito is not that proficient in Iryo Ninjutsu, so although he has temporarily solved the major problem of the Fujin clone by performing blood transfusion, he has no immediate method of treating the injuries that the clone body is suffering from. Fortunately enough, Karen is also present at Anchor Vantian. With her around, just a single bite can provide the necessary healing chakra and heal almost all the major injuries. Although Kurito doesn't really want to use her in such a manner, he doesn't have any other option at this point because Karen hasn't learned Iryo Ninjutsu either. Thinking so, Kurito sighed, I'll have to find a way to teach her Iryo Ninjutsu too. While Kurito was busy in his thoughts, under the guidance of the Sandame Kaze cage puppet, Karen came to the laboratory with a look of curiosity. For her, this is the Forbidden Zone, and this is the first time she has foot anywhere near Kurito's laboratory. So when she looked around, she felt that everything was full of novelty. Seeing Karen's arrival, Kurito, who was currently controlling the Fujin clone, beckoned her towards him. Karen nodded and walked up to him, and called out, Fujin-sama. Having been living in Anchor Vantian for quite a while, Karen and Gaara have seen and met Sujin, Tsukii, as well as Fujin. Of course, they are not aware of the fact that all of them are just Kurito controlling different clone bodies. What they think is that Sujin, Tsukii, and Fujin are all Kurito's subordinates, just like the Kaze cage puppet. And seeing Fujin's state, Karen was a little worried. With Karen standing next to him, Kurito said lightly, as you can see, I have suffered several serious injuries and need your help. Will you help me? There was no need to ask, as even before Kurito had asked, Karen had already rolled the sleeve of her kimono and proactively stretched out her arm. Although she didn't seem to hesitate and actively stretched out her arm without even Kurito asking, he could still see that her arm was shaking in nervousness and her face had a slight timid expression, and thought, it seems that she remembered the painful memories of her mother's experience in Kusagakur. Shaking his head slightly, Kurito didn't say much and took a gentle bite at her arm. As soon as he bit on Karen's arm, a gentle yang chakra entered his mouth and soon passed through his entire body, giving a warm feeling. The feeling was like soaking in a hot spring. The whole body felt warm, and the unbearable pain in his body instantly started to dissipate as all the injuries started to heal rapidly. At the same time, Kurito, with his Byakugan, could clearly see that Karen's body was also becoming thinner. Upon realizing this, he did not burden her too much and immediately stopped after the major injuries were healed. After all, Karen is still too young. Excess overdraft of her chakra will seriously affect her health and deteriorate her foundation. Stopping halfway, Kurito breathed a sigh of relief and said while gently patting the girl's head, thanks, with this, I am healed. At the same time, Kurito can't help but feel enviable towards the Uzumaki physique. Although Karen at this point in time is just an ignorant young girl who is not even 10 years old, when it comes to her passive ability as a medical nin, she is by no means inferior to Tsunade, the #1 Iryo nin in this shinobi world. While Kurito was feeling enviable, Karen obviously noticed that not all of his injuries are healed, so she still didn't roll back the sleeve of her kimono and said, I can still hold on. Kurito shook his head, don't worry about it, the major injuries are already healed, rest will heal automatically. So, I am fine now, and you can go back and rest. Okay, Karen nodded slightly, then under the guidance of the Sandame Kaze cage puppet, she left the Forbidden Zone. With Karen and the Kaze cage puppet gone, Kurito observed the state of his clone body using his Byakugan, then carried out a basic assessment of the physical body. And based on the result of the assessment, he concluded that as long as he doesn't use chakra and more specifically, doesn't use Shikatsumayaku, then the transfused blood can continue to maintain all the activities of the clone body for the next 3 to 4 months before becoming contaminated with the all-killing Ashbones particles. It seems that I will have to create a few more wind clones in the future to serve as backup blood tanks for the Fujin clone. It seems that I will have to create a few more wind clones in the future to serve as backup blood tanks for the Fujin clone, muttered Kurito with a sigh upon thinking of the high cost of preserving the Fujin clone in the future. The wind clones are created using the cells samples Kurito collected from Kimimaro, who was already suffering from this problem, albeit on a much smaller scale, so all the clones that have been created or will be created using his cells will also suffer from the same problem, and the difference is only the degree of severity. In other words, even if Kurito does not cultivate, train, or use these clones for any other purpose, these clones that suffer from hemorrhagic disease as soon as they are created will not be able to maintain their own body functions for a very long time and collapse soon enough. So using these clones, which are already plagued by disease/curse, to act as suppliers of fresh blood for the transfusion into the Fujin clone that is on the verge of collapse is tantamount to treating these clones as disposable blood banks. Because the concentration of all killing ash bones particles is constantly increasing in the blood, so the blood of these clones also have a limited lifespan and cannot be stored normally, nor can he repeatedly draw blood from the clone bodies, and once the blood is drawn, the used up clones also lose their basic values. This ultimately means that if Kurito fails to achieve any fundamental breakthrough in his biotechnology within the next few months that will help him preserve the blood of the wind clones, he would have to consume a complete wind clone every quarterly just to ensure that the functions of the Fujin clone continue to work and don't collapse midway. Fortunately enough, Kurito has recently managed to earn quite a lot of funds from various sources. One of these sources is the 5 Great Villages. Back when Yama rescued the shinobi of the 5 Great Villages, he had casually offered the price of rescuing each individual to the Hokage and the Tsuchikage, which both of them had accepted. When that amount is tallied, it should be several hundred million ryo. These several hundred million ryo should be more than enough to fund Kurito's project Godhood for the next few steps, including the cultivation and development of the new generation of Chimera buds. As for the issue of Hokage and Tsuchikage not willing to recognize the deal, Kurito is not at all worried about this problem. After all, this time, Nagato unabashedly displayed the strength of the Akatsuki organization in front of the 5 great shinobi villages. The 4 Kage plus an advisor elder as well as their elite troops who had planned to carry out a surprise attack on Nagato in order to solve him with a thunderous blow couldn't even reach up to him and were almost killed by just one of Nagato's underlings. This just proves that the 5 great shinobi villages don't even have the power to resist Nagato's underlings, not to mention the Super Kage class Nagato himself, who is the bearer of the Rinnegan, the eyes of Rakudo Sennin. Therefore, Kurito knows that as long as both Hokage and Tsuchikage are not idiots, they will definitely not back away from paying the promised amount to the Amatsukami. Because, not paying the agreed amount is equivalent to offending a Matsukami, and any qualified Kage wouldn't dare to offend a Matsukami in such a precarious situation. After all, anyone with discerning eyes can see that the Amatsukami organization is the only force in the shinobi world that can check and balance the Akatsuki organization, so rather than offending a Matsukami, the 5 great shinobi villages would opt for a wiser choice and would attempt to win over a Matsukami in order to ensure the safety of their respective villages. So, the problem of funds shouldn't be a bother for Kurito in a short time. After reaching this conclusion, Kurito transferred his soul back to the main body, stored the Fujin clone inside the nutrition tank, and then turned his gaze towards the other nutrition tanks with a pondering expression. Currently, there are 6 nutrition tanks in front of Kurito in this laboratory. Of the 6, 3 are empty, while the other 3 stores the Sujin, water, clone, Tsukii/Homeuse Yubi, fire, clone, and Fujin, wind, clone. Naturally, Kurito wouldn't be using his main body, Yama, to collect the remuneration from the Hokage, because doing such a lowly task is unacceptable for the high and mighty Yama. Therefore, Kurito must choose a clone to complete this task. The Fujin clone is not completely healed, so Kurito wouldn't risk using it either. As such, he has only 2 options left to him. The first is the Sujin clone, while the other is the Tsukii clone. Sujin clone was created using Yuki Haku's cells, and Haku's cells were almost non-aggressive, so the appearance of the Sujin clone was quite similar to that of Kurito when it was created. But that was only the case when it was created. With the passage of time, which has brought the increase of Kurito's age, those similarities are no longer so obvious considering different physical growth at Novel Bin at. The main body has grown quite impeccably as the physique of a young man is supposed to develop, but that is not the case with the Sujin clone, whose physique has developed into that of a trap quite similar to that of Haku. Of course, even with these different body types, the facial features of the Sujin clone are quite similar to that of Kurito, and these similarities in the facial features are still somewhat recognizable upon closer notice, not to mention the highly conspicuous Byakugan. If the situation in the village escalates, and the Sujin's mask is somehow destroyed, then there will be an issue of Kurito's cover being blown away. As such, Kurito will definitely not use Sujin clone either. With all the other options rejected, Tsukii clone was the only option left, and Kurito decided to go along with it. After making the decision, Kurito didn't waste too much time and took out the Tsukii clone from the nutrition tank, dried off the water, then implanted the pair of eternal Mangekyou Sharinon into the eye sockets of the Tsukii clone. With that done, Kurito used Tenseigin Soul Descent to transfer his soul into the Tsukii clone. One side of Kurito's eyes closed. At the same time, Tsukai's eyes opened and she slowly sat up from the operating table. This feeling, Tsukii shook her head slightly and sighed. The problem was not the ever-increasing bust to which she has almost gotten used to by now, but the strange dizziness and headache she felt. Because this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eye sockets was obtained through the most orthodox method, as such, the visual prowess of this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is extremely strong. And the visual prowess has further increased and changed after being stimulated by the high-potent yang chakra of the Hashirama cells during the cell transplantation operation in Shisui, to the point that this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eye sockets seems to have come to life as if it has a pulse and heartbeat of its own that is constantly beating in rhythmic beats. This is the first time Tsukii is able to clearly feel this alive sensation from this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon. Is it because I am not the original awakener of these eyes? Muttered Tsukii with a thoughtful look on her face. The trait alive in this pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is obviously a manifestation of a sense of independence. Tsukii is not completely unfamiliar with this sensation, as she has felt the same alive sensation from the giant Tensagen on the moon while being in the resonant state with it. The reason why the giant Tensagen on the moon has the alive sensation is that it is a combination of thousands of pairs of Byakugan, thus it contains unimaginable spiritual power from thousands of its Satsuki clansmen. And the fact that the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon has also started to gain a similar, albeit much weaker alive sensation means that a spiritual presence of Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota power has started to manifest. After perceiving this sensation carefully, Tsukii couldn't help but conclude, these eyes really do seem to manifest the spiritual presence of Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki, although, from what I can feel, it's just their instinctive presence, not their complete sense of self. And Tsukii felt that this is not such a strange phenomenon. After all, Sharinon is the manifestation of one's spiritual essence. Tsukii is very certain of this because, with the improvement of knowledge and experience, her understanding of the mysterious realm of the soul has also started to become somewhat clear, so the eternal mystery named Sharinon has also been unveiled to her to some extent. In the final analysis, Sharinon, the eyes that reflect the heart, is actually just an organ unique to the bodies of the Uchiha clansmen that helps in the external manifestation of their spiritual power, i.e., the yin chakra. Since Sharinon is just an organ that manifests yin chakra, then the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon is also the same organ, with the only difference being the fact that the quality and concentration of yin chakra it has manifested is very high in comparison to the Sharinon. From this, we can further conclude that the essence of Rinnegan is just the combination of high quality and high concentration yin and yang chakra. The combination of Indra chakra and the Asura chakra just happens to be the only and easiest source in the shinobi world to meet the requirements of obtaining high quality and high concentration yin and yang chakra. But this doesn't mean that the combination of Indra and Asura chakra or acquisition of the Rakudo chakra is the only necessary condition to awaken the Rinnegan. They are not the only condition, but just one of the many possible ways to awaken the Rinnegan. The key point here is the high quality and high concentration yin chakra and yang chakra. As long as these two requirements are met, no matter the source from where they originate, awakening Rinnegan shouldn't be impossible. After carefully experiencing the changes in the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon in her eye sockets, Tsukii slowly drew up some conclusions that are of major significance. First, the most significant and obvious change is definitely the increase in the visual prowess of the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and this enhancement is the kind of enhancement that can be clearly felt. As per Tsukii's own estimation, she'd say her visual prowess has increased by 25 to 30%, which is a lot. The second, and the most surprising change is the rejection phenomenon. And last but not the least, the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon are trying to influence Tsukii, her emotions, and her thought process. After recording all these conclusions on her test leg, Tsukii was lost in thought. The increase in the visual prowess was not that surprising considering the yang chakra stimulation that the eyes have received. But the sudden rejection phenomenon surprised Tsukii, as there was no such case before, and she didn't expect it to appear either. The most reasonable speculation to explain the rejection phenomenon is the increase in visual prowess. And if we go by this scenario, then the eye's attempt to influence Tsukii's thoughts and emotions is brought by this rejection phenomenon. The aforementioned explanation seems quite self-explanatory, as the increase in the visual prowess has brought an alive characteristic to the eyes, and since the eyes now contain the manifestation of Ryota and Hideki's instinctive thoughts, so they seem to be trying to reject Tsukii, who is not the original awakener of the eyes, at the same time influence her. Although quite a dangerous situation, this is not a bad thing for Tsukii, because these observations, speculations, and explanations clearly show that the pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharinon has indeed changed after being stimulated by the yang chakra of Hashirama cells, and is essentially different compared to a few months back. In fact, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that these eyes are now in an evolutionary state somewhere higher than the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon and lower than the Rinnegan. As for the reason why they failed to evolve into the Rinnegan, Tsukii speculates that the reason is probably either the lack of sufficient yin chakra or the yang chakra in terms of quality and quantity, or that the host who was used for the evolution process did not meet all the required standards. After all, Shisui who was used as a host wasn't the original awakener of these eyes, so it's not too surprising. If Tsukii were to use Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan awakening as a reference, at the time of transplanting the Hashirama cells he was already standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, and even then, only decades after the transplantation of Hashirama cells, by the time he was reaching his death did the Rinnegan awaken. From Madara's reference, it can be seen that for the evolution of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to Rinnegan, the amount of chakra required should have been very high. And if we go along with this speculation, does that mean these eyes will evolve when the chakra requirements are met? Perhaps a special scenario has to be created to meet the chakra requirements necessary for the evolution. With this thought in mind, Tsukii dressed up herself, disguised as Homu's Yubi, and then left Anchor Ventian in an underground base. Slurp slurp slurp. The sound of slurping continued to echo as a certain blonde-haired kid was busy gulping down cups of ramen. From the casual and unrestrained way of eating without minding his location, it didn't appear as if he was kidnapped, and even he didn't seem to have the consciousness of being a hostage. Looking at this scene, the readers can only sigh, well, that's Uzumaki Naruto for ya. At the same time, the black-haired girl with the bob cut and pure white eyes sitting next to him seemed rather timid, which was much more normal given their circumstances, and she was barely eating in small bites while vigilantly looking around in fear. While the two kids, we being themselves, a figure walked out of darkness. Hineda's expression shrank, she quickly put aside her cup ramen and clutched onto Naruto's jacket as she timidly looked at the person walking towards them. Seeing Hineda's reaction, Naruto looked at the incoming person and shouted towards him with an angry expression, Orochimaru, don't even think about hurting my friend. Indeed, the figure that walked out of the darkness is not someone else, but Orochimaru, who kidnapped Naruto and Hineda from the refugee shelter. Obviously, Naruto doesn't know or realize who exactly is Orochimaru, but back when they were in the refugee shelter, Naruto had heard Anko yelling the opposite man as Orochimaru, so the innocently ignorant and oblivious Naruto also directly referred to him as Orochimaru. Compared to Naruto, who doesn't know anything about who or what does the name Orochimaru represents, Hineda, being the first princess of the Hyuga clan, has obviously heard the name of the snake son in Orochimaru, which is why she also realizes the horror of the man walking towards them, and doesn't dare to look up at him. As they say, sometimes ignorance is also a bliss. Orochimaru chuckled, and walked over without paying any mind to Naruto's warning, nor did he seem to care about Naruto's ignorance. Naruto didn't know Orochimaru's meaning, but seeing the other party coming towards them, he quickly emptied his cup ramen in one single bite, then with his mouth filed up, he hurriedly stood in front of Hineda, guarding her against Orochimaru, and questioned, Oi, o awama, waziu iu han huziu suiar. Oi, Orochimaru, what do you want to do to her? Looking at Naruto trying to protect Hineda even with his mouth filled with ramen, Orochimaru stretched out his hand, coiled it around Naruto, and flung it to the side, then reached out his hand to lift Hineda's chin and looked into her pure white eyes. If this action was performed by someone other than Orochimaru, especially a certain blonde-haired kid, Hineda would have made Hineda blush in embarrassment, which might have either led to a doki doki and dear moment, or she might have become unconscious with steam coming out of her head, but because the other party is Orochimaru, such a thing was obviously impossible. In fact, being stared at by Orochimaru's snake-like pupils and being subjected to his murderous pressure, Hineda shivered. She was so afraid that she didn't even dare to breathe at all. Orochimaru, let Hineda go. Seeing Orochimaru seemed to be having some ideas about Hineda, Naruto with his sense of justice shouted, and was about to rush towards him. Ara, snake? Where did these snakes come from? But just as Naruto was about to get up, he realized that he was unable to move for some reason. He quickly looked down and noticed that his hands and feet were being bound by several snakes that were staring at him as if they will bite him the very next moment, making Naruto dare not make any careless moves. With Naruto quiet down, Orochimaru continued to observe Hineda's eyes, and after finding nothing worth attention, he shook his head in disappointment. Byakugan, although one of the three great dojutsu, it doesn't seem to have anything special that would make it comparable to the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. As more and more Uchiha clansmen with Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in the shinobi world, and as the presence of Nagato with the Rinnegan became more and more dominating, the reputation of the Byakugan that has been considered as one of the two major dojutsu of Konoha alongside the Sharingan, fell to the bottom, and people even start to wonder if being considered one of the three great dojutsu is a bit of an exaggeration and misnomer for the Byakugan. After all, the Hyuga clan has no notable people who can compare themselves with the likes of Mangekyo Sharingan awakeners of the Uchiha clan, and the Rinnegan bearer Nagato. Orochimaru has also studied the Byakugan, but he found nothing too attractive about it. In addition to the outstanding investigative ability and the ability to see through the chakra points of the enemies, Byakugan has close to zero performance in other aspects, so Orochimaru soon lost interest in the Byakugan and was attracted towards Sharingan, specifically towards the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Rinnegan because of their wonderful and mysterious origin and abilities. Bored upon not getting what he wanted, Orochimaru released Hineda and also recalled the snakes that tied up Naruto's hands and feet. Upon regaining his freedom, Naruto hurried towards Hineda, and while protecting her, he said to Orochimaru, "It doesn't matter if you have caught me, Orochimaru, but do you even know who she is?" Hineda is from a famous shinobi clan from the village called, it seems to be called, what was it called again? Well, whatever, she is from a famous shinobi clan. If you dare to hurt her, the people from her clan will not spare you. Naruto is still not that much aware of the concept of the noble society, especially the meaning and powers of the shinobi clans such as the Uchiha and the Hyuga, but after spending a lot of time with Sasuke, and always listening to Sasuke's boasting about the Uchiha clan as the first and the strongest clan of Konoha, he has come to understand that children like Sasuke and Hineda are born differently from civilians like him. Children like Sasuke and Hinata who are part of the major shinobi clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga are born naturally superior to the civilians like him. They are not your run-of-the-mill people who can be provoked so easily, even the ordinary villagers don't dare to mess around with them. Seeing Naruto's serious look as he earnestly explained all this to Orochimaru couldn't help but think of the man named Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Yellow Flash, the man who had bested Orochimaru and became Konoha's Yondaime Hokage. Looking at the child of that man standing in front of him, Orochimaru sneered, the corners of his lips arched and he asked Naruto in a gentle tone, "Boy, are you aware of who our parents are?" Upon listening to Orochimaru's sudden question, Naruto's words came to a sudden pause, his entire aura became lonely, and he barely nodded. Does this kid knows the identity of his parents? Orochimaru was a little surprised, and muttered, is it possible that someone in the village violated Sarutobi-sensei's order and informed Naruto of the identity of his parents? After the death of the Yondaime couple, Sandaime Hokage had issued an order to keep the identity and the life experience of Naruto's parents a secret from him, and Orochimaru didn't think that anyone in the village would dare to blatantly violate Sandaime Hokage's order regarding such a serious matter. As such, he didn't consider the possibility that Naruto would be aware of the identity of his parents. In the first place, the number of people who are aware of Naruto's true identity is very few, so Orochimaru was more surprised upon learning this information. At the same time, he became curious about the person who dared to inform Naruto the real identity of his parents, and Orochimaru was also interested in that person's intentions behind leaking such a piece of secret information to Naruto, so he questioned, "Who told you?" Naruto kicked the stone beside his feet, and replied absently, "Everyone says, at novel bin at. Everyone." Orochimaru frowned, and questioned, "What does everyone say? Who are your parents?" Naruto whispered lightly, "The nine-tailed demon fox." Orochimaru muttered with a playful smile, "Oh, from the rumors of the nine-tailed demon fox." Because in this verse he defected earlier than in the canon, so Orochimaru personally doesn't know anything about Naruto's upbringing in Konoha. All his knowledge and understanding about the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi comes from the intelligence transmitted to him by the spies lurking inside the village. And after this conversation with Naruto, Orochimaru found out that the kid is simpler than he had initially thought. Rather, it should be said that Naruto is much more stupid than Orochimaru had initially assumed. Aside from his physical appearance, this kid doesn't really look like that man's son. Seeing Orochimaru looking at him silently, Naruto shouted, "It doesn't matter what everyone thinks of me. It doesn't matter that you look down upon me. I will prove that I am as good as just about anyone. No, I am going to prove that I am even better, and then nobody will be able to ignore me anymore, and everyone will acknowledge me, everyone will respect me, Yano." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and questioned, "And how do you plan on doing that?" Naruto declared loudly, "Since Hokage is the most respected person in the village, then I am going to become the greatest Hokage there is. When I become the greatest Hokage, everyone will respect me." Orochimaru's snake-like eyes stared at Naruto, and his thoughts gradually drifted past. True, Orochimaru has never been interested in the position of Konoha's Hokage, and honestly speaking, Orochimaru's interest mainly lies in exploring the mysteries of ninjutsu as well as pursuing the eternal life and immortality, but this does not mean that he is indifferent to the partiality Sandaime Hokage showed towards Konoha's Yellow Flash, which resulted in Orochimaru's loss against Namikaze Minato in the Yondaime Hokage selection. Therefore, the reason for Orochimaru's resentment towards Konoha and Hokage is not the fact that he didn't become the Yondaime Hokage, but the disapproval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was his sensei, and the humiliation of losing to the disciple of his former friend, who is supposed to be a junior. In Orochimaru's heart, he may not have wanted to become the Hokage, but you still have to give the position to him, even if just for satisfying his ego. But Sandaime Hokage didn't do this. He directly ignored Orochimaru and chose Namikaze Minato as his successor, causing Orochimaru's feelings to become distorted towards his sensei and the Konoha village, and prompting him to finally let go of almost all the factors that were stopping him from treading the path of no return. With these distorted feelings of his, Orochimaru planned out the Konoha crush in the canon. And truthfully speaking, his objective behind the Konoha crush wasn't actually the destruction of Konoha, rather, it was his unique attempt of venting out his dissatisfaction against his sensei. But in the end, Orochimaru didn't really care whether his Konoha crush plan succeeds or not, and Konoha is destroyed or not, because if he did, he wouldn't have secretly killed off the Yondaime Kazekage just a few days prior to the launch of the plan, as Yondaime Kazekage could have been a great ally in the plan. By secretly killing the Kazekage, and posing as him, Orochimaru forcibly created a one-on-one fighting situation against his sensei and stopped others from interfering, then used the forbidden jutsu to resurrect the Hokages of the previous generation, which forced Sandaime Hokage to fight against both of his former senseis, Shadaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage, and also helplessly watch the destruction of the village. This kind of ritualistic behavior is nothing but venting out his dissatisfaction towards his sensei. "You didn't give it to me, right? Then I will destroy it right before your helpless eyes using the very people you respected the most." This is his entire thought process behind the Konoha crush. But on the night a few days ago, when he saw the village getting flattened by Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei, Orochimaru suddenly felt lost. When he realized that what he was seriously planning for turned out to be nothing more than a momentary thought for someone on the level of Nagato, he suddenly lost interest in destroying Konoha and venting out his dissatisfaction against his sensei, or it can even be said that his dissatisfaction against his sensei was vented out on that night together with the destruction of the village. And all that Orochimaru cares about now is uncovering the mysteries of ninjutsu and pursuing eternal life. While Orochimaru was busy in his thoughts, Naruto called out, "Orochimaru, why did you bring the two of us here?" Naruto's yell pulled Orochimaru out of his train of thoughts. He glanced at Naruto for a moment, then the corner of his mouth perked up unconsciously. As a former member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru was quite clear about Akatsuki's intentions of capturing all the 9 Baijuyu, although he didn't know what they were going to do to control them. He can more or less guess. And in the past few months, his doubts have become more and more clear, especially after the news of Nagato being able to absorb Baijuyu chakra inside the Gedo statue has been made public. Orochimaru doesn't know what exactly will that wooden statue become after absorbing all the 9 Baijuyu. No matter what it is definitely not something that he wants the Akatsuki organization to bring to life. As such, Orochimaru really wants the Akatsuki organization to fail in its goal of collecting the 9 Baijuyu. At this time, Kabuto walked into the dark and damp cave. He came by Orochimaru's side and whispered lightly, "Orochimaru-sama, the Akatsuki organization has leaked news through the black market. They seem to be interested in a hostage exchange with us." Orochimaru became curious and questioned, "What is your opinion about their intentions?" Kabuto thought a little, then replied while pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, "I think they are not sincere enough. Their so-called interest in hostage exchange is probably just a ruse. And what's awaiting us at the site of hostage exchange will most likely be a deathly trap." Orochimaru nodded. "I feel the same." Kabuto asked tentatively, "So, how should we respond, Orochimaru-sama? Should I just ignore them, or?" With a bit of hesitation, Orochimaru instructed, "Promise them." Kabuto wasn't very surprised, for he knew full well how much Orochimaru wants to obtain Uchiha Sasuke from the Akatsuki organization before the Uchiha clan, so after a little consideration, he said, "Orochimaru-sama, let me take care of the hostage exchange. You don't need to personally take such a risk. Anyway, with Sasori on their side, perhaps I can still act as a double agent." "You are misunderstanding something, Kabuto-kun," said Orochimaru with a grin, as he muttered, "How can I give them the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi?" Kabuto was taken aback for a moment, and questioned, "Does that mean you are giving up on Uchiha Sasuke?" but immediately shook his head, and as if the thought of something, he reacted, "No, that's not the case. You want to use this opportunity of hostage exchange to secretly snatch Uchiha Sasuke from their hands while not letting go the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi." Orochimaru didn't have the opportunity to respond to Kabuto, because when Naruto heard Kabuto mentioning the name Uchiha Sasuke, he immediately said, "Hey, what do you want to do to Sasuke? Don't you know? His brother Itachi is a very powerful shinobi. If you dare to bully him, he will definitely not let you go so easily." Uchiha Itachi, huh? At the mention of Itachi's name, some bad memories clicked in his mind, but Orochimaru snorted coldly, and asked in his magnetic hoarse voice, "Boy, do you want power? Do you want to become stronger?" Naruto gave Orochimaru an "Are you an idiot?" look and replied in an obvious tone, "Of course, I do. Is there even a need to ask such an obvious question?" Orochimaru's forehead twitched upon receiving the "Are you an idiot?" look, but he ignored that annoyance, and spoke after turning around, "Then follow me. From now on, I will guide you in ninjutsu." Although Orochimaru wants to obtain Uchiha Sasuke, he doesn't want to give Uzumaki Naruto to the Akatsuki, but at the same time, Orochimaru knows that this is not easy, considering Akatsuki's strong lineup. So, Orochimaru thought about it, and finally reached the conclusion that as long as the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi is strong enough, capturing him will become difficult for the Akatsuki. This means, training Uzumaki Naruto and making him capable of protecting himself is the best way to hinder Akatsuki's plan. As for the question of whether Uzumaki Naruto will become strong enough to protect himself from the Akatsuki, Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash and Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, both of whom were incredibly talented people in their own rights. Therefore, as their son, he has to have inherited their talent. And Orochimaru himself is also very confident in his ability to train disciples. There are very few people whom Orochimaru has taught earnestly, and without exception, each one of them has become excellent shinobi without exception, whether it is Hayagakuruto, Yakushi Kabuto, or Kagaya Kimimaro. Therefore, Orochimaru believes that if Uzumaki Naruto, being the son of those two, and the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi receives his earnest teachings, the kid wouldn't fall behind any of those three. Naruto was surprised at Orochimaru's sudden words. He even believed that he had heard it wrong, and couldn't help but ask again, "Orochimaru, did you really say what I heard you say? Do you really have no problem teaching me ninjutsu?" In Konoha, there are only a handful of people who are willing to talk to Naruto and treat him normally, not to mention someone who is willing to teach him. This is why, when he heard Orochimaru willing to teach him, he was deeply moved in his heart. Although he never said it, Naruto has always been very envious of Sasuke, who has a family caring about him and many people willing to teach him. Yes. Orochimaru nodded slightly and immediately walked out of the cave without giving Naruto any more chance to speak. Receiving a positive reply, then watching Orochimaru's back disappear, Naruto instinctively wanted to follow, but considering Hinata whom he was protecting until a while ago, he hesitated. Hinata noticed Naruto's desire, and also his hesitation out of her consideration, so she slowly let go of Naruto's sleeve she was holding up to now, and said lightly, "It's okay, Naruto-kun, go ahead. I will be fine." Although she was scared, she could see in Naruto's eyes that he really wanted to follow Orochimaru. Naruto still hesitated slightly. He didn't even know what to say. Leaving her alone here didn't feel right to him. At this time Kabuto said with a smile, "Don't worry Naruto-kun, Hinata-sama will be alright, I will take care of her. And more importantly, you have gotten a chance of being personally taught by Orochimaru-sama, don't miss it. There are many who hope to be taught by Orochimaru-sama, but not everyone can get such a chance even in their lifetime." Hinata also added lightly, "Yes Naruto-kun, I have heard that Orochimaru-sama is one of the legendary Sannin, a shinobi who was once a candidate for the Yondaime Hokage-sama. I don't know why he left the village, but he should be a very strong person. So, if you want to become Hokage, then he can definitely teach you something." Under the persuasion of Kabuto and Hinata, Naruto finally nodded, "Alright, but don't be afraid, your family will definitely come to rescue you." Hinata nodded lightly, "Yes." With Hinata's nod, Naruto no longer hesitated and chased after Orochimaru's back. With Naruto gone, Kabuto said to Hinata, "Hinata-sama, you don't have to worry. The Hyuga clan has contacted us. Once the conditions are negotiated, we will let you go back, at novel bin at." Hinata nodded absent-mindedly because, at this time, she didn't seem to care about her situation. She lightly glanced at Naruto's from time to time and asked, "Kabuto-san, Naruto-kun, he will be alright, right?" Kabuto pushed his glasses, and replied, "That is, of course. After all, even I don't think Orochimaru-sama will try to mess around with the Kyuubi." In a dark and dingy room, Sasuke who was tied to one of the two wooden posts twisted his body slightly, then questioned Neji who was tied to the other wooden post next to him. "Hey, Neji, you don't seem to be moving at all, don't you feel numb even after being tied up for the past 3 days?" Neji glanced at Sasuke for a moment, then turned back without giving any answer. It didn't seem that he was in the mood of doing so. "Humph," Sasuke snorted, then muttered to himself, "That's right, I get it, they must have tied you much looser compared to me. After all, I am different, I have awakened the Sharingan. To them, I am a much bigger threat compared to you." Neji coldly said, "Yes, you have awakened the Sharingan, and you are a different type of genius from everyone else, but so what? Aren't you also tied up here just like me?" Neji then took a pause, and whispered lightly, "Besides, if we are talking about our ability to remove these bindings and escaping, then as a Hyuga who are capable of seeing nearly 360 degrees and having an innate ability to expel chakra from every tenketsu in the body, I am much more of a threat to them compared to you. That's why they took the trouble of using chakra sealing cuffs on us. You." Sasuke was left speechless, and fell into a silence. Neji didn't say anything either. With the two kids not speaking anything, an awkward silence stretched into the room, and in this quietness, the two kids were able to hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. After a long time, Sasuke couldn't bear it any longer and broke the silence. "Don't be afraid, Myota-san and Nii-san will definitely come to rescue me. When they do, you will be safe too." Neji opened his mouth, seemed to be wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't find any right words and said with a sigh, "Then, perhaps I should say, thank you, I guess." Although the two kids regard each other as rivals, they did not forget that they are companions from the same village and have been caught up in a difficult situation. Communication has always been one of the best ways to relieve stress and fear that are out of control, so after this brief conversation, the pent-up anxiety of the two seemed to be relieved a little. Moreover, at this time, Sasuke is far from becoming the introvert and brooding kid as shown in the canon, so after his anxiety was somewhat relieved, he immediately opened up the chatterbox, and questioned with a curious tone, "Hey Neji, you seem to be worried about something other than escaping here, right? What is it?" Neji muttered lightly, "I am worried about Hinata-sama." "Oh, so you are worried about your sister." Sasuke nodded in realization, and muttered, "Now that you mention it, I am also worried about Kiyomi. I just hope she is safe with Okasan." Then he shook his head and said to Neji, "Hyuga Hinata should be with Naruto. Although Naruto is an idiot, he is still trustworthy. I believe Naruto will definitely not let anything happen to her. Moreover, isn't she the heiress of the main family of the Hyuga clan? So, your Hyuga clan will also try their best to rescue her, so you don't really have to worry about her." "Yes, the clan will try their best to rescue Hinata-sama." Neji nodded in agreement. At the same time, a lonely look appeared on his face. Neji knows that between him and Hinata, the entire clan will give priority to rescuing Hinata, even his father wouldn't be an exception, and this is perfectly understandable. After all, the branch family exists to protect the main family. Whether as a brother or a member of the branch family, Neji too hopes that Hinata remains safe, and safely returns back to Konoha, but, at the same time, such difference also made him feel uncomfortable and lonely. Because, seeing Neji's state, Sasuke realized something and whispered lightly, "Does that mean, no one will come to rescue you?" Neji didn't really have an answer to Sasuke's question, and can only say in a self-convincing tone, "Maybe my sensei will come." Sasuke's ears perked up, and he asked curiously, "Do you already have a sensei? Who is it? Is he good?" "Of course, he is good, rather, he is amazing. My sensei is Hyuga Kurito, he is one of the strongest jonin in Konoha." As Kurito's disciple, Niji has obviously done his fair share of research about Kurito's deeds. As such, he does have some information about Kurito. Moreover, Niji's father also greatly respects his sensei and often mentions to him about Kurito, so Niji also has great respect for his sensei. Be that as it may, Niji also knows that no matter how great his sensei is, no matter how powerful his sensei is, it would still be impossible for his sensei to save him. After all, the ones who have kidnapped him are the Akatsuki organization, the very same Akatsuki organization that has frightened the entire shinobi world. So, unless his sensei is a member of Amatsukami, rescuing him will be impossible for Kurito? Before Suzuki could say anything, suddenly a voice came from the corner wall of the room, so it turns out that the guy Hyaga Kurito is your sensei. The sudden voice shocked Niji and Suzuki because they couldn't even sense the presence of the other party. The room in which they are being held as a captive is not too big, and both of them have been constantly paying attention towards the only door leading to the room, and as far as they can see or sense, no one came in or went out in the past 3 days since the two of them were brought here. So, it is quite shocking for them to hear someone's voice out of nowhere. The two kids turned their heads following the source from where the voice came and discovered that the one who spoke was a strange man wearing Akatsuki's traditional cloak and a red mask with black patterns. The person who suddenly appeared in the room is naturally Madara, and the reason he came here was just out of curiosity towards the young Uchiha brought back by Kabuto. Madara has also heard of the name Uchiha Sasuke, who managed to awaken the Sharingan at the young age of 7 and wanted to observe him. In the Uchiha clan, the age of awakening the Sharingan also determines the basic talent of the person in question, and the fact that Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Sharingan at such a young age made him qualified to enter the field of vision of Madara. He wanted to observe Uchiha Sasuke for a while, and then decide on what to do with him. However, what he never expected was that the identity of the other child brought back by Kabuto turned out to be quite useful. The child from the branch division of the Hyaga family happens to be the disciple of Hyaga Kurito. Niji vigilantly looked at Madara and questioned, "Do you know my sensei?" Madara didn't give an answer to Niji but looked at him curiously. His cover in the shinobi world is Uchiha Madara, so naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to admit that he knew Hyaga Kurito in person and is a former classmate with the person in question. And now that he has confirmed that Hyaga Kurito is the sensei of this child in front of him, suddenly a plan cooked up in his mind. After their last action against the 5 great shinobi villages, and the battles against the 5 great villages, the Akatsuki organization is facing the threat of Amatsukami more and more squarely. The situation has gotten to the point that it wouldn't even be wrong to say that all members of the Akatsuki, including him and Nagato, have listed Amatsukami as the greatest threat in their goals. Even among the members of the Amatsukami, their leader Yama in particular is the most feared, a guy who can literally drop meteorites from outer space, at novel bin at. And the other members such as Fujin, and the 2 Homusubi are no less of a threat. Madara understands this most deeply as he has personally experienced the horror of the 3 of them, once killed by the female Homusubi, then killed by Fujin, and later sealed by the other Homusubi. After tasting so many defeats, it can be said that among the current known members of Amatsukami, except for their leader Yama and Sujin, the others have already brushed up the achievement of being able to kill or trap Uchiha Madara. Therefore, among all the members of the Akatsuki, Madara is more desperate than anyone. Regarding the development of a spy in Konoha, this is not only Madara's idea but other members of the organization have also mentioned this matter several times. The current Akatsuki already has quite a lot of spies in other shinobi villages, and this is also the reason why they have been able to grasp the movements of those villages quite early and repeatedly obtain intelligence regarding the plans of the cages of those villages, but Konoha is the only shinobi village they haven't been able to penetrate as of yet. So, Madara has been planning to develop a few capable spies in Konoha who will be able to give him important information on a regular basis. Since Hyaga Niji, the disciple of Hyaga Kurito, was kidnapped by accident, so Madara will not easily let go of this opportunity. As far as Madara is concerned, Hyaga Kurito is just a member of the branch family of the Hyaga clan. If there is one thing common among all the members of the branch family of the Hyaga clan, then it is definitely that fact that their fate of servitude is decided at the moment of birth, no matter how extraordinary they may become, no matter how excellent they perform, and no matter how splendid of a shinobi the members of the branch family become, they will always remain subordinates and servants of the main family, engraved with the curse of the birdcage, whose destiny, life, and death are always in the hands of the members of the main family of the Hyaga clan. As such, generally, the members of the branch family hold resentment towards the main family. The more talented a member of the branch family, the higher his resentment. Madara feels that he can definitely use that resentment to his advantage, and he doesn't really believe that Hyaga Kurito wouldn't be tempted if presented with the opportunity to be able to break free of the cage bird Juinjutsu. After reaching this conclusion, Madara shifted his gaze from Niji to Suzuki. The fact that a second Mangekyo Sharingan user has appeared in Amatsukami has made Madara vigilant again. At the same time, his heart is puzzled. When did the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan become so worthless? This doubt is not unreasonable. When Madara was young, the Mangekyo Sharingan was a legend with almost no one from the Uchiha clan having it. In fact, at that time, many Uchiha weren't even aware of the existence of the Mangekyo Sharingan. It was such a rarity. But now, Including himself, Shinichi, Shisui, and the 2 Homusubi of the Amatsukami, there are already as many as 5 Mangekyo Sharingan awakeners in the shinobi world. Such a thing is no joke. In fact, if the Amatsukami had only 1 Mangekyo Sharingan awakener, Madara can still understand it, and perhaps accept it. After all, during the Second and Third Great Shinobi Wars, just like him, a lot of people died or went missing on the chaotic battlefield, and couldn't be found or retrieved back whether dead or alive due to many reasons. As such, it would neither be too strange nor impossible if a lucky guy from the Uchiha clan managed to survive and coincidentally awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan due to some reasons, just like him. But the probability of this kind of thing happening is extremely low, infinitely close to zero. After all, Mangekyo Sharingan is not something one can awaken just because they want to. The person in question must not only have the necessary qualification, they must also experience despair. If only one such person had appeared beside him, it would already be a miraculous situation, and Madara might still be able to accept such a miracle for once. But if 2 such people appear, then it is no longer a miracle. There must be some other reasons? But no matter how much he tries to think about it, Madara just isn't able to figure out what those reasons are at Novel Bin Adat. Therefore, he has come to the conclusion that he must start looking at the root of it. The Mangekyo Sharingan can only be used by the Uchiha clansmen. Therefore, one thing he can be absolutely certain about is that the 2 Homusubi are definitely people of the Uchiha bloodline. Since the Uchiha clan is standing at the center of all his doubts, Madara has decided to look into the Uchiha clan of Konoha to get the answers to his doubts. If I remember correctly, the kid Itachi seems to care quite deeply about his younger brother Sasuke. With Sasuke in my hands, I can coerce him into investigating the origin of the 2 Homusubi of the Amatsukami from inside the Uchiha clan, and I don't think he will refuse me, at the end, even if he isn't able to give me any significant information. As long as he gives me a list of possible candidates, I can at least find something about them. The reason why Madara chose Uchiha Itachi to be another spy is that Madara appreciates Itachi's talent and also knows how deeply Itachi cares about his younger brother. With Itachi's weakness in his hands, Madara feels that he can control Itachi in the palm of his hand. Moreover, Itachi is the heir to the position of the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan, which is to say, he can easily access and investigate most of the confidential information within the Uchiha clan. As such, he is the perfect candidate to be a spy. As for the possibility of Uchiha Itachi being one of the Homusubi, it's not that Madara didn't consider it, but no matter how much he considered it, he didn't think it's possible. Madara doesn't question Uchiha Itachi's talent. Without a doubt Uchiha Itachi is a one-of-a-kind talent, but how old is he? And how old was he when both the Homusubi had already made their presence in the shinobi world? Even now, Uchiha Itachi is too young, just a little over 13 years old. Both the Homusubi had made their presence is known in the shinobi world as early as 4 to 5 years ago, which means, Uchiha Itachi was only about 9 years old at that time. At such a young age, awakening Mangekyo Sharingan is impossible. No matter how talented of a child he may be, it is just impossible. Even the likes of Uchiha Madara, who lived and grew up in the constant war-ridden world of the Warring States period where even children as young as 5 or 6 years of age had to go to the battlefield, couldn't have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan at such a young age, so how can Uchiha Itachi do it? This is simply beyond the realms of what's considered common sense. Since Madara has concluded that Uchiha Itachi couldn't be Homusubi, so making him a spy by blackmailing him would be the best choice for Madara. Thinking so, Madara looked at the 2 children one more time, then left the dingy room with a satisfied mood. As for the hostage exchange with Orochimaru, Madara never took that matter seriously. Orochimaru is a traitor to the organization. Traitors within the Akatsuki organization aren't tolerated, and traitors like Orochimaru who have good strength and can influence the situation are even more intolerable. The only reason they haven't yet disposed of Orochimaru is because of how busy Akatsuki has been in regards to the 5 great shinobi villages and the Amatsukami, and Madara also understands that killing Orochimaru wouldn't be an easy task, so he has never really spared any manpower in regards to Orochimaru. This time Akatsuki just wants to tempt Orochimaru using the hostage exchange and dispose of him for good. So Kabuto was absolutely correct. Akatsuki's offer of hostage exchange was nothing more than a cheesy trap prepared to catch Orochimaru, and by the way, also take the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi from his hands. Of course, Madara is not very optimistic about it given Orochimaru's personality. He knows Orochimaru's cunning and cautious nature, so there's just no way someone like Orochimaru would take such a big risk and agree to the hostage exchange. As such, Madara never put all his hopes into it. He is finally gone. Seeing the masked man leave, the 2 children, Sasuke and Neji, took a breath of relief. The mere presence of the masked man put too much psychological pressure on the 2 children, and it was already a surprise that the 2 children could still remain calm at Novel Bin Adat. At this time, Sasuke said in a somewhat confident tone, "That masked man, he may have tried to hide it, but from the way he reacted to the name of your sensei, I can tell, he definitely knows your master." Neji nodded with a heavy heart, "Yes, and he seems to be planning something in regards to my sensei. At the same time, I feel as if..." Madara, who did not conceal his true thoughts, actually gave a very bad signal to the 2 children, that is, Akatsuki organization may not let them off at all, no matter what. And if such a thing really happens, then let alone returning back to the village, they may not even be alive after Akatsuki finds them useless or their presence bothersome. After realizing how dangerous a situation they are in, the children fell silent. While the two children were silent and did not know what to do or speak, the sound of the metal gate being opened resounded and another person entered their sight. After realizing the identity of the visitor, Sasuke seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and couldn't help but a question with a hopeful tone, "Uchiha Shinichi, you are an Uchiha too, right? Are you here to save me?" Shinichi snorted, then shook his head with a sullen face, "Here, no one can save you, and I am no exception." Shinichi really admires the young Uchiha in front of him who managed to awaken the Sharingan at such an early age of 7, and, if it is up to Shinichi, he really wants to save this kid, but he knows that the price of saving Sasuke is losing his undercover identity within the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi can't make such a decision. Moreover, Shinichi is not sure whether he will be able to safely escape from Akatsuki's stronghold while carrying Sasuke with him. After all, that guy, Madara's spacetime jutsu has too many advantages when it comes to tracking, not to mention the unreasonable guy Zetsu. Therefore, Shinichi didn't risk it. Shinichi's blunt and straightforward rejection made Sasuke a little lost. As Shinichi saw that Sasuke's depressed mood, he decided that he can at least comfort the kid. "You don't really have to worry too much. I may not be able to save you, but I can at least try to ensure your safety. After all, you two are an Uchiha, right?" Sasuke was more disappointed, but a little relieved at the same time because he realized that, if Uchiha Shinichi can ensure my safety long enough, then I may be able to get back to the village. But then he suddenly remembered something, and immediately asked, "What about him?" Following the direction Sasuke was looking at, Shinichi turned towards Niji, then shook his head, "I can't guarantee his life. An ordinary child of the branch family of the Hyuga clan has no value to the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, the existence of the cage bird Juinjutsu on Niji's forehead decreases his value even further, so there is really no way for Shinichi to ensure Niji's safety." Sasuke was worried, and hurriedly pleaded, "Shinichi-san, please, Niji is a friend of mine, I will do anything, please protect him." Although Sasuke also has the iconic arrogance and pride of the Uchiha clan engraved in his personality, he is still an innocent and kind kid at this time, and since both of them have gotten into the same trouble, he considers Niji as his friend and companion, so, Sasuke doesn't want himself to be the only to survive. Shinichi shook his head indifferently. In order to ensure Sasuke's safety, Shinichi can still use the excuse that Sasuke is from the same clan as him, and given that he is an extremely talented child, Sasuke has the value of being trained and recruited into the Akatsuki organization. Considering Hiriko's present condition, Nagato and Madara may accept when presented with such reasoning. After all, the threat of a Matsukami is always looming over their head and Akatsuki needs high-tier combat power. But Niji is different. He is a member of the branch division of the Hyuga clan, so Shinichi can't get involved on a personal level. Moreover, because of the existence of the cage bird cursed mark, Hyuga Niji has no value in being trained because he just can't be recruited within the Akatsuki no matter how talented the kid may be. As such, Shinichi has no way to ensure Niji's safety. Listening to Sasuke constantly pleading for his safety from Shinichi, Niji, who is also a member of a great shinobi clan, couldn't sit still, and said after mustering up his courage, "Sasuke, don't beg him, even if he is a member of the Uchiha clan. You can't trust him. After all, he is working together with the people who brought us here. Moreover, I am not really worried. It doesn't matter whether he can ensure my safety or not. My sensei, gritting teeth noise, my sensei, will save me. Your sensei, you say?" Shinichi chuckled, and questioned, "Who is your sensei?" But without waiting for Niji to reply, he continued, "Just give up, kid. Even if your sensei is Hokage himself, he can't ensure your safety." Niji opened his mouth, and seemed to want to argue, but in the end, he could only close his mouth and chose to remain silent, as it was of no use. Niji perfectly understands that such verbal arguments are meaningless, and his pride and the sense of honor of the Hyuga clansman made him reluctant to do such a pointless thing. Moreover, he will only be giving out intelligence that Akatsuki may be trying to obtain if he speaks too much. Shinichi glanced at Niji with some appreciation. At least this kid knows when to remain silent. Then without saying anything else, he got up and walked out of the room. Just as he was about to leave the room, Shinichi decided to leave some words of advice for the two kids and said, "From the moment you two were brought out of the village, your destiny is no longer in your control. If the two of you wish to live, then first understand what it means to survive, and what it takes to survive in this shinobi world." After hearing Shinichi's words, Sasuke felt inexplicably apprehensive. At the same time, he was no longer certain whether his Tioyu-san or Nii-san will be able to save him or not, so, in a worried tone, he questioned Niji in a light voice, "Niji, your sensei's name is Hyuga Kurito, right? Is he really as powerful of a shinobi as you say? And will he really be able to save the two of us?" Niji was silent. He didn't know how to answer. But Shinichi, on the other hand, who had just stepped out of the room, stopped as soon as he heard the terms Hyuga Kurito and sensei. Then he turned around his head towards Niji and questioned with an inexplicable expression, "Your sensei, is he really Hyuga Kurito?" Konoha village. Hyuga Kurito was obviously clueless about the interaction of the four kidnapped kids with their respective kidnappers. Currently, his soul was inside the Tsukii clone, who has returned to the Konoha village, but unlike every other time, this time, Tsukii did not sneak into the village using the secret routes. Rather, she disguised herself in her disguise of Homusubi of the Amatsukami and openly appeared at the main gate of Konoha village. Since Homusubi made her presence known, so she was obviously immediately noticed by the Konoha shinobi who were on patrol, and immediately gathered around her. After the events, a few nights ago, similar to the Akatsuki organization, even many Konoha shinobi have come to believe that the village must have made some sort of secret alliance with Amatsukami, which made the members of the Amatsukami organization intervene and actively confront the Akatsuki organization on that night. Otherwise, a mercenary organization like Amatsukami doesn't really have any reason to go to such lengths in order to resist Akatsuki, right? Therefore, the Konoha shinobi who were on patrol not only did not attempt to take Homusubi under custody, given Konoha's previous enmity with Amatsukami, but were also very polite towards her. Since Konoha shinobi didn't actively attack her, just gathered around her, so Homusubi paid them no mind, and before long, two Konoha Umbu appeared in front of her, and said in a very respectfully tone, "Homusubi-sama, Sandaime Hokage-sama has requested to see you." Homusubi wasn't surprised and after silently nodding towards the two Konoha Umbu, she followed them to formally meet the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha village. Bypassing the rebuilding blocks and avoiding the gazes of the ordinary Konoha villagers, Homusubi quietly followed the two Konoha Umbu and arrived at the Hokage's camp. Since the Hokage building is still under construction, so a temporary camp of makeshift tents has been created where different departments that were located within the Hokage building are functioning. As Homusubi followed the two Umbu towards the main tent, the shinobi who were guarding the Hokage camp saw her, and upon realizing her identity as a member of Amatsukami, all of them were taken aback, then immediately nodded towards her respectfully, showing signs of respect and appreciation as if Amatsukami was never once declared to be a terrorist organization. Homusubi maintained her cold and arrogant persona, and silently followed the two Konoha Umbu all the way. While passing through one of the tents, she was able to hear noisy discussion. "No, your analysis is wrong, right Nara-san? What is your opinion on this?" "I wouldn't exactly it is wrong, rather incomplete. But, this level of Doton Jutsu is simply unstoppable. You are being too pessimistic Shimura-san, and Sarutobi-sama, please do not underestimate the destruction bugs of the Abarame clan." Such discussion reached Homusubi's ears as she made her way towards the main tent in the camp. Upon listening to their discussion and arguments, Tsukii under her Homusubi mask smiled slightly and shook her head. She is no stranger to such argument, as she too has participated in such sessions quite a few times, albeit as Hyaga not as Uchiha Tsukii. These discussions are carried in almost all the departments of the Konoha military force, including the Umbu, police force, sealing class, intelligence class, medical class, censor class as well as various clans of Konoha village. As for the content of the discussion, the content of the discussions is generally the intelligence analysis of the friend and foe alike, including their jutsu, appearance, individuality, specialization, intrigues etc., and deployment of corresponding countermeasures. Since the current friend and foe Konoha village is dealing with is the Amatsukami organization and Akatsuki organization respectively, so, the members of these two organizations, as well as the various abilities and jutsu they used in the battle a few nights ago, have become the center of the discussion. When Kuruto attended a similar meeting organized by the Umbu department a few days ago, he vaguely disclosed Nagato and Obito's various Rinnegan and Mangekyo Sharinon abilities from the perspective of an onlooker, and because he is a member of the Hyaga clan with the Byakugan, his input was given extreme importance, and immediately a team consisting of various experienced shinobi was also established for analyzing those abilities one by one in order to create countermeasures accordingly. At the same time, Tsukii also knows that a similar discussion is also taking place at the medical camp at Novel Bin At. Because Nagato didn't bother to retrieve the Shurido after its defeat in the Konoha refugee shelter, so, Konoha was able to keep it to carry out an analysis and for the past few days a team headed by Tsunade Haim has been carrying out a thorough autopsy of the corpse of Shurido. Although the corpse of Shurido was damaged brutally because of the effect of Shinra Tensei, it was the only corpse of Pain Rakudo Konoha managed to capture, therefore, its value is obviously very high. The Black Chakra receivers about which Kuruto had already given his input has now become the focus of research of Konoha's scientific and medical department, with everyone trying to figure out what exactly that thing is and how to counter or replicate its power. And doing such an intelligence analysis, autopsy, and experiments is nothing strange for Konoha village. This is a great shinobi village, intelligence gathering, its analysis, and developing respective countermeasures is akin to an instinct for the great shinobi villages. After all, in a battle between shinobi, as long as the difference in strength and skills is not too large, then the difference in intelligence plays the most important role and becomes the deciding factor of how the battle plays out and, in whose favor, does it play out. After putting aside these thoughts, Tsukii looked at the biggest tent in front of her and followed the two Hokage to enter inside the makeshift Hokage's tent. As Homusubi entered the tent, the first person she saw was none other than the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was quietly sitting on the sofa, with the tobacco pipe was in his mouth and a pensive expression on his face. Standing beside the Sandaime Hokage was the captain of the Umbu department, and Yuditen Koharu too was present in the tent, sitting on the sofa on the side with a serious expression. After the two Umbu who escorted Homusubi to the Hokage's tent withdrew, Sandaime looked at the person standing in front of him disguised as Homusubi of the Amatsukami, and asked, "Can you please take off that mask of yours?" Sandaime Hokage's meaning was very clear. Just because the person standing before him was dressed as Homusubi of the Amatsukami doesn't mean he was going to accept the other party as the Homusubi of the Amatsukami. There has to be a certain identification that confirms other party's identity as the Homusubi of the Amatsukami. Homusubi, who of course understood Sandaime Hokage's meaning, chuckled lightly, but instead of taking off her mask, she used her chakra to produce the signature flames of one of the two Homusubi. Instantly, intense chakra fluctuations appeared in the Hokage's tent, and the entire tent was filled with bright light and extreme heat as Homusubi's body was covered with the golden flames of Ashihamimai. Covered in charring golden flames and yet being completely unaffected, Homusubi, who looked as if the very incarnation of the goddess of fire, questioned, "Is this enough, or should I display my Susanoo in order to confirm my identity?" Looking at the golden flames covering Homusubi's body, and feeling the intense heat as it burned Churka in the surroundings, Sandaime Hokage and Yudiden Kohara no longer doubted the identity of the other party, and said, No, this much is already more than enough. We have confirmed that you are indeed Homusubi of the Amatsukami. There is no need to use the Susanoo. As far as the intelligence says, there is only one shinobi, or perhaps they should say kunoichi, in existence in the shinobi world who uses these unique golden flames that burns the very chakra itself. So the fact that the person standing before them was able to use these golden flames that burned their chakra too implies that the other party is indeed Homusubi. At the same time, they also understood that no matter what they say, or try to reason with, the other party is not going to remove her mask, so they did not insist on it either because it might leave a foul taste in the mouth of the other party, and that would be bad for Konoha if they want to work with the Matsukami in the future. And as for the question of using Susanoo, are you kidding? Who wants to see such a thing here? Sandaime Hokage was already more than satisfied with just witnessing the golden flames of Ashihamimai in person. There was no need to see Susanoo too. With the matter of identification out of the way, Sandaime beckoned Homusubi to sit on the sofa. "Please have a seat." Homusubi nodded, and after extinguishing the golden flames of Ashihamimai, then she took the seat on the sofa offered to her by the Sandaime Hokage, and stated in a flat tone, "Konohagakure Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hirazandano, let's directly get down to the business. I am here to collect the payment that was promised to the Amatsukami a few nights ago." The payment mentioned by Homusubi is obviously the verbal agreement that Sandaime Hokage made to Amatsukami on the night the Akatsuki organization attacked the village. At that time, Yama, as the leader of the Amatsukami, offered a price for rescuing each individual that was present at that valley on that night. Saving a cage was worth 20 million ryo each, saving a Jinchuriki was worth 15 million ryo each, and saving a Jonin was worth 10 million ryo each. And just as Yama stated back then, he did consider it quite deeply before offering the appropriate prices for the lives of shinobi of each category. In the bingo book of the black market, or of any shinobi village per esse, a Jonin level shinobi of any of the great shinobi village is generally worth higher than 10 million ryo, whereas some Jonin like Kurito, Asuma, Kakashi, and Shisui is as worth as high as 30 million ryo to more than 50 million ryo. As such, 10 million is not that unreasonable. The price of Jinchuriki need not be said as they are weapons of war and are worth very high, so 15 million ryo is more than acceptable. As for the cages, the bingo book of the black market has no bounty or price for the heads of cages of the 5 great shinobi villages. The reason is as simple as that killing the cage of a great shinobi village is equivalent to making that entire shinobi village your enemy, and black market just can't afford to make the entire shinobi village its enemy if they want to continue to survive and function at Novel Bin at. Therefore, the heads of cages are worth 0 in the black market, but Yama chose to offer 20 million ryo for each cage, and it too is more than reasonable. When Homusubi mentioned the payment, Sandaime Hokage nodded, and then passed her a piece of parchment that was already prepared. Accepting the parchment, Homusubi swept her gaze at it. Upon reading the content written on the piece of parchment, she found that it was a detailed list of the names and ranking of each shinobi Yama had saved on that night. Of course, not all the people Yama had saved managed to make it, and the parchment clearly divides the injured and the dead at the time of being rescued by him. According to the enumeration on the parchment, Yama had rescued 3 cages, including Reikage, Mizu Cage, and Kaze Cage, 2 Jinchuriki, 1 being Killer Bee, and the other was Mizu Cage, and finally, there were more than 47 Jonin-class shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages. As for the others, they were all corpses at the time they were rescued by Yama, so they will not be counted. Excluding the corpses, and the double count of the Mizu Cage, people rescued by Yama included 3 cages, 1 Jinchuriki, and 47 Jonins. Hence, the total sum of money that the 5 great shinobi villages will have to pay a Matsukami organization is 545 million ryo. After seeing such a high number at the end of the list, Tsukai's face under the Homusubi mask was flushed with excitement. She didn't even bother to care if the list given to her is genuine or not, because she was already more than satisfied with such a huge sum of money. It's not that Tsukai has an addiction or love towards money or anything. For her, money has only one role, and that is to continue support and fund her research. But the more she has progressed on her research, the more Tsukai has realized that the project godhood of hers is an incalculable bottomless pit that can never be filled no matter how much funds she continues to provide. Regardless, what she does know is that this huge sum of 545 million ryo will relieve her of her worries in regards to funds for a while, and she will be able to implement many of her plans into practice that was only on paper up to now. Sandaime obviously did not know Homusubi's thoughts, and seeing that the other party was busy reading the list, he coughed light to bring Homusubi's attention on himself, then said, Homusubi Dano, you should be very clear that Konoha village has just experienced such a catastrophe and is undergoing reconstruction, so, well, I am afraid, we won't be able to pay such a huge sum of money at once. Homusubi chuckled. As far as I have heard, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has expressed his intention of providing his help in the village reconstruction, so, Konoha shouldn't be facing any problem in regards to lack of funds. At the same time, each of the other 4 great shinobi villages has also decided to divide to pay a part of the total payable sum. Is that correct, Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen Dano? Because Yagura and Pakura are both her subordinates, so Homusubi is fairly clear about the exact contents that were discussed in the secret 5-cage conference that took place just before the other 4-cage left Konoha. One of the important points discussed in the meeting was that each of the 5 great shinobi villages will pay 1/5 of the amount to be paid to a Matsukami organization. There were 2 reasons for such an agreement. First, Konoha was truly hit hard a few nights ago, so it wouldn't be justified for Konoha village alone to pay such a high sum of money, and second is that their pride and dignity as a great shinobi village didn't allow them to let Konoha pay the entire sum. Since Homusubi was fully aware of these details, this is also the only reason why she did not wait too long and came to collect the payment. After all, the amount of 545 million when divided into 5 equal parts is only about 109 million ryo per village, and this is not too much for Konoha, especially when the daimyo of the Land of Fire is supporting Konoha's reconstruction, and the other shinobi villages are also providing assistance within their abilities. Sandaime frowned upon hearing Homusubi's response and said tentatively, it seems that your Matsukami organization is also cooperating with some of the shinobi villages. The contents of the 5-cage conference that took place after the night of Akatsuki's raid are of very high-level confidentiality and only known to the 5-cage, and their 2 guards. And the fact that Homusubi is aware and mentioned such a matter of confidentiality quite casually must mean that Konoha is not the only village a Matsukami is in contact with, and whichever that village is, their level of trust in a Matsukami is quite high considering the fact that even the contents of the 5-cage conference were also relayed to a Matsukami by them. Homusubi was silent for a while, then stated in a non-committal tone, that matter has nothing to do with why I am here, and I have nothing to say about it. You are free to assume whatever you wish to Sandaime Hokage Dano. Feeling that they were not going anywhere in such a way, Hiruzen and Koharu glanced at each other, then said, you are right, the 5 great shinobi villages have indeed made an agreement to jointly pay the amount, but the thing is, other villages haven't yet sent their part of payment, and Konoha village alone won't be able to pay the entire sum at once. Homusubi saw the small actions of Sandaime and advisor Koharu and understood what they are trying to do. It's not that the village is unable to pay the entire amount at once, nor is it that they don't want to pay and cheat a Matsukami. They have every intention of paying, but they want to use this opportunity as an excuse to achieve some other goal. Well, that's what a politician is, I suppose. Thinking so in her heart, Homusubi bluntly stated, playing around won't lead us to anywhere Hokage Dano. If you have something to say, then I'd prefer if you say it directly. My time is precious and I don't have the entire day to sit here and discuss the payment with you. Sandaime silently looked at Homusubi for a while, then said in a deep voice, I wish to meet the leader of a Matsukami organization, Yama, and talk something in regards to the Akatsuki organization. Homusubi shook her head, it's not the right time yet. Before Sandaime could speak anything, Elder Koharu, who was on the side, got up from the sofa and questioned, what do you mean? Homusubi phrased the right words in her mouth, and said, I know what you people want to do, but now is not the best time to eradicate Akatsuki organization. There are various other factors involved in this, and I don't have enough time to list them all one by one here. Of course, that's what Homusubi said outside, but internally she was thinking, all this is just a pretext. There is only one reason, and that is, I am just not strong enough to kill Nagato as of yet. Without the support of the giant Tenseigan chakra on the moon, Yama is not strong enough to overwhelm Nagato, but Yama can't risk using the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, as that might lead to Earth's destruction at the hands of those crazy Atsutsuki clansmen on the moon. The current Nagato has surpassed Yama's strength level, and unless Yama manages to combine his Tenseigan chakra mode with his Sage chakra mode, then there is no hope of winning against Nagato, so, Yama wants to avoid fighting against Nagato for now. Sandaime asked with a solemn expression, many factors? I need to at least know what factors are involved. Homusubi pondered a little, then threw out the name of their worst nightmare, Uchiha Madara. Sandaime Hokage was shocked, and questioned, you mean to say, the masked Uchiha of the Akatsuki who claims to be Uchiha Madara is really Uchiha Madara? Is that man still alive? Homusubi stated in a serious tone, of course, he is, not. That masked Uchiha is not the real Uchiha Madara, but you can say that he is the successor of Uchiha Madara's will. As for the real Uchiha Madara, his threat still exists. I don't think I need to emphasize what that means, but I will say it clearly, even Nagato, who has become so strong and has started to master the true power of those eyes, is far less dangerous compared to Uchiha Madara, so it would be in your best interest to not act rashly. What Homu's Yubi has said is not the truth, but it's also not a lie. The reason he said so is to deliberately frighten Sandaime Hokage, and make sure he doesn't make any careless move. After all, the fear of Uchiha Madara has been deeply etched into the hearts of senior management of Konoha, so using the deterrence of Uchiha Madara is the best choice to avoid unnecessary conflict with Akatsuki organization, for the time being at least. Homu's Yubi's main focus at this moment is developing and improving the Chimera buds, and since the funds are about to be received, her research and Project Godhood can smoothly progress to the next stage. As such, Homu's Yubi doesn't want to distract herself in non-important things to waste her time, because the time is what's most important for her. What she needs is a peaceful period to continue to carry on her plans. How long will the deterrence of Yama last? No one can say at present, not even Homu's Yubi, but one thing Homu's Yubi can say with certainty is that Nagato, who has just experienced such a big defeat, will definitely stay dormant for a while. But that is only if they are not stimulated. If the 5 great shinobi villages were to recklessly attack the Akatsuki organization, Nagato will definitely make his move, and if he moves, the situation will get out of control, which is not something Homu's Yubi wishes to see. Homu's Yubi's goal was obviously achieved, because when Sandaime Hokage and Elder Koharu heard that the real Uchiha Madara might still be alive, their expression turned aghast, and they could only stammer, how is this even possible? Even if they don't consider the issue of age, Uchiha Madara had died at the hands of Shadaime Hokage, Senjo Hashirama. And even if they assume that Shadaime Hokage made some mistake, and did not finish Uchiha Madara, how could Nidaime Hokage, Senjo Tobirama, make the same mistake when he went as far as to personally inspect Uchiha Madara's body and confirm that Uchiha Madara was indeed dead? As the disciples of Nidaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Yudiden Koharu are very clear about this. Uchiha Madara died at the Battle of the Valley of the End? Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that his sensei would make such a low-level mistake, which would allow Uchiha Madara to escape somehow. This is why no matter how much the masked man claimed that he is Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen never once accepted that identity of his. Homu's Yubi chuckled. The Uchiha is an ancient clan that has been in existence for nearly a millennium. The true depths of the Uchiha clan are not something that just about anyone can know. Even your Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who knew the Uchiha clan better than the Uchiha clan itself, did not know the true depths of the Uchiha. We have a lot of forbidden jutsus of the kind that can blur the boundaries of life and death, and alter or decide the destiny and fool the fate. Don't make a mistake by thinking that Uchiha Madara died at the Battle of the Valley of the End. Not only did he not die there, but in fact, he even managed to gain the power of Shadaime Hokage before disappearing. So, if you really ask me who was the true winner of the Battle of the Valley of the End, then undoubtedly it was Uchiha Madara, not Senjo Hashirama. Elder Koharu asked with a frowned expression, so, if Uchiha Madara did not die at the Battle of the Valley of the End, then what has he been doing all this time? The First Great Shinobi War, the Second Great Shinobi War, the Third Great Shinobi War, what was he doing for so many decades? Controlling the shinobi world from the shadows, making the outcomes that he wants to see, all for the sake of whatever purpose he wants to fulfill, answered Homu's Yubi. Elder Koharu eyes widened in realization. The Akatsuki organization, was he the one who created it? Homu's Yubi nodded. I suppose that's one way to put it. At this moment Sandaime Hokage said with a solemn expression, the nine-tailed demon fox's attack that happened around 8 years ago, was he the one responsible for that too? At Novel bin at. Sandaime couldn't help but think so. After all, up until now there has been only one man capable of perfectly controlling the Kyuubi, and that man is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. At the Battle of the Valley of the End, he used Kyuubi together with his Susanoo. So, it wouldn't be strange if that man was also responsible for the nine-tailed demon fox's attack. His objective could have been anything, to take back the Kyuubi for whatever plan he has, or to take revenge on Konoha. Whatever his objective might have been behind the nine-tailed demon fox's attack, he failed in the end, but that came at a cost, at the cost of the death of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the second-generation Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Kushina. The death of those two was a very big loss for Konoha, and even if more than 8 years have passed since then, Konoha has still not recovered from that loss. Therefore, Sandaime really wanted to know if the person responsible for the nine-tailed demon fox's attack was Uchiha Madara. But it's a pity that Homu's Yubi was not willing to answer each and every question of Sandaime, and said, Hokage Dano, you have too many questions. Amatsukami is neither obligated to provide such information to the 5 great shinobi villages nor are we interested, and continued after a pause, now let's get back to the why we are here and you give me the payment. I don't think I need to emphasize the consequences of defaulting our payment, right? Sandaime quickly waved his hands, and explained, don't worry, we will not back away from our end of the deal, and Amatsukami will be given full payment they were promised. We just want to talk with you. If we are going to establish a cooperative relationship to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization, we need to at least understand a few things about who we are working with, that's all. At the Five Cage conference a few days ago, the Five Cage have reached a consensus that only Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, has the strength to check and balance Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. So, if the 5 great shinobi villages want to maintain their dominance over the shinobi world, then they have but one choice, and that is to cooperate with Amatsukami. And based on this understanding, the 5 Cage have also made a unanimous decision to not do anything that would offend Amatsukami, because if Amatsukami abandons the 5 great shinobi villages, then the shinobi world will be done for. So obviously Sandaime Hokage wouldn't be foolish enough to offend Amatsukami over just a few 100 million ryo. At this time, Elder Kohara said from the side, if your leader Yama is also afraid of Uchiha Madara, it won't be any harm for the Amatsukami organization to cooperate with Konoha. Homusubi lightly glanced at Elder Kohara and said in a taunting tone, let go of your arrogance, old hag. You have to get used to the fact that the shinobi world is no longer within the grasp of the 5 great shinobi villages, and the sooner you learn to start thinking from the perspective of weak people whose lives are never in their hands, then the more you will get to live, otherwise you will be squashed like an unknown bug with no one left to even remember or recall you after your death. Elder Kohara was angered, and shouted, you. Before Elder Kohara could say or do anything, the 5 great villages, and more specifically Konoha village, might come to regret in the future, Sandaime Hokage stepped forward to stop her, and then immediately said to Homusubi, in my capacity as the representative of Konohagakure and the 5 great shinobi villages, I express my sincere gratitude to the Amatsukami organization for helping us out in the previous 2 conflicts against the Akatsuki organization. After saying so, he waved his hands to the Umbu commander standing on the side. The Umbu commander nodded, then took out 2 bags from a storage scroll and put them in front of Homusubi. And here's the payment. Sandaime Hokage said while pointing at the 2 bags. The 2 bags contain about 150 million ryo each, and the subsequent 245 million ryo will be paid to Amatsukami in installments within the next 3 months. When presented with the payment, Homusubi no longer paid attention to the offended Elder Kohara. She just took out a storage scroll of her own and sealed the 2 bags within the storage scroll, and after doing so, she turned around and started to walk towards the exit of the Hokage's tent. Seeing that Homusubi was about to leave, Sandaime quickly said, please wait a moment. Homusubi turned around with a frowned expression under her mask, and questioned, is there something else? Sandaime Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, and lowly said, I don't know if Amatsukami will be willing to accept a commission. A commission, you say? Homusubi became interested, and questioned, what does Sandaime Hokage Dano want to be done? On the night the Akatsuki organization attacked the village, several children from our village were kidnapped by Orochimaru and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization. We want Amatsukami to rescue those children. The village will be willing to pay 25 million ryo each for the rescue of those children, and we are also willing to add an additional 50 million ryo specifically for Uzumaki Naruto because he happens to be the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, said Sandaime Hokage. Naturally, Konoha village does not place all hopes of rescuing the 4 children on the shoulders of Amatsukami, but Amatsukami's help will undoubtedly increase the probability of rescue of the 4 children, especially the rescue of Uzumaki Naruto, who is not only the child of Yondaime couple but also the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. The Kyuubi is very important for the village, so as Hokage, he cannot leave Naruto in the hands of Orochimaru, especially after the Akatsuki organization has repeatedly shown their intention of collecting the 9 Baijuyu. Protecting the Baijuyu and their Jinchuriki has become the top priority of the 5 great shinobi villages, so the rescue of Uzumaki Naruto is very important and urgent. In fact, not only Uzumaki Naruto, but even the rescue of Uchiha Sasuke and Hayao Hinata is very important, whether from a political point of view or for the sake of the future of the village. As for Hayao Niji, well, if the village is willing to pay for the rescue of 3 children, then there is no harm in adding 1 more. Homusubi smiled and nodded. The 3 children and the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, huh? Well, we will pay attention. Sandaime requested helplessly, then please. In front of Amatsukami, Sandaime can't really afford to show a tough attitude, so all he can do is request politely. The main reason is that Amatsukami is too strong, so strong that Konoha's power or prestige doesn't seem to deter Amatsukami at all. And the second reason is that Konoha owes a favor to Amatsukami, so Amatsukami is their benefactor. If there was no help from Amatsukami in the battle against the Akatsuki organization, then what would have been the consequences? Sandaime dare not imagine. Homusubi nodded lightly, then left the Hokage tent unimpeded. After walking out of the Hokage camp, when Homusubi was about to leave the village, 2 figures appeared before her. Looking at the 2 people standing before her, Homusubi chuckled, and greeted the 2, if it isn't the Uchiha Patriarch, and the so-called #1 genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shisui of the Body Flicker. I wonder why such famous people have come to me. That's right, the 2 people standing before Homusubi are none other than Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui. Fugaku directly activated his Mangekyou Sharingan and looked at Homusubi, while Shisui with a helpless face awkwardly stood beside Fugaku. Fugaku questioned tentatively, you are Uchiha Tsukei, are you not? Oh my, you realized my identity so easily. Homusubi was surprised, then said, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Fugaku said with a stern tone, Uchiha Tsukei, I may not know who your parent was, and how you were born, but since you are an Uchiha, should you not come to the clan where you belong? I can see that you don't harbor any hatred or dissatisfaction towards the clan or the village. As long as you are willing to return, I can. Before Fugako could finish speaking, Tsukii said, "It's not impossible for me to come to the clan, but you will have to give up on the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan." Fugako was surprised by Tsukii's condition, and entered a pondering mode. Shisui was also surprised, but he was more surprised by what Tsukii said. Will she really come to the clan? In fact, not only Fugako and Shisui, even Tsukii herself was surprised. She posed such a condition thinking that Fugako will immediately refuse. Never thought that Fugako will start to seriously consider such an absurd condition. You really deserve to be the indecisive Uchiha patriarch. Uchiha Fugako would subconsciously hesitate on such a critical question. This undoubtedly shows that he, with an indecisive character, is really not a very good candidate for the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, a clan consisting of unruly clansmen who are driven by their emotions. After a while of consideration, Fugako nodded, "Come to the clan, if you can defeat me and Shisui. The position of the patriarch of the clan is not unnegotiable." Tsukii smiled, and shook her head. "I am sorry Fugako-sama, I was just joking with you. Neither am I interested in the position of the Uchiha patriarch nor can I become one even if I want to. After all, Uchiha Tsukii is dead, isn't she? She died for the sake of the Konoha village, right?" Fugako frowned when he heard Tsukii's reply. Putting aside the matter of Uchiha Tsukii's so-called death, when he heard that Tsukii is not interested in the position of the patriarch, he was helpless. If even the position of the patriarch is not tempting enough for the other party, then he really has no other bargaining chip. At this time Tsukii said, "Well, I'll praise you for recognizing my identity and give you a piece of advice. If you wish for the prosperity of your clan, then change your indecisive character Uchiha patriarch, because this indecisive character will not bring a sense of security to the people around you." Tsukii's sudden words startled Fugako, and he can't help but fall into a thoughtful state. Tsukii found that her words seemed to be doing their job, and continued to walk forward. And just as she was about to pass by Fugako and Shisui, Fugako suddenly interrupted her. "Wait. I am here to offer a commission to you." "A commission, you say?" Homusubi became interested. Although she guessed what commission Uchiha Patriarch is talking about, she questioned nonetheless, "What does Uchiha Patriarch want to be done?" Fugako took a deep breath, and said, "If Amatsukami can help me rescue my younger son Shizuke, I am willing to pay the corresponding remuneration. If Amatsukami can help me rescue my younger son Shizuke, I am willing to pay the corresponding remuneration." Uchiha Shizuke was taken away by the Akatsuki organization, wasn't he? Whether he is dead or alive at this moment is unknown, and even if he is alive, we may not be able to do anything to save that kid. Homusubi refused Fugaku's commission without any hesitation. If there is a chance, Kuruto will naturally go to save Niji and Shizuke, but he doesn't want to make any reckless move, because taking reckless action will not only endanger the lives of those two kids but his own too. Therefore, Homusubi did not accept Fugaku's commission. As for why did Homusubi accept Sandaime Hokage's commission? Well, because Sandaime Hokage's commission also includes saving Naruto and Hinata from the hands of Orochimaru, which is a much easier task than saving Shizuke and Niji from the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Fugaku's expression changed. He didn't expect that Homusubi will directly refuse without even any thought, so after a while of thinking, he said again, "I have a piece of information that will definitely interest you. If Amatsukami is willing to help me rescue my son, I am willing to share this valuable information with you." Homusubi frowned. What information? She was unable to figure what kind of information would be so valuable that it would tempt even the Amatsukami to help Fugaku. "Position of Akatsuki organization's new base," said Fugaku while looking at Homusubi with a calm expression. Fugaku's eyes were showing his confidence that Homusubi will definitely be interested in this piece of information. After understanding that Fugaku was talking about the location of the new base of the Akatsuki organization, Homusubi gave him a deep glance, and couldn't help but think, "It seems that I underestimated him." What exactly is going on in Fugaku's mind at this moment, Homusubi can more or less guess. Fugaku obviously wants to use the location of the new base of the Akatsuki organization as bait to make Amatsukami launch a raid on them. By doing so, not only will he get the opportunity to rescue his younger son Shizuke, but he will also be able to force Uchiha Shinichi to rebel against the Akatsuki organization and return back to the clan, thus enhancing the power of the Uchiha clan. So, this move of his can be regarded as killing two birds, no, three birds with one stone, because aside from rescuing Shizuke and forcing Shinichi back, he also managed to use a Matsukami organization to his advantage, which up until now no has been able to do. It can be said that Fugaku's plan is very good, and this explains his confidence why he thinks that Homusubi will not be able to refuse, but it's a pity that there's still something that Fugaku has never taken into account. What Fugaku might have never taken into consideration is that Shisui, who is standing next to him, and Itachi, his most trusted son, are members of Amatsukami, so, the so-called secret information that he wants to use as bait is something Homusubi is already aware of for quite a few days now. Therefore, Fugaku's plan wasn't meant to succeed from the start. Seeing that Homusubi did not immediately answer, Fugaku thought that his plan is going perfectly and added, "The information in my hands is absolutely true. If you feel uncertain in your strength, the Uchiha clan is willing to cooperate with the Amatsukami and act together." By combining our forces, it will be easy to destroy the Akatsuki organization. Looking at Fugaku's serious expression, Tsukii couldn't help thinking to herself, you overestimate yourself and underestimate the others, then shook her head to refuse. My answer is still the same. Fugaku didn't expect that Homusubi would refuse again, and asked in a puzzled manner, why? As for the reason, I have already told your Sandaime Hokage. If you want to know the reason, just ask him yourself, said Homusubi, and then started to leave. The moment she came next to Fugaku, she lightly whispered, also do me a favor and keep the fact that Uchiha Tsukii is still alive a secret, otherwise, meteorites might start to rain above the sky of Uchiha clan. Is that a threat? Fugaku asked with his eyes narrowed. You are free to believe whatever you want. I am just telling you what will happen if you do what I don't want you to do, Homusubi said, then added, alright then, Uchiha Patriarch Sama. I'll be taking my leave now, see you again next time. Leaving this sentence, Homusubi nonchalantly passed by Fugaku and Shisui and continued to walk toward the exit of the Konoha village, but it's a pity that before she could leave in a cool manner, another acquaintance stopped her, and the person who appeared in front of her this time was none other than Hyaga Hisashi. On top of a sentry tower, Asuma saw the Uchiha clan and the Hyaga clan privately contacting the Homusubi of Amatsukami, and complained in an unhappy tone, the major shinobi clans are also trying to engage in little private tricks. In the current Konoha, there are uncountable unfavorable rumors circulating in regards to the Sandaime Hokage in the inner political circle, and this had made Asuma feel quite uneasy. He may not have definitive proof or evidence, Asuma can keenly feel that an undercurrent is surging in the village, and this undercurrent might be extremely disadvantageous for Sandaime Hokage. Kakashi, who was still half covered in bandages, sighed at the state of the village and said with a thoughtful expression, the heiress of the Hyaga clan, the son of the head of the branch division of the Hyaga clan, and the second son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was kidnapped in the chaos that night. Maybe all they are doing by trying to contact Amatsukami is find a to save their children. I understand that the village is also trying to save them, so they don't really have a reason to contact Amatsukami in such a manner, but a parent can never stop worrying about their child, and the more help they get, the higher the chances of saving their children. That's probably the reason they are contacting Amatsukami. Asuma sighed, I hope it is as you say, then glanced at Kurane from the corner of his eyes only to find that an inexplicable expression clouded her face as she was looking at Homusubi. It seemed as if she too wants to go and talk with Homusubi about something but is hesitant. Seeing Kurane's state, Asuma was reminded of the recent rumors he heard about Kurane that had something to do with the Fujin of Amatsukami. His face sank, and couldn't help but say to her, Kurane, although Amatsukami helped Konoha and the other 4 great shinobi villages this time against the Akatsuki, there is no essential difference between them and the Akatsuki organization. So, don't get confused by them. Kurane looked at Asuma with a frowned expression, and questioned, what are you trying to say? I just, being stared at by Kurane, Asuma was at a loss. Understanding that if the two are allowed to continue in this manner, the tension between them will definitely rise, so Kakashi had no choice but to intervene and help Asuma. Kurane, what Asuma is saying is not completely unreasonable. An organization as mysterious and strong as Amatsukami must have its own goals and objectives. Up until now, we have only learned of the frightening objectives of the Akatsuki organization, but we have no clue about what Amatsukami's goals and objectives are. So, we shouldn't let our guard down against them, because for all we know, making our guard down against them might just be the start of Amatsukami's goal. After listening to Kakashi's reasoning, Kurane lowered her head and became silent. Seeing that the iron was hot, Asuma decided to strike. I know that Fujin of Amatsukami saved you from Orochimaru, but Fujin is also a member of Amatsukami, not a Konoha shinobi. So, it would be best if we keep our distance from them because we never know when Amatsukami will become our enemy. Kurane remained silent and chose not to argue with Kakashi and Asuma. Instead she looked in the direction of Homusubi not far away with a thoughtful expression. As a Konoha kunoichi, Kurane understands that Kakashi and Asuma are indeed correct. They never know when Amatsukami, which has been helping them up until now, will become their enemy. And generally speaking, Kurane's vigilance against foreigners is no worse than anyone else. She is not the type who would desperately try to repay someone foreigner or fall in love with him just because that said foreigner happened to have saved her life. The reason why she fell in love with him, after the events a few nights ago, Kurane has come to accept her feelings and the fact that she loves Fujin, is not only because Fujin desperately tried to protect her from Orochimaru despite all the bloody injuries he received in the process, but also because she has seen his appearance, and knows that Fujin is not a foreigner, he is a Hyaga and should have been a Konoha shinobi before leaving the village. Kurane is more certain of her guess after witnessing Fujin's act of desperately protecting the village from the Akatsuki organization. She feels that deep down inside, Fujin must still love the village, otherwise, he would have never gone so far as to get himself so severely injured and nearly killed just for the sake of a task. Why exactly did Fujin leave the village? Kurane is not sure and has not been able to figure it out yet. But upon understanding the inner problems of the Hyaga clan, she feels that there must have been some unspeakable difficulties that prompted him to leave the village. But just because he left the village shouldn't mean that he hates the village, and it also doesn't mean that he is an enemy of the village or will never come back, right? Maybe someday, when this is all over, she thought as she continued to look at Homusubi in the distance. On Homusubi's side, Homusubi sighed in pity while looking at the disappearing back of Hayagawa Hizashi at novel bin at. This time, Hayagawa Hizashi came to meet Homusubi as a representative from the Hayagawa clan. The purpose was obviously very clear. It is to entrust a commission to Amatsukami in regard to the rescue of the heiress of the Hayagawa clan who was kidnapped by Orochimaru. As mentioned before, saving the children kidnapped by Orochimaru are much easier, compared to saving the children kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization, so Homusubi had no problem accepting the commission. What's more, based on her knowledge and understanding of Orochimaru, Homusubi knows that Hinata wouldn't be in too much danger as Orochimaru has long lost his interest in the Byakugan because he doesn't find Byakugan to be valuable or interesting enough when compared to the Sharingan. In fact, it is not just Orochimaru, even if it is the common opinion in Konoha village or the opinion of the rest of the shinobi world, they don't find Byakugan to be any more useful than a sensor jutsu. With the repeated emergence of Mangekyo Sharingan users, and the appearance of the Rinnegan, the fabled eyes of the Rakudo Sennin, the evaluation of Byakugan has fallen to the bottom. The Hayagawa clan, which was barely keeping pace with the Uchiha clan in the past, is now nowhere near equal to the Uchiha clan. But this is not the reason why Homusubi sighed in pity. The reason she did so is that she felt pity for Hayagawa Hizashi. She could clearly feel that when Hayagawa Hizashi came to entrust the commission in regards to the rescue of Hinata, he wanted to offer a commission for the rescue of his son too, but for some reason, he failed to speak that part and returned without mentioning anything about it. Thinking of the inner torment Hizashi's heart must be feeling at this moment for not even being able to do anything to save his beloved son, Homusubi could only sigh in pity. This is how the Hayagawa clan works, and this is the fate of the members of the branch division of the Hayagawa clan. Protection and safety of the main family is their top priority. Between Hinata and his son, the safety of Hinata comes first. There is no other option. No matter how much he is worried about his own son, he must first do everything to ensure the safety of the member of the main family, and for this, even if he is forced to give up on his child, then he must do so. He has no say in the matter. Such a reality is damned, and even if it is Kurito, he really wants to change this damned situation. But Kurito also understands that now is not the best time to make a move to change the situation of the Hayagawa clan. Moreover, for the majority of the Hayagawa clansmen, the cage bird Junjutsu is more. After receiving the commission from Hayagawa Hizashi, Homusubi did not stay in Konohagakure anymore, and after throwing off all the eyeliners she quickly left the village. Not long after, Homusubi arrived at a familiar location, and this was the forest area outside Shimura Danzo's secret base of operation. In addition to collecting the agreed payment from the Sandaime Hokage, Homusubi had one other purpose why she used the Tsukei clone publicly, and that reason is to take over the work of Fujin in the improvement of Chimera buds and Chimera Jutsu and participate in Shimura Danzo's plan. After all, the Fujin clone was too badly damaged in several battles against the members of the Akatsuki organization and won't be of any use for the time being, but the improvement and development of the Chimera buds and Chimera Jutsu are an immediate priority that cannot be delayed, and Kurito must be involved in the whole process to make sure that nothing is left out. The rapid improvement in Nagato's strength has made Kurito feel a little desperate and urgent. At present no one can judge what are the upper limits of Nagato, nor can anyone, including Homusubi, infer when Nagato will make his next move or what will be his plans. Therefore, Homusubi must not waste any time in dangling around and must do what he can in order to speed up the development and advancement of the Chimera Jutsu to complete his project Godhood as soon as possible. With this thought in her mind, Homusubi continued to walk further and quickly approached Shimura Danzo's base. Whoosh whoosh. But before Homusubi could get too close, suddenly two shinobi wearing the root subdivision gear appeared in front of her and said to him respectfully, "Danzo-sama is waiting for you at the base, please follow us." The one who spoke was none other than the Bishojo-chan Fujin was quite familiar with, and knowing the other party's identity, Homusubi nodded lightly. It seems my arrival was within Danzo's expectations. Oh well, it doesn't really matter if Danzo expected me to come or not, and followed the two. It didn't take very long for the party of three to arrive at Danzo's base, and Homusubi soon met up with Danzo. "The two of you can go back to your posts." "Yes, Danzo-sama." At novel bin at. After instructing the two subordinates to go back to their posts, Danzo first took a deep look at Homusubi, then said, "I do hope that your Amatsukami will abide by their previous agreement." Homusubi was taken aback by the sudden words of Danzo, and asked in a confused tone, "What agreement are you talking about?" Danzo frowned, and questioned, "Does Amatsukami intends to fool me now?" Fujin clearly stated, "For the future of the shinobi world, Konoha needs a new Hokage, someone courageous enough to stand against the wind, and Amatsukami has chosen Shimura-san for this purpose. After giving out such a promise of supporting me to the position of the Hokage, do you intend to back out now?" When Homusubi heard Danzo's words, she couldn't help but realize, no wonder this old guy is jumping up and down in the village recently, so this is where his confidence is coming from. At the same time, Tsukei was a bit speechless after listening to Danzo's reiteration of Fujin's words. Back then Kurito used the Fujin clone to make a deal with Shimura Danzo, and to make Danzo trust him, he spoke all that nonsense of supporting him to become Konoha's Hokage. It was supposed to be just empty talk to tempt Danzo and lower his guard so that he can become the perfect lab rat without any opposition. Kurito never expected that this old guy would really take that empty talk seriously to his heart. and it just so happens that soon after that talk the village was nearly destroyed, causing Sandaime Hokage to lose trust and confidence from the people of the village. This made Shimura Danzo realize that his chance is here, and he started to jump up and around the village in order to take advantage of this God-given once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Homusu be silent and not giving any reply, Danzo snorted coldly. What now? Did Hiruzen offer something more tempting? Danzo is obviously aware of the fact that Homusubi has just met up with the Sandaime Hokage, and it wouldn't be so strange Sandaime Hokage made a deal with Amatsukami, causing that organization to tilt their support from his side to Hiruzen's side. After listening to Danzo's question, Homusubi's brain turned, and she chose deliberate silence, which was regarded as acquiescence by Danzo. Damn it, Hiruzen. I won't lose to you, not this time. After cursing inwardly, Danzo looked at Homusubi and said, Humph, what can Hiruzen even give to Amatsukami? I know his character better than anyone, he can't give Amatsukami anything except for just some money, but I am different. As long as Amatsukami continues to support me and help me ascend to the position of Konoha's Hokage, I can give the entire land of water to Amatsukami. Huh. Homusubi was startled by what Danzo said, and for a moment she even suspected that she heard it wrong. Danzo turned around, and said in a fanatic tone, the era of the 5 great shinobi villages will end in my hands. When that happens, the entire land of water and the neighboring islands can be handed over to the Amatsukami to manage. One of the 5 great nations in exchange for supporting and helping me in becoming Konoha's Hokage, is not a bad price, don't you think? I believe you should feel my sincerity. I don't feel it at all. The land of water was not yours, is not yours, and will never be yours, to begin with, and the same case applies to the other nations, so why do you get to call the shots? At this time, you are writing this kind of empty check in order to tempt me. Do you think I am an idiot just like you? Homusubi thought inwardly but didn't give an outright reply to Danzo. Seeing that Homusubi was still silent, Danzo looked back at her, and said in a confident tone, Hiruzen will never be able to give you such an offer. You can't refuse me. Looking at Danzo's face, wait, he was serious just now. Homusubi suddenly realized that this old geezer is not joking, and couldn't help but think at the same time, I really didn't expect that he would have such grand ambitions, unifying the entire shinobi world. This old thing is really... For a while, Homusubi couldn't figure out how to describe the man named Shimura Danzo. After a long silence, she finally said, the reason I am here this time, it's just to replace Fujin and help with the improvement of Chimera Jutsu. As for your proposal just now, I will report it back to the organization. Hearing Homusubi's words, Danzo's face turned into a gloomy expression. Homusubi didn't care about Danzo's reaction at all, and stated directly, take me to the laboratory. With a bit of hesitation, Danzo nodded and ordered one of his subordinates to escort Homusubi to the laboratory she will be working in. Although Danzo was very dissatisfied with Homusubi's attitude towards him, Danzo's rationality told him that now is not the time to turn his face with Amatsukami organization. Not to mention the Chimera Jutsu is yet to be fully completed, Danzo still needs Amatsukami's support in advanced biotechnology and requires Amatsukami's involvement in the improvement to check and balance Orochimaru. Therefore, even if he is dissatisfied, Danzo chose to suppress it for now and focus on what's more important at the moment. After Homusubi left, Orochimaru walked out of the darkness, and said with a mocking smile, it seems that Homusubi doesn't have a very good opinion of you. Humph. Danzo snorted, and said in an annoyed tone, this is the reason why I hate the Uchiha. Uchihas shouldn't exist in the shinobi world at all. Because of being deeply influenced by Nidaime Hokage, Danzo has an indelible hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Of course, Danzo's situation is much worse than Nidaime Hokage. Senjo Tobirama, despite not having a very good opinion of the Uchiha clan, was still capable of using that clan for the benefit of Konoha, but that's not the case with Shimura Danzo. In Danzo's opinion, the Uchiha clan shouldn't even exist. Orochimaru also knew this fact, and said with a thoughtful expression, Amatsukami should be aware of your oil and water type relationship with the Uchiha clan, and yet they sent Homusubi to work in the improvement of Chimera Jutsu. I am afraid this is not a very good news for the plan. Homusubi's involvement might even prove to be detrimental. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and said, I must find a way to get in contact with Fujin as soon as possible, otherwise, things will get out of hands. Orochimaru shook his head, don't put too much hop on him. I was there at that time, and I am quite certain, Fujin's injuries weren't normal, they didn't look like a disguise, even Tsunade was helpless and stated that he won't survive. Orochimaru may not have intervened much in those battles on that night, he was still observing everything that was happening in the village, so he had a clear grasp of the entire situation. As such, he is also aware that even Tsunadeheim, the best Irionin in the shinobi world, was helpless in the face of Fujin's injuries. Others may not know it, Orochimaru is aware of the disease that the people of the Kagaya clan suffer from. He has figured out that that disease is majorly related to using Shikatsumayako. As such, he perfectly understands that Fujin's situation was really critical, and it would be a miracle if he survived that condition. Danzo said with a regretful expression, sigh, I warned him not to interfere too much, but he just didn't listen, and now this has happened. He is to blame for all this problem. Danzo has regarded that among the various members of the Amatsukami, Fujin supports him, while Homusubi opposes him. He thinks that there must be different factions within the Amatsukami, Fujin must be part of the faction that supported him, while Homusubi must be part of the faction that opposes him, and now that Fujin is critically injured, so the faction that Fujin is part of must be at a temporary disadvantage, which has caused this situation. As for the reason why Homusubi is hostile to him and opposes him, is there even a reason to ask? Everyone knows Danzo's repulsive attitude towards the Uchiha clan, so it is normal for Homusubi, who happens to be an Uchiha, to be hostile towards him? Orochimaru licked his lips with an excited smile, and questioned, "Do you want to continue the plan?" Danzo struck his crutch on the ground, and said with an unquestionable expression, "Of course, no one can stop me. The age is increasing, and the body is declining, but with this decline, the ambitions that should decrease as well are not only not decreasing but increasing with each and every passing day. Now his ambitions have reached such an unstoppable level that even if a 10,000-meter cliff is present in front of him, Danzo will not stop and jump without a shred of hesitation." "Of course, no one can stop me," said Danzo with a determined expression at Novel bin Adat. Hearing Danzo's answer, Orochimaru smiled slightly. He wasn't surprised at all. If there is anyone in this shinobi world who knows Danzo better than Danzo himself, then it is undoubtedly Orochimaru, who has witnessed the entire process of Danzo turning from an elder who maintained Konoha's stability from the shadows to a slave of power who wants only one thing: become Konoha's light, that is, the so-called Hokage. As such, Orochimaru fully understands for Danzo, who has become a slave and lost himself in pursuit of power, this sudden opportunity is too rare to be missed. This extent of destruction was a first for Konoha. More than 90% of the village was destroyed and there were more than 2,000 casualties. Such a disaster, no matter what the cause and no matter during which Hokage's leadership did it happen, once it happened will inevitably cause the Hokage to fall into a whirlpool of negative public opinion. It must be known that the previous 3 great shinobi world wars, no matter how cruel or painful they were, never once reached the gate of Konoha village, let alone razing the village overnight like what happened a few nights ago. And even if it was the betrayal of Uchiha Madara or the attack of the nine-tailed demon fox, the village never once suffered such an extent of damage. In the hearts of the vast majority of Konoha ninjas and civilians, the inherent concept that Konoha village is the strongest power in the ninja world, and the Hokage is the strongest ninja in the entire shinobi world still exists. The people of Konoha may be willing to understand the difficulties of Sandaime Hokage. Given the feats of the Akatsuki and Amatsukami, they are willing to agree that the enemy this time is just too powerful that even Hokage, who is supposed to be the strongest ninja in the shinobi world, is not able to defeat them for whatever reason, but emotionally, they are unable to accept such a reality. The destruction of their homes and loved ones still makes them subconsciously blame Sandaime Hokage for his inability to protect the village and the villagers. After all, the name and position Hokage represents responsibility. No matter how many valid reasons or excuses there are, the fact that the village was destroyed is unchangeable, so the incumbent Hokage also cannot shirk the responsibility for his failure. When a similar situation happened during the last stages of the Third Great Shinobi War, Sandaime Hokage took the responsibility and stepped down as the Hokage and gave the position to the Yondaime. That move may have been his political maneuver, but he did so nonetheless. So, this time too, he will have to step down as the Hokage. This is a fact that almost all the intellectual and experienced people understand. And with how active Shimura Danzo has become these days, without a doubt, he wants to use this opportunity, because he too realizes that this is not only his best chance but also his only chance. If this opportunity were to be missed, then he will never be able to become Konoha's light. After seeing through Danzo's thought process, Orochimaru licked his lips and asked suggestively, "If Amatsukami really falls on the old man's side, your next plan will be greatly affected." Danzo shook his head, and said with a confident tone, "It won't happen. As I said earlier, I know Sarutobi better than anyone else. He can't offer a price higher than I am offering them, so Amatsukami will not choose to cooperate with him. I suspect that the reason Amatsukami sent Homusubi to meet Sarutobi is just to borrow him in order to force me to make more concessions. I knew about it and offered the entire land of water, but it appears that just the land of water doesn't satisfy them. Their appetite is bigger, so they want more. I suppose this might indeed be the case." Orochimaru nodded as if he agreed with this possibility, but his eyes that were looking at Danzo's back were clearly emphasizing that he is looking at an idiot, and there was only one thought going on his mind, which is, this guy is utterly hopeless. According to Orochimaru, the reason why Amatsukami sent Homusubi in place of Fujin could be just about anything, and he is not sure what it is, but what he is definitely sure of is that it wouldn't have anything to do with increasing concessions or bigger appetite. After all, the leader of that organization can drop freaking meteors from outer space. Knowing this fact, will there still exist a foolish daimyo or country in this shinobi world who would oppose Amatsukami if that organization tried to take over it through brute force? The answer is an obvious big fat no. In fact, if you think about it, there would be countless countries in this shinobi world who would even welcome Amatsukami and offer their entire land to them, just for the sake of the sense of security that Amatsukami might be able to provide them with. Therefore, what Danzo thinks is bound to be impossible, but Orochimaru did not bother to correct Danzo, because the bigger idiot Danzo remains, the easier it will be for Orochimaru to manipulate him. Danzo obviously didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking. He looked at Orochimaru, and said in an unquestionable tone, "The progress of the improvement of the Chimera Jutsu must be accelerated. Orochimaru smiled slightly, and said, "Recently I have made a major breakthrough on my part, and now the part that was supposed to be completed by Fujin is what's constraining the further progress, so that's up to Homusubi. I just hope that Homusubi who is replacing Fujin is as good as him and wouldn't let us down, otherwise, it might take months, or even years to complete the improvement of Chimera Jutsu." Hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo nodded in appreciation. When it comes to his talent as a researcher, Orochimaru does have a capital to be prided upon. At the same time, he couldn't help but frown at the mention of Homusubi. Danzo feels that it is inappropriate to let an Uchiha intervene in his core plan. But he doesn't really have a choice. Homusubi is the person Amatsukami sent, so he will have to make do with Homusubi, which made him sigh endlessly. Orochimaru didn't care about Danzo's sigh, he was thinking something else, and after a while of thinking, he said tentatively, "It's about time you start selecting the targets. Have you considered which Kekkai Genkai do you want to swallow?" Danzo shook his head indifferently. "I haven't decided yet." Orochimaru knew that Danzo won't reveal such an important intelligence to him, so he didn't bother to ask anymore, just turned around and started walking into the darkness while licking his lips in excitement. On Homusubi's side, she read the report handed over to her by an assistant, and after reading it, Tsukai's pupils under the Homusubi mask shrank slightly. Judging from the data recorded in this report, in the days when Kuroto was absent, the progress of the part Orochimaru was in charge of has made a major breakthrough, and even many other technical difficulties that the entire project was facing were also solved one by one. From this report alone, Homusubi could guess that it was all done by Orochimaru. Almost none of Danzo's researchers are capable of such advancement in such a short period of time, so she couldn't help but think, it seems Danzo and Orochimaru are still maintaining their cooperative relationship. Thinking of this, Homusubi suddenly realized something. Orochimaru kidnapped the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki from the village. Even if Orochimaru and Danzo did not have a conflict over it, Danzo should have at least terminated his cooperative relationship with Orochimaru for the time being. But this didn't happen. Not only did Danzo not terminate his cooperation with Orochimaru, but he didn't even bother to ask Orochimaru to immediately return the Jinchuriki and the Hyuga heiress. This shows that Danzo and Orochimaru might have reached some kind of agreement in private. And thinking so, Homusubi felt more strongly that it has something to do with Danzo's recent secret moves. Danzo is actively seeking the position of Hokage. This is not hidden from Homusubi, and now she has finally realized that the support from Amatsukami may not be his only source of confidence. Homusubi thinks that the two kids, Naruto and Hinata who are in Orochimaru's hands are also the bargaining chips Danzo intends to use to his advantage at the time of Hokage elections. Imagine what would happen if Danzo reached an agreement with Orochimaru, and enacted a scene of the rescue of Hinata and Naruto. Such an act of bravery will suddenly shoot up Danzo's reputation in the village. In such a scenario, the support of the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly tilt towards Danzo. When that happens, as long as Danzo manages to woo a few other major shinobi clans, and get support from the daimyo, it wouldn't be impossible for him to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as Konoha's next Hokage. But this all depends on one question, and that is, will Orochimaru hand over Naruto and Hinata to Danzo? Will Orochimaru hand over Naruto and Hinata to Danzo? Doesn't he want to use Naruto to exchange with Sasuke who is in the Akatsuki's hands? Or is it possible that Danzo is offering him something that even Orochimaru is tempted about and can't refuse? As far as Homusubi has thought, the hostage exchange is bound to happen between Orochimaru and Akatsuki. After all, Naruto is of little use to Orochimaru, and Sasuke is of no value to the Akatsuki, and if they want their respective targets with no difficulty, then hostage exchange is the best option. So, reasonably speaking, Orochimaru shouldn't agree to Danzo's offer, or maybe it is better to say that he will only partially agree at best. He may agree to hand over Hinata because she is of no use to him whatsoever, but he shouldn't agree to hand over Naruto. After all, if he wants Sasuke who is in the hands of the Akatsuki, then he would need to hand over Naruto to Akatsuki, which would be impossible if Naruto is rescued by Danzo. But now that Homusubi thought about it a little, she realized that what she was thinking is just an ideal scenario. The ideal in the sense that both Akatsuki and Orochimaru operate in the sense of what's best for them, but will they really operate in such a way? Both Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru are dishonest parties, and there is absolutely zero mutual trust between the two of them, so when the two sides meet for hostage exchange, they will definitely plan and try to pit each other, and both sides must realize each other's mentality. As such, it is possible that the so-called hostage exchange won't even take place, and if hostage exchange doesn't occur, then it wouldn't be strange or impossible for Orochimaru to agree to Danzo's proposal in exchange for some benefit. After reaching this conclusion, Homusubi decided that she will think about this matter at a later date. No matter what Orochimaru and Danzo are planning, it doesn't concern her for the time being. As such, Homusubi put aside this thought for now and focused on the matter at hand. After putting aside the report in her hands, she started to carry out experiments related to the parts she is responsible for. Although Kuroto did not do any active research in the past few days because of being extremely busy in Anbu missions, his brain was not idle. Even when performing the Anbu mission, or doing other important or unimportant work, he was constantly formulating theories, analysis, as well as experimentation plans in his mind. So right now, Homusubi didn't have to think too much and quickly got busy. The major breakthrough that Orochimaru has made is mainly in the aspect of finding a perfect colloidal material for making the chimera buds. The colloidal material that Orochimaru discovered is a special kind of glue with properties that make it suitable to be used for making the chimera buds. This glue is highly active at a temperature of 45 degrees Celsius. The activity level is almost comparable to the glue used by Hiriko to make the chimera buds. But what's different and special about this glue discovered by Orochimaru is that its activity is controllable in variation to temperature, which doesn't happen with the glue used by Hiriko. From 45 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius change in temperature, the change in activity is negative and is very small, but here's where things start to get interesting. Just as the temperature decreases below 30 degrees Celsius, the rate at which the activity decreases increases, and by the time the temperature approaches 0 degrees Celsius, the activity becomes infinitely close to zero. Normally for almost all the other materials, activity approaches infinitely close to zero at 0 degrees Kelvin, which is almost impossible to achieve, but here, for this specific glue, the activity is approaching infinitely close to zero at 0 degrees Celsius, and this makes it a very big discovery. This kind of colloidal material whose activity is highly dependent on external temperature is very easy to control. As long as the surrounding temperature is adjusted as per the requirements, the risk of the chimera buds running out of control can fundamentally be prevented. Therefore, this breakthrough made by Orochimaru can be said to be critical. Before Orochimaru found this special glue, Homusubi was unable to make a rough estimate of how much funds do she need to continue to invest for the improvement of the chimera jutsu. But now that Orochimaru has found this special glue, the time and money Homusubi needs to invest in the follow-up improvement have become calculable. Not only that, but the discovery of the special glue also helped Homusubi solve many other problems she was earlier facing in the improvement of the chimera jutsu. Hehe. Orochimaru-sensei sure is helpful, thought Homusubi in a good mood and speeded up the experimental part she was responsible for. Within the next few days, Homusubi quickly redesigned the entire ceremony based on the new glue and specifically added a temperature control system that would allow the host of the ceremony to control the surrounding temperature in order to enhance or weaken the activity of the glue. And aside from carrying out all these tests at Danzo's root base, Kurito also made sure to upgrade his Anchor Ventian laboratory to the same level or even more advanced compared to the laboratory to make sure that all the experimentation that was done here could easily be replicated in his laboratory too. In this way, time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye more than a month flew by. 1 month later, after a month of reconstruction, the village changed from a desolate and ruined state and started to take back its vibrant form, with a newer appearance. While walking on the streets, one can see the newly constructed streets and residential blocks. Even Kurito had to admire the construction workers for wiping away almost all the traces of the previous destruction. But it's a pity that even if the village was being built anew, the haze and pain in the hearts of the villagers due to the loss of their loved ones did not disappear one bit. And of course, the result of all that haze and pain within the heats of the villagers is that within the past month, various unfavorable opinions and rumors that were occasionally heard immediately after Akatsuki's attack fermented. As a result, almost all the ignorant folks started to express their dissatisfaction against Sandaime Hokage, and started to question his leadership. This state of unrest reached the point that just about anyone with sufficient IQ could judge that someone is intentionally manipulating public opinion from the shadows. And Kurito, who was aware of the inside story, knew full well that this someone is none other than Shimura Danzo. After all, Danzo is the type of guy who always makes these sorts of shady political maneuvers. But Danzo was also playing quite well this time. He didn't bother to spread false accusations, nor did he bother to distort the facts. All he did was trigger the doubts hidden in the hearts of the villagers, so even Sandaime didn't have any effective countermeasure, and was in a bit of a pinch. But all this political drama had nothing to do with Kurito, who was walking towards his new home. That's right, in the village reconstruction, Kurito's home, which was also destroyed, has been reconstructed. Although the internal decoration has not been completed yet, he has already moved in. So, after completing his umbu duties for the day, Kurito, who returned home exhausted, didn't even bother to freshen up, and after casually throwing aside his umbu gear, he collapsed on the mattress with the heater turned on at Novel Bin at. Today, it was really frosty, he muttered while warming himself inside the kotetsu, and soon started to drift into a cozy sleep. But it's a pity that he didn't have the chance to catch up on his sleep, because as luck would have it, the moment he was about to drift into the world of dreams, suddenly a spiral whirl appeared in his living room, and from that spiral whirl a familiar figure with familiar clothing and familiar mask walked out. My name is Uchiha Madara. I'll be damned. My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, muttered Kurito with widened eyes as he vigilantly looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in his room, and internally his mind was going haywire. He couldn't help but think, what the hell is Obito doing at my house? Could it be my identities have been exposed? But if so, then how? Just how in the hell did Obito and Akatsuki figure out that it is me? But before Kurito had any time to properly consider whether it is exactly as he was thinking and if Obito's purpose is really related to that, Obito spoke. No need to be alarmed, I am not here with hostile intentions. This time, I am here, only to make a deal with you. Hayaga Kurito. Huh, a deal you say? Kurito was taken aback, and narrowed his eyes trying to figure out Obito's intentions behind his words. Deal? What kind of deal? And why would he want to make a deal with me? Moreover, the way he is talking, it doesn't seem From Obito's casual manner of approaching him, Kurito felt that Obito shouldn't have discovered his secret identity as the leader of Amatsukami, because if he had, Obito wouldn't have dared to come before him so casually. So, after calming his mind, Kurito looked at Obito with a vigilant expression, and asked tentatively, "Why do you think I will make a deal with the likes of you?" "I don't know, maybe for the sake of ensuring the safety of your dear disciple, Hyuga Niji," said Obito, with a chuckle, then added with a serious tone, "You should be aware that he is in our hands. And you see, the thing is, I am not interested in killing him as there's no benefit in doing so, so here I am to make a deal with you. If you wish to keep him alive, and also have him return to Konoha, then you will do as I say." Kurito blinked twice upon listening to Obito's words. He didn't really expect that Obito would be here to make a deal regarding such a matter, and couldn't help but think, he is an idiot, right? He specifically came to my house just to blackmail me using Niji as a hostage. After realizing some extent of Obito's purpose of coming here, Kurito immediately came up with a plan and started to enact a performance using his vast acting experience in order to figure out what exactly is that Obito wants to blackmail him into doing. At the mention of Niji, Kurito showed an expression filled with surprise and burning anger, and slowly reached out his hand into his vest where a kunao is supposed to be hidden as per the Umbu standards. Seeing Kurito's little actions, Obito's tone darkened, and said, "You should make every move after thinking wisely, because each of your little actions might result in the death of your loved ones." Hearing the warning issued to him, Kurito's hand stooped midway, and the intense anger was clearly visible on his face. Obito felt satisfied looking at the helpless expression of Kurito and chuckled inwardly. And while Obito was chuckling inwardly, Kurito, who was externally showing an expression filled with helplessness, anger, and intense hatred, internally he analyzed the possibility of the success rate of a sneak attack on Obito. Kurito has many ways using which he can kill Obito, but because of the Izanaga that Obito must have transcripted in the spare Sharingan that he has implanted in his body, he will not die, so each of Kurito's killer moves will become ultimately useless. The assassination will succeed, if and only if, Obito's chakra is in a disrupted state. If Obito's chakra is in a disrupted state, he will not be able to use Izanagi, and then Kurito can kill him. But looking at Obito, as well as the surrounding using his Byakugan vision, Kurito felt that the success rate is very low. The reason for the low success rate is the fact that Obito's body is not present in the shinobi world. He is only maintaining a physical appearance in front of Kurito. In reality, Obito is still present inside the Kamui dimension, so, even if Kurito attacks Obito, it would be useless as the attack will not connect with Obito's body, and just phase right through him. What's more, Kurito is still present inside Konoha, and using that particular method would mean exposing his identity as the leader of Amatsukami, which is something Kurito doesn't want to risk at this point considering that the possibility of success is zero, so he decided not to play along with Obito for the time being. After letting go of the thought of attacking Obito, he thought about how to answer his proposal. Seeing that Kurito was busy thinking, Obito added, "You should understand that Hyuga Niji, in particular, has no value to the Akatsuki, and even a moment of delay in compliance can result in his death. If you wish for him to stay alive, you would do well to agree." After pondering a little, and getting repeatedly blackmailed, Kurito nodded. "All right," but then added with a helpless expression, "I am not sure if you are already aware of this or not, but I am a member of the branch division of the Hyuga clan. As such, the things I can do for you are limited. If you expect me to betray the village, then you are expecting too much out of me." No. Obito shook his head here while waving his hand casually. "Firstly, I have no interest in Konoha's secret intelligence, so, by doing as I say, and working for me, you are not technically betraying the Konoha village, so you don't have to worry about becoming a traitor. And secondly, even if I asked you to do that, you cannot deny it, as you are not in any position to negotiate here. You would do well again by keeping that in mind as well." Kurito was startled by Obito's words, and nodded in realization. "All right, I suppose." Then he questioned with a confused gaze, "But if you don't want Konoha's intelligence, then what do you want me to do?" At this question, Obito's expression under the mask became extremely serious, and he said in a deep tone of voice, "I want you to collect intelligence on Amatsukami for me." Amatsukami. Kurito was again taken aback, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Obito's bad luck. Obito came to threaten and blackmail him, the leader of Amatsukami, for what? To investigate Amatsukami's intelligence and report it to Akatsuki? Kurito had to really commend Obito for making such a bold decision. At novel bin at. Seeing that Kurito was silent, Obito thought that he was hesitating, and said, "I know everything about you, everything about your abilities and history, to your relations, so you don't need to make excuses, because doing so might cause you heavily. I know that you are the team leader of the elite Umbu unit, Team Aro, so you have access to the entire intelligence network of Konoha village. And since you are the guy who managed to locate Akatsuki's base in the Omegakure, so don't go denying that you are not capable of investigating Amatsukami's intelligence. You are pretty capable of, and even if you are not, you will find it no matter what, if you want your loved ones to not die suddenly. I am also aware of the fact that Konoha and Amatsukami have started to cooperate, so finding intelligence on Amatsukami shouldn't be that difficult for you. Hence, you will do as I say, if you do not want your dear disciple to die." I see, Kurito agreed with a nervous expression, but internally he couldn't help but stare at Obito blankly and think, this guy is really an idiot. No doubt about this. At the same time as Kurito was looking blankly at Obito, Obito also looked at Kurito, but Obito's gaze was different. He looked at Kurito as if he has Kurito dancing in the palms of his hands, and thought to himself, no matter what, you don't have the option to refuse me. Hyaga Kurito. It seems that because the Akatsuki organization is unable to get any information from any other source or any other shinobi village, so they have decided to finally turn their attention on Konoha village to seek out information, thought Kurito with a thoughtful look on his face which he did not hide from Obito. No doubt, after the previous war against the 5 great shinobi villages and Amatsukami, Akatsuki has become more and more afraid of Amatsukami. The very action of Obito to sneak inside Konoha in person, and blackmailing Kurito using threat, coercion, and hostage that he has in order to make Kurito his spy, shows that Akatsuki is getting more and more impatient due to their continuous inability to find any useful information about the Amatsukami. It's just that Akatsuki's or, should it be said that Obito's luck is really bad. Whether through intentional or unintentional coincidence, the person Obito ended up choosing for the purpose of obtaining intelligence on Amatsukami turned out to be Kurito, the very leader of Amatsukami. As a result, not only did Obito fail miserably in what he intended to do, but he also exposed the focus of Akatsuki organization's next course of actions. But it's a pity that Obito didn't realize the reality, and how big of a blunder he made. When he saw the contemplative look on Kurito's face under his intimidation, Obito felt that he only needs to give a little more push, and Hyaga Kurito will give in. Thinking so, Obito said with Madara's deep voice, it's time to decide. I don't have all day long to spend here with you. Seeing that Obito seems to be getting impatient, Kurito thought, I guess there is no harm in agreeing to him. By doing so, I can find an opportunity to lay down a trap and then get rid of him directly by taking advantage of his overconfidence and carelessness. After making such a decision, Kurito deliberately showed a tangled expression on his face as if he was still hesitating. And sure enough, Kurito's acting skills worked just as he intended them to. When Obito saw that Hyaga Kurito was still hesitating, his face under the mask turned gloomy. He subjected Kurito to cold killing intent, and said in a threatening tone of voice, it seems that you still don't understand the meaning of my words. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to tell you what you have to do. If you don't agree to my conditions, then the consequences you will face will not be good. Oh, by the way, I heard that, aside from a disciple, you have a fiancée. What's her name? Hyaga Yui, correct? Then there is also the daughter of the Miko of the Land of Demons who is like a sister to you. She seems to be the same age as Hyaga Niji. Her name's Shin, right? Kurito's heart jumped when Obito mentioned Yui and Shin, and he coldly looked at Obito. Seeing the coldness in Kurito's eyes, Obito shrugged, don't give me that look. So long as you do as I say, no harm will come to them. Then he took a pause, and added in a bewitching tone, if you do as I say, and bring me some useful information about Amatsukami, then I can even help you get rid of the cage that is currently binding your fate and limiting you. Kurito narrowed his eyes, and asked with a confused expression, what do you mean? Obito chuckled, oh, don't play so dumb, you know exactly what I mean, the cage bird cursed seal. If you manage to give me useful information, then I can help you get rid of the cage bird cursed seal. Obito obviously felt that just threatening and blackmailing Hyaga Kurito might not be enough, so, after thinking a little bit, he decided to throw out a card that almost no Hyaga clansman from the branch family can resist. After all, it is a well-known fact that the members of the Hyaga branch family generally detest the cage bird cursed seal. The stronger and more talented a shinobi from the branch family is, the more disgusted they will be towards the cage bird cursed seal that controls their destiny and life and death. So, Obito felt that even Hyaga Kurito won't be able to resist the temptation of getting rid of the cage bird cursed seal, and exactly as he intended, when Kurito heard that the Akatsuki can even help him get rid of the cage bird cursed seal, he was really taken aback. Help me break free of the cage bird cursed seal. Obito nodded, yes. Whether Obito is being serious and really intends to help Kurito get rid of the cage bird cursed seal or not is something that perhaps only Obito knows, but Kurito felt that Obito wasn't being serious, and just intends to present a carrot in front of him to tempt him and control him using that temptation. The reason why he thinks as such is that Akatsuki doesn't really have the ability to crack the cage bird cursed seal. Kurito is sure of this. He is so sure, because even Kurito, who is a Hyaga and an expert in Fuinjutsu, hasn't managed to find a way to completely break the cage bird cursed seal as of yet, so how can Akatsuki find a way? But for instance, Kurito does assume that Akatsuki has the ability to find a way to break the cage bird cursed seal. Would they really devote their energy to it? Kurito doesn't really think they will, because it is of no use to them. Therefore, Kurito knows that even the temptations that Obito presented before him are just empty words with no sincerity, so he didn't take them seriously. Besides, even if Obito was really being sincere, Kurito wouldn't really bother, because the cage bird cursed seal does not limit him. Of course, even if Kurito knew the truth, he still decided to play along with Obito. Kurito's face showed a moved expression, and while rubbing his forehead he asked in a surprised tone, are you being really serious? Can Akatsuki organization really help me get rid of this caged bird cursed seal? Obito nodded confidently, of course, there's nothing in this world that the Akatsuki organization cannot do, then added in a convincing tone, we have the Rinnegan. In the face of those eyes, no jutsu exists that cannot be broken. Cage bird cursed seal is just a stronger seal, there's just no way it wouldn't be broken. Hearing these words, Kuruto seemed convinced, and nodded immediately. All right, I can try to investigate all the intelligence that the village has about Amatsukami. As long as I do find something useful, I will relay it to you, but do make note that I am not giving you any guarantee. Obito seemed satisfied, and nodded. If you want to break free of the cage bird cursed seal, then you will make sure that you will bring me useful intelligence about Amatsukami. As long as you give me something useful, you will be rewarded accordingly. Kuruto nodded slightly, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, but how should I contact you? You should know that intelligence is only valuable and useful if it is passed on immediately, so, in order to relay intelligence to you, I would need some method of contact. Kuruto knows that as long as he can actively contact Obito, and call him to the location he wants, he can prepare advanced traps and get rid of this troublesome guy, so a means of contact with Obito is what Kuruto really wants to have. I know, but you don't have to worry about contacting me. I will come to you on my own, but do note that my eyes are always on you. If you try to deceive me, then be prepared for the consequences. Obito said so in a deep tone of voice, then disappeared without giving Kuruto any chance to say otherwise. Undoubtedly Obito also considered the possibility that Kuruto might give into his intimidation on the surface, and then report everything that happened right now to the Hokage and Amatsukami, which was bound to make things difficult for him. As such, Obito had no intention of giving out anything that might make things troublesome for him at Novel Bin at. TCH, watching Obito disappear, Kuruto clicked his tongue in annoyance and then sighed at his own carelessness. This time Kuruto was really caught off guard, and that allowed Obito to get so close to him. One of the training grounds near the Uchiha clan district. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Tuk 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 tuk. With the sound of cutting through the wind, several shurikens that were thrown from midair hit the center of targets. After landing swiftly on the ground, Itachi removed the black cloth covering his eyes, and seeing that all targets were hit perfectly, Itachi smiled slightly, then looked at the sky and sighed. His younger brother Sasuke has been abducted, and there has been no news about him so far. Although Itachi believes in Kuruto's judgment, and understands that they can't be hasty, he is still very anxious, and worried, and by doing intense training and shuriken throwing practice is he able to calm his mind. Sasuke, please be safe, thought Itachi to himself. Clap 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 clap. Just when Itachi was momentarily distracted, suddenly the sound of applause came from behind him, which was followed by a deep voice, wonderful technique, as to be expected of Uchiha Itachi. As soon as the sound of applause reached his ears, Itachi immediately leaped backward, and vigilantly watched the masked man with his 3 Tomo Sharinon at Novel Bin at. Seeing Itachi's quick reflexes, the masked man wasn't surprised and said, no need to be nervous. I am not here to kidnap you or kill you. I am just here to have a chat with, and probably make a deal with you. After leaving Kuruto's house, Obito didn't directly leave the village, but came to the Uchiha clan with the purpose of finding Uchiha Itachi. Itachi did not bother to do all that drama, and acting like Kuruto, he simply looked at the masked man, and after judging that the masked man was in an intangible state that would make it difficult for any of his attacks to be effective on him, Itachi concluded that making a move on the masked man was useless, so he asked blankly, what kind of deal? And as exactly as Itachi judged, Obito was indeed in an intangible state. The reason is that currently he is near the Uchiha district, and Uchiha Shisui lives here. It has been unanimously agreed by everyone that Uchiha Shisui is currently the strongest shinobi among the 5 great shinobi villages, with his Mangekyou Sharinon and mastery over Senjutsu, and Obito really didn't want to risk fighting him. Therefore, even when in close presence, Obito chose to remain intangible. Well, that aside, hearing Itachi's question, the masked man brought a topic that he thought Uchiha Itachi would definitely be interested in. There are 2 Homusubi in the Amatsukami organization, and both of them are apparently Uchiha clansmen. I'm just wondering, aren't you curious about their identities and who the 2 of them are? Itachi replied calmly, currently I am more curious about your identity. Someone who is hiding behind a mask shouldn't really care about the identities of other masked people. Ha ha ha, the masked man chuckled lightly, then said, the 2 Uchiha with Mangekyou Sharinon cannot appear out of thin air. They must have had some background with the Uchiha clan, and they must have left some traces within the clan. I personally suspect that the 2 of them are probably Genin or Chunin who went missing inexplicably during the 3rd Great Shinobi War. You are the eldest son of the current Uchiha patriarch. As such, you are more than qualified to check the genealogy of the Uchiha clan, and investigate their identities. As long as you help me find the identities of those 2, I can promise to return your brother back to you safe and sound. Itachi was perplexed by the masked man's words, and asked again, so you want me to help you find the identities of the 2 Homusubi of the Amatsukami organization? The masked man nodded lightly, yes, just use the information you find about the possible identities of the 2 Homusubi in exchange for getting back your brother. I don't think it's a bad deal, right? Itachi stared at the masked man for a while, then nodded without any hesitation, sounds good. All right, I agree. Itachi obviously didn't trust the other party to simply hand over Sasuke, but this did not stop him from using this opportunity to temporarily ensure Sasuke's safety by agreeing to the masked man's so-called deal. Seeing that Itachi agreed, the masked man nodded slightly, and said, all right then, I will come to see you again, then disappeared without leaving any trace behind. Seeing that the masked man has left, Itachi didn't stay at the training field any longer and went in the direction of the Uchiha clan district. In a forest area outside Konoha village, The masked man who disappeared in front of Itake appeared on a tree outside Konoha village. As the masked man come out a spiraling whirl, the picture head of the Zetsu also phased out of the tree and said, "It appears that Konoha village has changed their sensing barrier, and this time, they have added a mechanism that makes it difficult for me to pass through without being noticed. With this, I can no longer enter and exit Konoha village like before." As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha has always had a sensing barrier around the perimeter of the village that is managed by the barrier team of Konoha. In fact, the sensing barrier around Konoha has always been much more advanced and high-tech compared to the other shinobi villages because of the Funjutsu knowledge that Konoha inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Despite this advantage, because the previous sensing barrier had been in operation for a very long time, so its frequency and passcodes were known to many people like Orochimaru and others who were able to enter and exit Konoha at will. This time, since the village was being rebuilt from the scratch, so the sensing barrier that was also destroyed along with the village was built anew with added mechanisms that would make it difficult for others to infiltrate the village. The masked man smiled slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter, this sensing barrier will never be able to stop me. Moreover, the problem we have been facing in regards to having a good spy on Konoha village might also be solved soon enough." Hearing the masked man's words, Zetsu asked, "Does that mean your plan worked smoothly?" "Well, I did initiate the plan of developing spies in Konoha and came in contact with 2 shinobi today. One of them is the captain of an elite Anbu unit, while the other guy is the eldest son of the current Uchiha Patriarch," said Masked Man, then added after a short pause, "Given their identities, and the positions they hold, they should be able to inquire and pass me something that might prove to be useful for us." Zetsu nodded, then asked doubtfully, "But are they credible enough?" When asked such a question, the Masked Man recalled his conversation with Hayagakuruto and Uchiha Itake. The anger that Hayagakuruto had when he was put under duress, and the surprise and excitement that Hayagakuruto expressed upon hearing that he might be able to get rid of the cage bird cursed seal. At the same time, the worried expression that Uchiha Itake showed when remembering his younger brother Sasuke. All these scenes kept flashing in the masked man's mind, and after some time he said to Zetsu, "Of course, I can't be sure if they are credible enough or not, at least no yet, but I think we might just be able to obtain some useful intelligence from them using the hostages we have. After all, these people have yet to let go of their fetters. As long as the lives of their loved ones are in our hands, they will comply." White Zetsu nodded. "In that case, I hope that your informants can really help us find some information about the Amatsukami organization." But Black remained silent and didn't really have much hope from these 2 informants. After all, he has lived very long, and knows a lot more than the Masked Man and the White Zetsu. It's just that he can't reveal his knowledge so easily, as that will bring trouble in his final plans. The Masked Man didn't know about Black Zetsu's thoughts, so after agreeing with White Zetsu, he thought about something, and asked, "Did you find any new information about that guy Orochimaru? The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki key is in his hands. We must obtain the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki key as soon as possible." White Zetsu shook his head helplessly, and said with a frustrated tone, "No, Orochimaru seems to have abandoned all his previous bases. I am using my clones to find his new base, but as of yet, there is no lead. So, where exactly he is currently and what exactly he is doing is a complete mystery." The Masked Man knew Orochimaru's cautious and cunning nature, so he didn't blame Zetsu, and after a little thinking, he said, "Continue to try contacting him through the black market with the excuse of hostage exchange. So long as he covets Uchiha Sasuke, he might get tempted and as a result, end up showing some flaws that we will be able to take advantage of." Zetsu nodded lightly, "All right." The Masked Man thought about something again, and said, "Also, assign Toby the role of contacting the 2 informants and obtaining intelligence from them at regular intervals." "Got it." Zetsu nodded, then asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing for now," said the Masked Man as he took one look in the direction of the village, then disappeared into the spiraling whirl. Zetsu too looked in the direction and phased inside the tree. After returning back to the Uchiha clan district, Itake did not directly go to his home. He just sent a shadow clone to his home to mask his actions, and then went to Shisui's home. After arriving at Shisui's place, Itake told him about what happened a while ago, and that the masked man of the Akatsuki organization came to him to make a so-called deal with him. Information about the possible identities of the 2 Homusubi in exchange for returning Sasuke back, muttered Shisui with a thoughtful face, then asked, "What do you plan to do?" Shisui asked so because he has no real say in the matter. After all, Sasuke's life is at stake, and they can't take a risk here, as even a small mistake might lead to Sasuke's death. "I have thought about it, and I want to discuss this matter with Kuruto-san and ask for his opinion," said Itake, to which Shisui agreed. Shisui created a shadow clone to act as his cover, then together with Itake he secretly sneaked out of the Uchiha clan, and then the 2 went in the direction of Kuruto's home. There was a reason why they were being so cautious despite being at the Uchiha clan district inside within the Konoha village, and it's the possibility that the masked man may have left something behind to spy on them and monitor all their actions. Of course, both Shisui and Itake had the confidence that the masked man wouldn't be able to take them by surprise when they are vigilant, but they didn't want to risk it at this point. After all, currently, they are in a situation where even a little mistake might cost them dearly. So, in this way, Shisui and Itake together arrived at Kuruto's home, who seemed to have already expected their arrival and welcomed them inside his home with a smile. After getting seated around the kotetsu that already had tea and snacks prepared for the three of them, Shisui and Itachi looked at each other and asked, "Kurito-san, were you expecting some guests, or did you know that we are coming?" Kurito answered, "Oh, I expected that the two of you would be coming here soon enough, so I had tea and snacks prepared. Anyway, that aside, the reason why the two of you came here, if I didn't guess incorrectly, it should be related to the masked man of Akatsuki visiting Itachi, right?" Shisui was surprised and questioned, "Kurito-san, how do you know?" Kurito answered with a smile, "Because not long ago, he visited me too, and used my disciple Niji to blackmail me, at novel bin at. Obito can use Niji to blackmail Kurito, so naturally, he will not miss the chance to use Sasuke and blackmail Itachi." This wasn't something too difficult to guess, and Kurito realized it even before he agreed to Obito's so-called deal. "As I thought," Itachi nodded. He wasn't too surprised either, and said, "The mysterious masked Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization approached me when I was alone at the training grounds near the Uchiha clan district and said that he wanted to make a deal with me. At that time, because he never exited the intangible state, so I couldn't find the right opportunity to use Tsukuyomi on him. Even though I understood that he is probably making just empty promises, and doesn't really intend to fulfill his end of the deal, I had no other option but to temporarily agree in order to ensure Sasuke's safety." At this time Shisui, who was munching on the rice crackers, suddenly thought something and questioned, "Say, Kurito-san, that masked guy approached Itachi and asked him to investigate the identities of the two Homusubis of Amatsukami. Did he want you to do something similar?" Kurito took a sip of green tea, and nodded, "Yes, he ordered me to use my identity as an Umbu squad captain in order to investigate whatever intelligence Konoha has on Amatsukami. Obito thinks that as the squad captain of the Team Aro, Kurito might be able to investigate and relay to him all the intelligence that Konoha has about the Amatsukami. As for the reason why he believes that Konoha will have intelligence on Amatsukami, it's simply because the masked man and the majority of the populace of Konoha and other shinobi villages believes that Amatsukami and Konoha are more than likely to be in some sort of cooperative relationship. So, Konoha is bound to have some important intelligence about Amatsukami that might prove to be useful for the Akatsuki if they want to defeat Amatsukami. But it's a pity that the masked man is dead wrong. There is no such thing, and only 4 people including Sandaime Hokage, Yudiden Kohara, the Umbu commander, and Kurito are aware of what kind of cooperation Amatsukami has with Konoha. The cooperative relationship between Amatsukami and Konoha is just a verbal agreement, and even that verbal agreement is currently only limited to the commission that Sandaime issued to Homusubei with the hope that Amatsukami can help Konoha in rescuing the 4 children. As such, the information that Konoha has about Amatsukami is not more than the information that Akatsuki already has about the Amatsukami. Thinking so, Shisui looked at Kurito and Itachi with a speechless expression. Both the informant/spy that the masked man of the Akatsuki organization tried to develop inside Konoha in order to investigate intelligence about Amatsukami happens to be a member or leader of the said organization. This made Shisui feel funny, and he couldn't help but pity the masked man. At this time, Itachi asked, "Kurito-san, have you thought about what to do about this issue?" Kurito put down the empty teacup and nodded. "Yes, I have considered what we can do." Stopping here, instead of directly answering he questioned back, "But I want to ask you Itachi, what do you think we should do?" Itachi didn't need to think too much, and replied, "Akatsuki organization wants intelligence on Amatsukami. We can give them what they want, but only the parts we want them to know." Shisui added, "Yes, and using this advantage we have over them in terms of intelligence, we might even be able to ambush them by surprise and possibly eliminate all of them." Kurito nodded. "My thoughts are the same, but we will have to be patient. The Akatsuki organization won't drop their guards against us so easily." Both Itachi and Shisui nodded. Akatsuki and the masked man in specific have suffered repeated defeats at the hands of Amatsukami, so it is inevitable that they will be very vigilant at the start, but once they confirm that Kurito and Itachi are not threatening them, they might slowly relax their vigilance, which will allow Kurito to take advantage of that negligence of theirs and lead in the palm of his hands and possibly even eliminate both Obito and Nagato. When thinking of this, Kurito glanced at Itachi with his Tenseigen. At present, the only person who can effectively neutralize Obito's threat is Itachi, who has the sword of Totsuka, so his presence is very important. After the events of that night, when Kurito got free, he asked Itachi and Shisui about the ins and outs of the cause of their disappearance and also gained all the information he could about their experience. Itachi explained how he managed to get the sword of Totsuka and Yata mirror, and Shisui explained how he accidentally ventured into the Nikomata domain and learned Senjutsu to come out of that domain. Kurito's interest in the Nikomata domain wasn't too much, as it's not strange for more than 3 sacred places to exist where one can practice Senjutsu, and he himself is in contact with one of those, so his attention was mostly focused on the sword of Totsuka as well as the Yama mirror that Itachi managed to obtain. After learning all the information about the 2 artifacts, Kurito understood that they are bound to the user's soul, and cannot be given away without damaging the soul. Of course, Kurito did feel a little regretful that he wouldn't be able to use the 2 artifacts, but it couldn't be helped, so he didn't bother about it. At the same time, he also understood why Itachi in the canon never entrusted the 2 artifacts to Sasuke. It is well known that Itachi in the canon left behind almost everything he could to Sasuke before his death. Even his Mangekyou Sharingan pair was meant to be transplanted to Sasuke after he becomes blind. The only two things Atake did not leave behind for Sasuke included his sword of Totsuka and the Yata mirror. Why did he not leave those two artifacts behind? This question always made Kurito confused. Was it because Atake did not want to give them to Sasuke? This is obviously impossible. And after understanding Atake's experience, Kurito finally understood. It's not that Atake did not want to give the two artifacts to Sasuke, it's just that he couldn't due to two specific reasons. The first reason is that once the two artifacts are bound to someone's soul, they will not detach him unless the soul of the said person is completely destroyed, which means even if the said person died, the two artifacts will remain attached to his soul. So if Atake were to give the two artifacts to Sasuke, the first thing he needed to do was to destroy his soul. Of course, knowing Atake, he would have done so without any hesitation, yet he chose not to. There is another reason for this. And this is the second reason. Even if the soul of the said person is destroyed, and the artifacts are detached from him, neither can they be manually given to the next person, nor will they go to the next best candidate. Instead, they will just return to the place from where they were obtained. This means if the next user wants to obtain the two artifacts, then they must pass the trial from scratch. The trial is related to defeating one's inner darkness, but can everyone accomplish such a feat? Defeating one's inner darkness may sound easy, but it is much more than it may seem on the surface. The possibility of failure was very high, and failure would mean that the said person would forever be trapped inside the gourd, while the inner darkness will take over. Itake, who understood Sasuke's character and the hatred in his heart, knew very well that Sasuke might not be able to defeat his inner darkness at that point, so he didn't want Sasuke to take such a big risk. A few days ago, Akatsuki Organization's base of operation at Novel Bin Adat. The Art of Shadow Clones, X2, poof, poof. With two simultaneous poofs of white smoke, two figures appeared out of thin air in the dingy underground cave. The two figures that suddenly appeared looked identical to their respective casters Sasuke and Niji, and silently stood beside each of the two. Looking at each of the two shadow clones created by Sasuke and Niji, Shinichi smiled slightly, and nodded. Yes, although there are still some flaws in the shadow clones the two of you have created, it should be more than enough to fool a Chunin who doesn't rely on dojutsu. When Sasuke and Niji heard the praise, they were suddenly overjoyed. The Shadow Clone Jutsu is not an ordinary jutsu, its difficulty is ranked at B rank, and even among all the B rank jutsu, it is among the most difficult and unsafe ones. Because Shadow Clone Jutsu causes rapid depletion of chakra reserves, it is considered dangerous. As such, usually only those of at least Jonin level can safely use this jutsu. And this is just the Shadow Clone Jutsu, not the advanced, multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, which is considered unsafe to the point of being listed as a forbidden jutsu. Because of the dangerous nature of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the parents generally don't allow young children to come in contact with this B-rank jutsu. As such, neither Sasuke nor Niji was allowed to touch this jutsu. But Shinichi is different from them, he has no such concern. Uchiha Shinichi, who has seen the depths of the shinobi world from the eyes of Akatsuki, knows better than those living in Konoha that the shinobi world is an ever-evolving battlefield where only the fittest, finest, courageous, cleverest, and the luckiest survives. And if someone wishes to survive, then regardless of which category they fit into, they must at least have the ability to protect themselves. As such, Shinichi, who was bored as hell because of staying at this base for so long and not being able to do anything, decided to teach the Shadow Clone Jutsu to the two kids. But Shinichi must admit that he was really surprised by the talent of the two kids. He didn't expect that the two children, Sasuke and Niji, would be so talented that in just a few tries both of them managed to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. In fact, rather than Sasuke, whose talent he had already expected, Shinichi was more surprised by Hyuga Niji's talent. The kid might be a child belonging to the branch division of the Hyuga clan, but Shinichi has personally witnessed that Niji is more of a natural genius than Sasuke, even if Sasuke has already awakened the Sharingan. In Shinichi's eyes, Niji is still more genius, there's no doubt about this. At the same time, Shinichi also understood why did Hyuga Kurito decide to take Hyuga Niji as his disciple. The best thing about Niji is his level-headed character and calm demeanor, which somewhat reminds Shinichi of Kurito, only with the lack of wickedness. When thinking of Niji's sensible character, Shinichi turned towards Sasuke, who was extremely excited and felt triumphant after mastering just the Shadow Clone Jutsu, and his face sank because Sasuke sort of reminded Shinichi of himself. This kid. Can't let him become a reckless guy like me. Ahem. Shinichi coughed lightly to attract the attention of the two kids, then scowled. Sasuke, what's there to be so happy about? All you have done is learn a jutsu. Learning is just the first step, and it is also the easiest step. As far as I see, you have yet to make it yours. You must not forget one important point. However strong or useful of a jutsu you learn, unless you make it yours, which means, unless you are able to smoothly deploy it in your combat tactics, it is just a jutsu, not your jutsu. Remember, whether a jutsu proves to be useful in the battle, or it becomes just a wastage of chakra, is only a moment of single thought. So don't think that just because you learned a jutsu, you have mastered it as well. Learning a jutsu means being able to use a jutsu, but mastering it means being capable of using the same jutsu in the midst of the battle to gain any kind of advantage over your enemy. Sasuke smiled contemptuously and said, Shinichi-san, you are looking down on me too much. Don't forget that I am the youngest awakener of Sharingan. Sasuke isn't aware that Uchiha Izumi awakened her Sharingan at the age of 6, so I am the most genius in the Uchiha clan. Even my Nii-san and Shisui Nii-san, who are both considered unparalleled geniuses of the Uchiha clan, pales in my comparison. Shinichi squinted at Sasuke and nodded to himself. Yeah, this kid is definitely like how I used to be when I was his age. But before Shinichi could say anything to Sasuke, Niji respectfully bowed to him and expressed his gratefulness. Uchiha Shinichi-san, thank you for teaching us a jutsu. Because of Niji's respectful attitude towards him, Shinichi was a little embarrassed, and waved his hand awkwardly. No worries, all I did was teach you two the shadow clone jutsu. It's not that big of a deal, and sooner or later the two of you would have learned it anyway, so there's no need to be so polite and respectful. Niji nodded lightly. Alright. After that, Shinichi shifted his attention back to Sasuke, who had a smug smile that made him very uncomfortable, and asked with twitching eyebrows, Sasuke, I remember that you earlier mentioned that Shisui and your brother Itachi generally teaches you stuff, so what do they usually teach you? And how do they teach you? Heh. Nii-san and Shisui Nii-san teach me a lot of things, and I have already mastered everything they have taught me up until now, including all the Shuriken Jutsu and Taijutsu of the Uchiha clan, said Sasuke with a proud smile, and then added, ever since I awakened my Sharingan, all my training sessions with Nii-san and Shisui Nii-san include actual combat training in which I am able to fight back and forth with the two of them. Learned all the Shuriken Jutsu and Taijutsu of the Uchiha clan? Actual combat training with Shisui and Itachi? And you are able to fight back and forth with the two of them? Shinichi raised his eyebrows in shock, then grinned. No wonder you are such a brat. Both Shisui and Itachi seem to adore you too much, and as such, they are spoiling you rotten. Sasuke frowned, and questioned, what's that supposed to mean? Shinichi shook his head, and continued, well, I guess I can't blame them. They do look at you as their younger brother and wants to protect you, and can't really bring themselves to hurt you, but still, I didn't expect that even at this age, you are still playing ninja games. When I, or Shisui, or Itachi were your age, we're already on the battlefields of war between nations. Sasuke was displeased, and said with a pout, it's not a ninja game, we even use real shuriken and kunao. Oh, you think so? You think that Shisui and Itachi are serious in the so-called combat training? Asked Shinichi with a smirk. Sasuke replied immediately, obviously. Is there even a need to ask such a stupid question? Shinichi nodded lightly, and said, in that case how about we also do combat training, and I am going to show you what real combat training is like. Humph, alright. I am ready anytime, said Sasuke with a cold snort. Shinichi grinned ear to ear and beckoned Sasuke to attack him. Sasuke, maybe it's not such a good idea, whispered Niji to Sasuke. While looking at Shinichi, Niji had a bad feeling. He is different from Sasuke. Niji is trained harshly by his Otosan and can feel that Uchiha Shinichi is even more dangerous than his Otosan. Therefore, he was a little worried about Sasuke. Sasuke said to Niji, don't worry, even if can't kill him, I should at least be able to defend myself. Niji wanted to continue to persuade Sasuke, but seeing Sasuke's face that showed he has no intention to back down, Niji swallowed his words and moved to the side. With the coast clear, Shinichi folded his hands over his chest, and said, come at me with all you've got, kid, otherwise, this won't even be a tad bit interesting. Sasuke saw that Shinichi was being casual, so he issued a fair warning. Shinichi-san, because you taught me a jutsu, so I will give you a fair warning. You have to be careful, otherwise, you will get seriously hurt. As he said so, Sasuke transferred chakra into his eyes, causing the one-tomo Sharingan to activate, then quickly weaved the hand seals of a fire-style jutsu, and shouted, fire-style, fireball jutsu. Boom! Suddenly, a large fireball was sprayed out of Sasuke's mouth. It shouldered the surrounding air and rushed straight towards who stood akimbo not too far away. The huge fireball engulfed the entire room in intense fiery heat, and accompanied by a howling sound, slammed into Shinichi's location, causing an explosion big enough to spread cracks all over the place. Whoosh! Huh! Sasuke raised his eyebrows and looked at the surroundings with a frowned expression. Where is he? Sasuke is not completely certain, but he feels that he did catch a glimpse of Shinichi's shadow whizzing past the fireball a moment before the fireball hit the target location. Therefore, Shinichi shouldn't have been hurt. Niji, who had his Byakugan activated from the start, saw it clearly. The moment that fireball was about to come close to him, Shinichi used a body flicker jutsu to disappear from his position, and rushed towards. Sasuke is careful, he is coming for you. Whoosh! Even before Niji issued the warning, Shinichi had already crossed the distance and stood in front of Sasuke. The dark shadow that suddenly appeared over him gave Sasuke a bad feeling, and even before Sasuke had the opportunity to make any reflexive action, or look up, he felt his body involuntary arch as intense pain came from his abdomen. Smash! Bang! Crack! Plop! Followed by the intense pain, his feet were lifted off of the ground, and by the time he came to understand what was happening, he was heavily smashed into one of the walls, causing the rocks to sink in and cracks to spread all over it as he collapsed on the ground with a muffled sound. Niji, who was at the side, looked at the entire process and was dumbfounded. In fact, it would be better to say that he was barely able to understand what exactly happened, as it happened in a very short time. and all he saw was Uchiha Shinichi's figure abruptly appearing in front of Sasuke, and the very next instant Sasuke's body flew out and crashed into the wall. When Neji looked at Shinichi, he noticed that Shinichi didn't even have his Sharingan activated and couldn't help but mutter in shock, "Is this the true strength of a member of the Akatsuki organization?" At this time, a spiraling whirl appeared in the room, from which the masked man walked out. He casually glanced at Sasuke, who had collapsed on the ground, and hadn't recovered yet, and said to Shinichi with a chuckle, "Shinichi, don't go too far." Shinichi said with a smile, "Don't worry, I am not going to kill them. I just wanted him to clearly see what the shinobi world is like." The masked man narrowed his eyes slightly, he looked at Sasuke for a moment, then glanced at Neji on the other side, and finally turned towards Shinichi. The masked man is quite curious. It is well known within Akatsuki that Shinichi is extremely lazy, careless, and sloppy, but suddenly he has become so attached to the two children that were kidnapped from Konoha? If it was just Sasuke, the masked man might still be able to accept it with a pinch of salt. After all, Sasuke is a genius. Uchiha is worth training to be recruited into the Akatsuki organization, but why Hyuga Neji? Given Shinichi's arrogant and condescending character, he should be dismissive of Hyuga Neji. After all, Hyuga Neji is not only a member of the branch division of the Hyuga clan, he is also Hyuga Kurito's disciple, and the masked man knows that Shinichi has a grudge against Hyuga Kurito. So why could it be Orochimaru's secret base? Ram, snake, tiger. After weaving the hand signs, Naruto shouted, "The art of body splitting." Poof poof. With a burst of white smoke, two clones appeared next to Naruto. One of them had some features resembling a fox, while the other was slightly thin, pale, and shriveled. But it didn't seem that Naruto cared about the little problem in the appearance of the two clones, because as soon as he saw the two clones looked almost like him, he was overjoyed and cheered, "Yosha! I finally learned it." Hinata also clapped in excitement, congratulating Naruto for finally being able to perform the clone jutsu. Only Orochimaru was different from the two kids. His expression didn't follow the cheerful and exciting atmosphere in the dark cave, and he looked as if he has swallowed a bitter fly. Orochimaru has always been confident in his teaching abilities, and he has taught many outstanding shinobi throughout his life, including but not limited to Kabuto, Kimimaro, Haku, Tenzo, and many others. Even Kurito, who didn't appear to be that naturally gifted at the time of his graduation from the academy, has now grown into a character who cannot be underestimated. Therefore, Orochimaru is certain that if he is willing to teach someone, then they are bound to grow into extraordinary shinobi. Well, he had that confidence until he met a certain someone. After meeting Naruto, and after he began to teach Naruto, Orochimaru began to doubt his teaching abilities, because learning just the imperfect clone jutsu took Naruto a complete day. That's a freaking whole day? Under Orochimaru's teaching, Naruto took an entire day to barely learn just the clone jutsu, and that too not completely. This is a bit weird to Orochimaru because in his understanding learning just a clone jutsu should be an easy thing for even those with poor talent, not to mention those with good talent or genius aura. You know, Kimimaro didn't even need to learn or be taught this jutsu, all he was told was the hand seals, and bam! He could effortlessly use the clone jutsu in his first try, and not just clone jutsu, Kimimaro could even use body replacement jutsu, and transformation jutsu just after learning the hand seals. Not to mention Kimimaro, Haku was also not much different. Just after he learned the hand seals, Haku took only a few minutes to understand the jutsu, and he was able to effortlessly use all three jutsu. Yet, Naruto, who in Orochimaru's opinion should be much more talented than the kids, has taken up an entire day, but has not been able to learn even the clone jutsu. So this has made Orochimaru wonder, is he really the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash, and the red-hot-blooded Habanero? Although he lost to Namikaze Minato in the Hokage election and has some bitter feeling about it, Orochimaru, who is a very proud fellow, still acknowledges the talent of Namikaze Minato and accepts that Namikaze Minato was the most talented shinobi he had ever seen. Not to mention, Uzumaki Kushina, her fury, and horror were no less famous throughout the shinobi world. She was an extremely talented bare-hand fighter and was one of the best Funjutsu masters in Konoha. Just being capable of keeping the entire Kyuubi sealed within her speaks volumes of her talent. So, Uzumaki Naruto, as the only son of Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina should also be an extremely talented individual, yet he is not. According to Orochimaru, Naruto is not only not a talented kid, but he is also an outright idiot with below-average IQ level. At this time, Naruto excitedly approached Orochimaru and said, "Orochimaru-sensei, I have finally learned the clone jutsu." Ever since Orochimaru promised to instruct Naruto in ninjutsu, Naruto stopped calling him Orochimaru, and started to refer to him as Orochimaru-sensei. It was a complete 180-degree turn in attitude, and Naruto was also being very respectful to Naruto. Initially, Orochimaru was grinning inside when Minato's son was referring to him as sensei, but at this moment, Orochimaru was not at all happy. Looking at Naruto's excited look despite not actually perfectly learning the jutsu made Orochimaru's face gloomy, and he chided in a hoarse voice, "This level is far from called learned according to me." Huh. Naruto was surprised, and said, "But doesn't the two clones look almost the same as me?" Orochimaru again glanced at the clones. One clone resembled a fox with a slightly orange face while the other one looked more like a mummy than Naruto, and shook his head in disappointment. At the same time, he couldn't help but think internally, perhaps, this kid doesn't have the talent to become a shinobi. From Orochimaru's point of view, if some can't even learn a basic clone jutsu within half a day, then that person can be judged to be trash. Not to mention Naruto, who wasted an entire day, and yet he failed to completely learn the clone jutsu. Of course, Orochimaru can also say that whenever Naruto is trying to perform ninjutsu, the chakra in his body is being influenced by the Kyuubi's chakra through the gap in the seal, making it difficult for Naruto to perform the jutsu. But to him, this is not the reason why Naruto couldn't learn even the most basic jutsu even after practicing for the entire day. So, Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment, then turned around and walked outside the cave. Seeing Orochimaru leaving without saying a word, Naruto was puzzled, and called out, "Orochimaru-sensei? Orochimaru-sensei?" No matter how much Naruto shouted, Orochimaru gave no response and disappeared. Orochimaru is the type of person who has always been impatient with idiots, and Naruto's character subconsciously reminds Naruto of the fool Jiraiya. Therefore, Orochimaru is no longer that interested in teaching him at Novel bin Adat. As he walked out of the cave, Orochimaru ran into Kabuto, who asked, "Orochimaru-sama, how is Naruto-kun's training going on?" Orochimaru initially wanted to say that he is no longer interested in training that kid, but after a little thought, he turned serious, and said to Kabuto, "Naruto-kun's ability to control his chakra is too poor, so, the way he is at this moment, he is not suitable to receive my personal training. Therefore, for the time being, you will be responsible for training basics to Naruto-kun. Do you understand, Kabuto-kun?" Huh. Kabuto was stunned. "Me?" Orochimaru said, "This is an order." Kabuto hurriedly acknowledged, "All right, I understand. I will do my best to teach Naruto-kun." Orochimaru nodded, then looked around and said in a deep voice, "I am going to Konoha for the next few days, so the safety of the two kids will be your responsibility. You must ensure that nothing happens to the two of them." Kabuto said, "Please rest assured." With that, Orochimaru no longer bothered to say anything else and disappeared from the base, and Kabuto walked inside the cave to start Naruto's training. Present day, Danzo's current base of operation. "Homuse Yubi-sama, the meeting requested by you is scheduled to be held in half an hour. Please be prepared," said Bishojo-chan while respectfully kneeling. Kurito, who was currently using the Tsukii clone, and disguised as Homuse Yubi, nodded lightly. "I understand." After the unremitting efforts of Homuse Yubi, Orochimaru, and the group of researchers working under Shimura Danzo, the improvement in the Chimera Jutsu has finally entered the last stage of development. From here on out, proceeding any further is difficult just by means of experimentation. For the next stage, what Homuse Yubi has to formulate the specific Kekii Genkai absorption plan and corresponding fusion ritual. This is an unavoidable problem. As such, Homuse Yubi has recently requested to hold a meeting. After nodding to Bishojo-chan, Homuse Yubi started to sort out all the reports spread on the table, and requested Bishojo-chan, "Naomi, would you mind helping me sort all the reports spread on the table?" Naomi nodded, and started to help Homuse Yubi. After the two quickly sorted out all the reports, Bishojo-chan took out a scroll and gave it to Sujin. "These are my latest findings." Homuse Yubi received the scroll, and while reading it, she suddenly said to Bishojo-chan, "By the way, Naomi, you do know that you can remove your mask when you are here to report the situation to me." "Yes, I do, but," the Bishojo-chan, whose real name is Naomi, Shimizu Naomi, hesitated a little as she looked at the researchers working in the laboratory. "If you are worried about them realizing it, then don't be. They are all under my control, so they won't even see you. They see and feel only the things I want them to," said Homuse Yubi. Then she waved her hand in front of a few researchers, and tapped their shoulders. And just as Homuse Yubi said, the researchers did not react to Homuse Yubi's waving and tapping at all. "Do you see? Don't worry, nobody will realize that you are now working for me." Naomi nodded lightly and then removed her mask. For those wondering what the hell is going on here, the answer is quite simple. Shimizu Naomi, aka the Bishojo-chan, is no longer working for Shimura Danzo. She is now loyal to Homuse Yubi, and is spying on Danzo under Tsukai's orders. Of course, there is a reason why Naomi is now working for Homuse Yubi, and for that, we have to go back a few days ago. Flashback no Jutsu, start. Homuse Yubi, after doing another gruesome experiment, walked out of the lab while wiping off the blood, and said to Bishojo-chan, who was guarding the entrance, "Bishojo-chan, it's been a few days since you have been coming to me, and I can see that you want to say something. You don't have to hesitate." Exactly as Homuse Yubi spoke, Bishojo-chan has been coming to the laboratory for the past few days. Of course, she has been appointed by Danzo to keep a watch over Homuse Yubi, but Tsukii can tell that Bishojo-chan has something in her mind that she wants to say, but she is hesitating. Seen through by Homuse Yubi, Bishojo-chan hesitated a little, and then asked, "How is Fujin-sama?" Homuse Yubi quirked her eyebrows, then she decided to answer, "His injuries are terrible, but he is alive." Then she questioned in a confused tone, "But why the sudden curiosity about him?" Bishojo-chan shook her head, "Nothing." Then she paused slightly, and asked, "Homuse Yubi-sama, I wanted to question something." Homuse Yubi became curious, "You want to ask me something? What is it?" Shinobis have a code of conduct according to which they must keep all the information related to their mission confidential, and not reveal the identity of the person who has requested the task. Does the Amatsukami organization follows this code? Bishojo-chan asked in a serious tone. Homuse Yubi frowned, but she answered nonetheless, well yeah, a mercenary organization such as ours have to follow certain code of conduct, and a Matsukami has a reputation to uphold, so we are even more strict in these matters. Aside from the leader and the person who is performing the mission, no one else is ever aware of its contents. After all, the tasks we receive are generally shady ones, and may cause a lot of problems if any sort of intelligence is leaked. Hearing this response, Bishoujo-chan said, in that case, I want to issue a task to a Matsukami. Oh. Now Homuse Yubi was indeed surprised, but she first questioned, is it from Shimura Danzo? Adat novel bin Adat. Bishoujo-chan shook her head, no, it's not from him. Then she passed a scroll to Homuse Yubi, and said, I have written everything related to the mission on this scroll, you can read it, and then tell me, as for the payment for the task, name your price and I will do my best to pay you. Homuse Yubi curiously unfolded the scroll after making sure it wasn't some kind of trap, then read the content on the scroll. After reading it, she was quite surprised and looked at Bishoujo-chan with a surprised look. I see, it clears away a lot of my doubts, and at the same time I finally understand why you are not loyal to Danzo. Well, I guess I can help you, but for my fees, I don't want money from you. How about doing a mission for me in return? I am willing to do anything if a Matsukami can help me, Bishoujo-chan immediately replied without any shred of hesitation. I guess we have a deal then, said Homuse Yubi as she brought out her hand for a handshake. Bishoujo-chan hesitated a little then shook Homuse Yubi's hand, and just as she did her eyesight aligned with Homuse Yubi's activated Mangekyou Sharinon who said a smile, one thing I forgot to mention my dear, firstly, I would like to verify whether what's written in the scroll is really the truth or not. Flashback no jutsu, and apparently, the task Bishoujo-chan gave was indeed genuine. Not only Homuse Yubi verified after reading Naomi's memories, but also after some of her own personal investigations. So, she agreed to complete the task, and what she asked Naomi in return was spy on Shimura Danzo for me, and report all the intelligence about his movements to me, to which Bishoujo-chan agreed and as such, here we are. After Homuse Yubi read the scroll, she praised Naomi, good work Naomi, then she too took out a scroll and gave it to Naomi, and here's your reward, it records all the intelligence that you need. Naomi's expression changed, there was surprise and excitement clearly visible in her eyes. She quickly took the scroll from Homuse Yubi, and immediately unfolded it and read everything in it. As she started to read it, tears started to flow down from her eyes. I knew it. I knew she was alive. Danzo, he lied to me? I knew Mika was alive. I knew she didn't die. Homuse Yubi nodded lightly, and said, well, your niece is indeed alive. After I did my own investigation, I found out that she never really suffered from any disease. The deformation in her limbs was the result of a unique Kekii Genkai that your niece awakened at that time. It was unlucky for the girl to be found by Shimura Danzo before anyone else, and Shimura Danzo found this Kekii Genkai to be very interesting. He understood that her Kekii Genkai will make Mika a perfect kunoichi. Exactly the kind of tool he needs, so she is being trained by him. Naomi nodded, and explained, I never really believed him when he told me about Mika's death, and for the past 4 years, I have been trying to find any clue about her, but Danzo has always been vigilant against me and never left any clue in front of me. Finally, now I know. Homuse Yubi nodded but then she questioned with a confused expression, if that's the case, then why did you never go to Konoha's Hokage or Tsunade Heim for help? Given that Mika carries some Senju blood from her father's side, they would have definitely helped you, you know. Naomi answered, Tsunade-sama was never in the village up until a few months ago, so obviously I couldn't go to her. As for Hokage-sama, I wasn't sure if he would be willing to have a conflict with Danzo for the sake of Mika, so. Homuse Yubi nodded, I suppose that makes sense, and then asked, so, now that you have the information, what are you going to do? Naomi answered, of course, rescue her immediately. Homuse Yubi suggested, you shouldn't be hasty. Given Danzo's character, she should have been brainwashed by now, so, rescuing her right now wouldn't be the best option. It will also be problematic for my plans, as Shimura Danzo will become highly alert. Naomi understood, and asked, then what do you suggest Homuse Yubi-sama? Homuse Yubi thought for a while, then said, in about a few weeks from now, you will get the perfect opportunity to rescue her, wait until then. Naomi hesitated, but what happens if he plans to use her before that? Homuse Yubi shook her head, he won't, trust me on this. After thinking for a while, Naomi nodded, all right then. I will wait until then. Homuse Yubi nodded then left for the meeting with Danzo. After that small secret discussion with Naomi, Homuse Yubi left the laboratory and came to the meeting room where the meeting is supposed to be held. The meeting room has only 3 seats around a circular table, which means, apart from Homuse Yubi, only Danzo and Orochimaru are supposed to be present, but of course, because Danzo himself doesn't have that much knowledge when it comes to biotechnology, so Danzo's chief researcher will also be present in the meeting, though he will be standing behind Danzo for the entire duration of the meeting. As Tsukii, wearing the Homuse Yubi mask entered the meeting room, Danzo's face turned into a subconscious frown. Danzo doesn't know exactly why, but he has been feeling sort of uneasy ever since Homuse Yubi has replaced Fujin in this project. One of the reasons he is worried is that Homuse Yubi, who according to him is on Sarutobi Hiruzen's side, might secretly leak the information about him colluding with Orochimaru in this sensitive period which would be very harmful for his reputation. For this very reason, and to eliminate the possibility of those two working together against him, Danzo has also done his best to avoid any sort of contact between Homusubi and Orochimaru. But because Homusubi was adamant for today's meeting as it is related to the success or failure of the improvement of the Chimera Jutsu, which he will be using for his ritual in order to become a perfect shinobi, so Danzo had no other choice but to let the two of them meet. At the same time, Danzo is very depressed. In the past month, he has repeatedly tried to contact Fujin and other members of the Amatsukami organization, using all the resources that he can use, but he has found nothing and received no response, which has made him more frustrated. It's as if Amatsukami doesn't even value him. Helpless, he has been left with no other choice but to suppress his temper and tolerate Homusubi's involvement in the core plan, because, despite the bad feeling she has been giving him, she has indeed shown results that are more than enough to prove her worth and knowledge. Be that as it may, Danzo has not let down his guard against Homusubi, and he has appointed several of his capable and trustworthy subordinates, including Naomi, to keep watch over her all the time in order to make sure that all her movements are within his control all the time. Even as Homusubi entered the meeting room, Danzo was able to notice Naomi's presence just outside the room. As Homusubi took one of the seats of the round table, the two nodded slightly and remained silent, waiting for the arrival of the last person at Novel bin Adat. He didn't make them wait for too long, as after a while, Orochimaru too entered the meeting room and proceeded to take his seat. As Orochimaru passed by Homusubi, he smiled slightly and whispered lightly, "Although this is our first official meeting, I have a feeling that I have seen you somewhere. The aura you have seems very familiar to me." Orochimaru may have said so in a humorous tone, but Homusubi knew better than anyone that Orochimaru was being very serious. For the identities of the two Homusubi of Amatsukami, Orochimaru has his own guesses, and he feels that his guesses are very accurate. After all, he is one of the very few people who know that Uchiha Itachi has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the same time, Orochimaru also knew that Uchiha Tsukai's Sharingan wasn't an ordinary Sharingan. Orochimaru was very regretful that Uchiha Tsukai died, but recently he has begun to think otherwise. All that sacrifice for the sake of the village was just a ruse/drama to fake her death in order to fool him and the Akatsuki organization. Therefore, Orochimaru believes that the two Homusubi of the Amatsukami organization are. As Orochimaru was about to say his next words, Homusubi's cold voice filled with killing intent entered his ears. "I advise you, Orochimaru, it would be best to watch out your mouth." Hearing Homusubi's cold voice, Orochimaru snorted softly, and without continuing to entangle on this subject, he took his seat. The Amatsukami organization doesn't have just two Homusubis, it also has Fujin, Sujin, and Yama, who are recognized as the current strongest in the shinobi world, so Orochimaru also understands that he can't use this information to threaten Homusubi. The Akatsuki organization alone is already proving too much of a threat to him. If Amatsukami is also offended at the same time, then he might really die a terrible death. So, Orochimaru restrained himself, took the last seat. After Orochimaru sat down, Danzo said, "Save the pointless tittle-tattle for later. For now, focus on the subject at hand. The two of you strongly demanded that this meeting be held. I want to know why." Homusubi immediately spread out the reports before Danzo, and asked, "I need to know the Kekkai Genkai that you want to fuse using the Chimera Jutsu ritual." Danzo frowned, and shook his head. "I haven't decided yet." No way. Danzo, who doesn't have an ounce of trust in Homusubi and Orochimaru, would obviously not reveal such an important piece of information that is related to the core part of his strength to the two of them so easily. Homusubi also knew Danzo's reasons, but she refused to give up, and stated, "If you haven't decided yet, then decide immediately." Orochimaru also said from the side, "This information is related to the further adjustments in the Chimera Jutsu, and we need to know what Kekkai Genkai you are using in order to design the ritual. Otherwise, the project will halt at this point and there is nothing we can do to move to the next step." Homusubi nodded, yes. Danzo didn't doubt Orochimaru and Homusubi's words, and truth be told, he had actually anticipated this scenario because even his chief researcher has already explained all these things to him as per the information they have summarized up until now. The fusion of different Kekkai Genkai requires a different degree of fine-tuning in the Chimera buds, and this fine-tuning is related to the improvement in the entire Chimera Jutsu and absorption ritual. As such, the different Kekkai Genkai that the user wants to absorb must be determined early so that these final improvements can be completed as early as possible. After all, after the fine-tuning, the final absorption and fusion ritual ceremony also needs to be planned and arranged as per the layout, and it will definitely consume a lot of time and resources. Precisely because of these reasons, Homusubi and Orochimaru are unanimously pressing Danzo and demanding him to reveal the name of all the Kekkai Genkais that he plans to absorb. Only then will they be able to proceed any further. And this reason is making Danzo feel even gloomier. Although he knows the truth and is aware of the fact that both of them are indeed very correct, however, he who is used to hiding his abilities and power in the dark is highly uncomfortable in revealing any piece of information that is related to his core secrets and might become an important factor in his life and death battles. And this is also not going according to what he had planned. Originally, Danzo had assumed that improvements in the Chimera Jutsu would take several months more, so he wanted to delay revealing this information as much as possible. And while waiting for all the improvements in Chimera Jutsu to be completed, he wanted to ascend to the position of Konoha's Godame Hokage and then kick away both Amatsukami and Orochimaru after they had played their respective roles. As per his plans, after becoming Hokage and kicking away the two foreign parties, Danzo would let his own researcher completely take over the project, and then using the power of Konoha village, he would complete the final absorption ritual in secrecy, thus ensuring that intelligence about his core secrets is not leaked to anybody. However, Danzo greatly underestimated Homusubi and Orochimaru's capabilities, and as such, he made the wrong estimation in the rate of progress. At this moment, he has yet to ascend to the position of Konoha's Hokage, but the improvement in the Chimera Jutsu has already entered the final stage. Of course, he can still kick away both Orochimaru and Amatsukami, but unless he ascends to the position of Hokage, he doesn't want to turn his face with the two of them. So, he is greatly frustrated at this point. There is one more thing troubling him, that is the Kekkei Genkai that Naomi's niece Mika possesses. Danzo wants to absorb Mika's Kekkei Genkai because it is very attractive to him, but he doesn't want to reveal Mika or her Kekkei Genkai's existence to either Homusubi or Orochimaru, as that could be highly troublesome. Seeing Danzo's hesitation and frustration, Homusubi said in a blunt tone, "There's no need to think too much, you don't really have that many choices in the first place." As soon as Homusubi's words were heard, Danzo's expression turned into confusion, and he asked, "What do you mean?" Orochimaru also looked at her with doubts in his mind. Seeing both Danzo and Orochimaru looking at her, demanding an explanation, Homusubi shrugged and answered, "You can't just absorb any arbitrary Kekkei Genkai using the Chimera Jutsu ritual. In order for the absorption and fusion ritual to be a success, all the Kekkei Genkai have to be carefully selected based on the individual chakra natures as a focus, and their combinations must provide a mutual growth and restrain. Basically, what I am saying is that you have to search for a balance, as the balance is the key." Danzo's brows frowned deeper, and the chief researcher who stood behind him also seemed to be lost in thought. Orochimaru on the other hand nodded lightly, as he has obviously considered this issue. While Danzo and the chief researcher were thinking, Homusubi remained silent. She wanted to let them digest the information she had just provided. After a while, Danzo asked vigilantly, "If you say so, then what advice do you have?" Homusubi lightly glanced at Danzo, then said thoughtfully, "The fact that you have transplanted Senju Hashirama's cells and several 3-tomo Sharinon makes." As soon as Homusubi mentioned the Hashirama cells and Sharinon transplantation, Danzo didn't let her finish her words. He stood up abruptly and backed away, as he questioned her with a solemn expression. "How do you know that I have transplanted Sharinon and Shodame-sama's cells?" At the same time, intense killing intent was directed towards Homusubi and Orochimaru by not just Danzo, but also several other presences that were hiding in the dark. A single wrong word and they would instantly attack both Homusubi and Orochimaru. "How do you know that I have transplanted Sharinon and Shodame-sama's cells?" Ever since he had completed the implantation of Hashirama cells and Sharinon in his body, Danzo regards these two as his trump card, and he put a lot of effort into making sure that his trump card remains a secret. For this, not only does Danzo always keep his right arm bandaged and sealed with gauntlets like seals to avoid anyone from noticing any abnormality in his right hand, he still keeps his right arm hidden inside his dark gray robe and generally uses a walking crutch to highlight his fragility in order to fool his enemies. Moreover, since implantation, he has made fewer and fewer public appearances. As such, very few people are aware of the fact that he has transplanted Sharinon and Hashirama cells. And even those very few people only include his subordinates en route, excluding Naomi because he didn't trust her enough with this knowledge, and Orochimaru. Before his defection from Konoha, Orochimaru was one of the insiders in the Hashirama cells research that was being conducted en route, and he had solved a lot of technical problems that Danzo was facing back then. Therefore, when Homusubi, who shouldn't be aware of this information, mentioned Hashirama cells and Sharinon transplantation, Danzo's first suspect was naturally Orochimaru. And without waiting for Homusubi to answer his question, Danzo's stern gaze filled with killing intent landed on Orochimaru, at Novel bin at. Feeling the undisguised killing intent of Danzo as well as several root shinobi hidden in the shadows, Orochimaru remained unperturbed, and shrugged indifferently. "Don't look at me. I don't have anything to do with how she knows your so-called secret." After giving a casual answer, Orochimaru glanced at Homusubi. He was curious as to why did she mention such a thing so casually. Of course, Orochimaru didn't really find it strange that Homusubi was aware of Danzo's little secret. Orochimaru guessed that the reason why Homusubi knows of Danzo's so-called secret is probably Fujin. Orochimaru knows that Fujin has Byakugan, and using that Byakugan, he must have noticed Danzo's little secret and reported it back to the Amatsukami organization. So, Homusubi, who is part of the Amatsukami, is also aware of Danzo's little secret. However, Danzo didn't know that Fujin had a pair of Byakugan. As such, he didn't suspect Fujin, and focused on other possible suspects, which is him. Naturally, Orochimaru didn't care whether he was being suspected or not. Danzo didn't believe Orochimaru either, and seeing this, Homusubi folded her arms under her bust, and said in an impatient tone, "If you think that Amatsukami wouldn't even be aware of such a piece of information before contacting you, then either you are underestimating us too much, or you are overestimating yourself too much. We took the trouble of contacting you. Naturally, we did so after investigating your physical condition and background. and it would be best for you to understand that acquiring such simple information is not that big of a deal for us, so don't be too surprised. Now sit down, and let me continue. I haven't yet finished speaking what I was talking about. Danzo's skeptical gaze swept across Homusubi, Orochimaru, and even Chief Researcher who was standing behind him. Then finding no flaw, he finally took back his seat, but with a sullen look on his face. With Danzo seated back, Homusubi started flipping through several documents that she was carrying and explained at the same time. So, as I was saying, the fact that you have transplanted Hashirama cells and several 3-tomo Sharingan makes your situation quite complicated, although, this is also a big advantage for you. Homusubi paused here, and after handing over a few pieces of parchments to Danzo, she continued. Hiriko's choices of Kekii Genkai that he selected for the Chimera ritual were Steel Release, Swift Release, Storm Release, Dark Release, and Sharingan. From Hiriko's perspective, he gathered 5 Kekii Genkai that he believed would make him the perfect shinobi, but that's not exactly how it actually worked when he absorbed them. Orochimaru, Danzo, and the Chief Researcher looked at Homusubi with curious expression. Homusubi continued, if you look closely, you'll find that among the 5 Kekii Genkai Hiriko had selected, whether intentionally or unintentionally he had gathered several different chakra natures. Steel Release primarily represents Earth Chakra nature, Swift Release primarily represents Wind Chakra nature, Storm Release represents Lightning and Water Chakra nature, Dark Release primarily represents Water Chakra nature, and then the Sharingan represents Yin Chakra nature. By acquiring these particular 5 Kekii Genkai, Hiriko managed to acquire 5 different chakra natures in a somewhat balanced state. So, it can be said that the ritual he designed was stable for 5 chakra natures, and allowed him to survive. After this deep explanation, Danzo nodded, but his expression was still gloomy because of what happened a little while ago. Orochimaru had an indifferent smile throughout the explanation because he had personally witnessed Hiriko's absorption ritual. Therefore, he is aware of the entire process. Homusubi paid no mind, and said, however, I say that what really made him survive and succeed wasn't the somewhat balanced Kekii Genkai absorption ritual he designed, but pure luck. If not for that luck, there is just no way he would have managed to survive because the ritual he designed had a fatal flaw. And the ironic thing is that even Hiriko never realized this fatal flaw, although the reason for him not being able to realize it is his lack of knowledge and understanding of chakra. Nonetheless, because he was lucky, his luck made up for his lack of knowledge and allowed him to become the so-called perfect shinobi. As Homusubi's words fell, Danzo was again puzzled. Even Orochimaru's eyebrows twisted in a frown because he too is unable to see the flaw that Homusubi is talking about. Homusubi did not make them wait too long, and directly explained. From the chakra nature's perspective, Hiriko's ritual focused on the integration of just 5 chakra natures. He may have succeeded and survived, but this is actually not safe. For the ritual to be considered truly safe and successful, we must also add fire chakra nature and yang chakra nature in the mix as well. That is, we must consider all 7 chakra natures. Only when all the 7 chakra natures truly integrate, the success rate of the ritual will increase, and make the ritual truly successful. Danzo questioned, if that's the case, then how did Hiriko succeed? Homusubi smirked, and answered, I mentioned earlier that Hiriko survived purely on his luck. The reason being that among the 5 prey he had selected, the Uchiha Shinobi with the Sharingan not only represented Yin Chakra nature but also represented Fire Chakra nature because Uchiha clan is naturally good at fire style, and by absorbing that Uchiha Shinobi, he managed to acquire both Fire and Yin Chakra nature. Similarly, the Swift Release user he captured was actually an Uzumaki descendant, so he provided Hiriko with Yin Chakra nature apart from the Wind Chakra nature. Therefore, even though Hiriko should have obtained only 5 chakra natures as per his design, he still managed to acquire all 7 of them purely based on his luck. When Danzo heard this theory, he was taken aback. Let alone Danzo, even Orochimaru and the Chief Researcher were no different and seemed as if they were lost in thought. Integration of all 7 chakra natures. Such an idea kept revolving in their mind, but they were unable to imagine such a thing happening. Whether it is Danzo, Chief Researcher, or Orochimaru, they are all limited by their vision. In this shinobi world where the fusion of just 2 chakra nature is already considered a very big deal, and 3 is the highest limit that an individual has managed, integration of all the 7 chakra natures is something they have never even thought to be possible. At the same time, none of them have enough understanding of the yin and yang chakra natures, so they don't really understand what their combination can represent. So, after listening to Homusubi's explanation, all 3 of them were shocked, and realized their previous negligence. The one most shocked was none other than Orochimaru, who had already put away his indifferent and casual expression. His snake-like eyes with vertical slits were intensely focused on Homusubi, and he was thinking, I didn't expect that Amatsukami's research on Chimera Jutsu would be so thorough. No, it is better to say that the knowledge that the members of Amatsukami have is naturally very advanced, otherwise, it is simply impossible for each of them to have such advanced mastery of their respective fields. When it comes to knowledge and research, Orochimaru is highly proud of himself, because there are very few people who can match him. However, the theories put forth by Homusubi really opened Orochimaru's eyes. He also realized that similar to Hiriko, he too has been limiting his vision. At the same time, Orochimaru can't help but become more vigilant of Amatsukami, because at this moment, he realized that the deeper he tries to figure out the Amatsukami organization, the more mysterious it becomes, just like an abyss. Smash! Danzo struck his crutch on the ground to break the silence in the room. Then asked Homusubi with a frowned expression, "You said that I have an advantage in this aspect. Is it because my body already has yin and yang chakra from the Sherinon and the Hashirama cells that I have implanted, and I wouldn't have to worry about these two chakra natures?" Homusubi nodded, "Sort of. Your body already has two Kekii Genkai that are giving you two of the 7 chakra natures, that being yin and yang chakra natures which are the most important of all, so what you have to focus on is obtaining the other 5 basic chakra natures." Danzo was disappointed for a moment, the reason being, he realized that he won't be able to devour Mika's Kekii Genkai that is based on Yang Chakra nature transformation, but after thinking about it a little he no longer cared whether he would be able to devour her Kekii Genkai or not. After all, he would still have 7 other Kekii Genkai including both Sherinon and the Mokiton. Upon reaching such a conclusion, his stretched brows loosened, and his tone became brisk as well, as he said, "If that's the case, what else is there to worry about?" However, before Danzo could become so happy, Homusubi poured cold water. "It's not that simple," and while shaking her head, she explained as she pointed at Danzo's right arm, "I have said it before, your situation is quite complicated. Although, you have implanted Hashirama cells and several 3-tomo Sherinon, the method and techniques of implantation are too poor and crude and they have left behind a lot of hidden dangers in your body. The two forces of Sherinon and Hashirama cells, that is, Yin Chakra and Yang Chakra, are barely in an equilibrium state inside your body. If either of them is consumed beyond a certain limit, then you will lose control of both of them, and there would be life-threatening consequences. I think you should know this better than me, so you should understand what I am trying to imply here." Due to the limitations of technological advancement at that time, Danzo's transplantation technique is the most unsophisticated and the most unstable. The right arm, implanted with several 3-tomo Sherinon that he got transplanted in his body, does not even belong to him but to a kid named Shin who was part of the route until a few months ago and has gone missing sometime after the Tri-Alliance raid on Akatsuki organization at Omegakure. Regardless of what that kid is doing now, the focus here is that the way the transplantation of Hashirama cells has been done in his arm is also very rough. In fact, the way Shin's right hand is transplanted into Danzo's body can also be considered an attempt towards organ fusion. And when that arm implanted with several 3-tomo Sherinon and Hashirama cells was transplanted into Danzo's body, it was just an organ-level transplantation, not even the cellular-level transplantation, much less genetic level. Regardless, all Homusubi had to say for it is that it is the result of a lack of capable subordinates on Danzo's side. And she is indeed very correct. If Danzo had capable subordinates, then they would have at least attempted cellular-level fusion even if genetic level seemed beyond their pay grade. Facts have proven that the genetic level fusion is the most thorough of all types, although the rate of failure is very high in the case of genetic level. Once successful, genetic level fusion provides the most stability. Hyuga Kurito and all his clones are the best examples. In the case of Kurito, once he merged all the recessive genes of the Hyuga clan and managed to successfully activate all the 33 gene sequences and then awakened the Tenseigan, there was no phenomenon of rejection or runaway. Similarly, for the clones, once Kurito manages to successfully fuse the genes, the other steps become rather easy and there are very few cases of rejection. This genetic fusion is indeed the best. Even cellular level fusion is much better compared to the organ level because after the fusion is successful, it will also tend to be stable. Hashirama cell transplantation in Madara and Obito are very good examples. And finally comes the organ-level fusion, which is the most inferior and also the most stable. Even if Danzo succeeded using this method, the state of his body is in extreme danger due to the runaway of Hashirama cells, if the balance of Yin Chakra plummets. This was clearly seen in the battle between Danzo and Uchiha Sasuke in the canon. After he had consumed a lot of Yin Chakra due to repeated use of Izanage, the balance between Yin and Yang Chakra was disrupted, and immediately after that, the Hashirama cells in his hands ran out of his control. The same situation can arise during the Kekii Genkai absorption ritual. If Hashirama cells are not controlled, then they will definitely run out of control, and if Hashirama cells runs out of control, then rather than Danzo becomes a perfect shinobi with 7 Kekii Genkai, he will become a humongous tree. And since Homusubi did not want that to happen, she gave a true evaluation of Danzo's state. But of course, what Homusubi stated might have been the truth, it wasn't pleasant to everyone's ears. When Danzo heard Homusubi's unceremonious evaluation, he wasn't very happy. How dare you? At the same time, because of Homusubi's frankness in evaluating his state, deep down in his heart, Danzo developed a little trust in Homusubi, and was willing to believe in her. Obviously, Homusubi didn't know what the old guy Danzo was thinking, and without any regard to his irritated expression, she said in an indifferent one, considering that you have cells of many different people in your body, especially the cells of Senjo Hashiramas, you should select the other 5 Kekii Genkai in such a manner that all the 7 chakra natures will be in a balanced state. Make note that Hashirama cells also gives you some extent of earth and water chakra nature. For Shimura Danzo's Kekii Genkai absorption ritual, Homusubi has been quite honest and has provided all the help necessary. This is done in order to make sure that Danzo gets as close to success as possible. As said before, Danzo has all the things necessary to be a perfect pawn. He has manpower at his disposal, he has enough financial power, most of all he yearns for power, and is bold enough to take even the most drastic of steps for the sake of so-called dreams. A second pawn like Danzo will be hard to come by in the future, and Kurito wants to exploit Danzo to the maximum to explore the path ahead in order to smoothen his journey into achieving Kekki Mora in the future. While Danzo was pondering over Homusubi's words, Orochimaru also recovered from his thoughts and silently observed the situation. After keenly observing everything that Homusubi has said up to now, Orochimaru was able to guess some of her thoughts. According to what he has guessed, Amatsukami has the same idea as him. They intend to use Shimura Danzo as a lab rat/guinea pig to probably test something. After understanding this, Orochimaru thought a little and said to Danzo, "Danzo-sama, I have a suggestion, and this might further increase the success rate." Both Homusubi and Danzo were curious and looked at Orochimaru with quizzical expressions, and Danzo questioned, "What suggestion?" As Homusubi stated, the technique used to transplant that right arm in your body is very poor, and it will certainly affect the future outcome of the ritual. If you allow me, I can do a comprehensive inspection and transformation of your entire body, such that the transplantation will become more stable, and your body will also be able to undergo ritual safely, said Orochimaru. When it comes to body modification and body transformation, Orochimaru can be said to be standing at the pinnacle of the current shinobi world, and even Kurito, who is highly advanced in biotechnology, cannot be compared to him. Take Orochimaru as an example. This guy has trodden the path of body modification and transformation to such a level that he can't even be considered a human anymore. His true form is that of a giant white snake made up of many smaller snakes. Therefore, when he proposed body modification for Danzo, both Homusubi and Danzo were taken aback, and had to consider it for a moment. It's just that Orochimaru's every word gives off a conspiracy vibe, so they were not sure whether to accept his proposal or not. Homusubi in particular stretched her brows and stared at Orochimaru fiercely. Her eyes were clearly stating, "Orochimaru, how can you be so blatant in treating Shimura Danzo as a lab rat? At novel bin at." Obviously, Orochimaru understood what Homusubi was trying to say. He chuckled lightly and blinked as if saying, "Aren't you the same? And don't worry, even if Danzo realizes that we are treating him as a lab rat, he won't refuse." And while Homusubi and Orochimaru were talking with their eyes, Danzo looked at the two of them with a gloomy face, but he chose to remain silent and didn't say anything, which was exactly as Orochimaru had expected. Although Danzo may not have a clear idea of what Orochimaru and Homusubi are planning, he does know that they intend to do something. But even if he knows this, Danzo doesn't care. What he desires is power. So long as he can get the level of power he wants, he doesn't mind playing in the palms of Homusubi and Orochimaru for a while. What's more, who is using whom to achieve their purpose cannot be decided until the final card is played. As long as he is the last one standing among the three, he will be the ultimate winner who used both Amatsukami and Orochimaru to achieve his purpose. After getting a detailed explanation of everything, Danzo understood a lot of things. As such, he no longer tried to be so secretive in this regard and revealed the names of some of the Kekki Genkai that he would like to absorb using the Chimera Jutsu. Some of the Kekki Genkai that he prefers, other than Mika's, are Dark Release and Swift Release. Both Dark Release and Swift Release were also preferred by Hiriko, and both of them truly are very useful Kekki Genkai. Once someone has Dark Release, they will become immune to most of the ninjutsu, as they gain the ability to absorb chakra from any ninjutsu as long as its form isn't too complex for them. And with Swift Release, the person in question will also gain the ability to dodge physical attacks, thus the chances of getting physical damage will also decrease. Having just one of them may not prove to be so effective, but if someone has both of them at the same time, the user's survival ability will definitely improve by several times. Hiriko himself was the best example. After Dark Release and Swift Release, the next Kekki Genkai that Danzo proposed was somewhat unexpected, which surprised both Homusubi and Orochimaru. And the Kekki Genkai is Crystal Release. Crystal Release is a very rare Kekki Genkai in the shinobi world, and truthfully speaking, it is a very powerful Kekki Genkai. Crystal Release grants its user the ability to summon and freely manipulate crystals constructs in a number of ways, such as crushing walls or unique snowflake pattern shuriken. The user can even ride their crystal constructs and freely fly in the air. However, the deadliest aspect of Crystal Release is that it can turn any matter that has a physical state into pink, jade green, red, or blue-colored crystals, from physical material to moisture in the air, allowing the user to turn almost anything into their weapon. This is not just limited to pre-existing things. The user of Crystal Release is also capable of turning other ninjutsu useless against him by turning ninjutsu itself into crystals. And as if that's not enough already, when used on living creatures, targets can be crystallized down to the cellular level, imprisoning them so long as the crystals are in place and shattering them if the crystals are struck, killing them. So, it is not wrong to say that not only Crystal Release has both offensive and defensive capabilities, but it also grants its user area of control ability, and some extent of espionage abilities. Unexpectedly, Danzo chose Crystal Release. This is surprising, thought Homusubi, as she was really impressed by such a choice of Danzo. On the other side, Orochimaru had his eyes narrowed. I did not expect that Danzo would choose Crystal Release. In regards to the true extent of the abilities that the Kekkei Genkai crystal release grants its user, Orochimaru has the most knowledge of the three. After all, one of his chief subordinates named Gurren uses this Kekkei Genkai. At this time Danzo said, among the four, no three Kekkei Genkai that I have selected so far other than Sherry-non and Wood Release, Dark Release primarily represents Water Chakra nature, Swift Release primarily represents Wind Chakra nature, and finally Crystal Release primarily represents Earth Chakra nature. For the Fire Chakra nature and the Lightning Chakra nature, I have yet to decide. Do the two of you have any suggestions? Homusubi shrugged. It's for you to decide in the end anyway, but if I have to say, then Storm Release is the best Kekkei Genkai for the Lightning Chakra nature. Storm Release allows the user to manipulate beams of electricity that which flows like water. It is primarily used by the shinobi of Kumogakure, but at present no one has been able to showcase the true potential of Storm Release Kekkei Genkai. Neither any of the Kumogakure shinobi including but not limited to Derui who was naturally born with this Kekkei Genkai, nor Hiriko who acquired it through Chimera Jutsu. The true potential of Storm Release was shown by Uchiha Madara with just a single jutsu of his Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang, in which he infused Storm Release Chakra with Senjutsu Chakra to fire a sharp, thin stream of light from his mouth. Sage Art, Storm Release Light Fang, used by Uchiha Madara was powerful enough to cut clean through a truth-seeking ball. Now we can make the argument that it was Uchiha Madara who made that jutsu such unbelievably strong and unconventional, and it's a valid argument, but it still shows just how high the potential of Storm Release is. Moreover, Danzo might also be to use Storm Release in conjunction with Crystal Release. So, Homusubi's point is valid, and Danzo did take it into consideration. At this time, Orochimaru also put forward his view. Since you have opted for Crystal Release and Swift Release, then Boil Release will definitely complement both of them quite well. Using Crystal Release, Danzo will be able to create invisible confined spaces, and using the corrosive vapors of Boil Release he will be capable of instantly dissolving his enemies. And if Danzo masters Boil Release to a higher level, then he will be able to use this Kekkei Genkai to heat his chakra to the boiling point similar to the Jinchuriki of Gobi. The steam that will emanate from his body will be capable of melting the surroundings and propelling him in different directions. If the extreme speed of Swift Release and the extreme insight of Sherry-non are used in conjunction with the propelling and melting abilities of Boil Release, Taijutsu battles against Danzo would result in instant death. Therefore, Boil Release is indeed a very good choice. Danzo deeply thought about the various aspects of the two Kekkei Genkai proposed by Homusubi and Orochimaru, and then nodded in satisfaction. Yes, Storm Release and Boil Release are indeed the best choices. Both Homusubi and Orochimaru nodded and noted down the names of all the 7 Kekkei Genkai that are going to be absorbed by Danzo. The 7 Kekkei Genkai are Wood Release, Sherry-non, Dark Release, Swift Release, Crystal Release, Storm Release, and finally, Boil Release. While writing, Orochimaru suddenly thought of something, and said doubtfully, with the combination of these 7 Kekkei Genkai, the concentration of Water Chakra nature is a little too high and Fire Chakra nature is quite less. So, there might be problems during the ritual. Among the 7 Kekkei Genkai selected by Danzo, Wood Release, Storm Release, and Boil Release uses Water Chakra nature, and Dark Release itself is primarily a Water Chakra nature-based Kekkei Genkai. So, the ratio of Water Chakra nature is a little too high, while the ratio of Fire Chakra nature is quite less as it is only visible in Boil Release and Crystal Release. This difference in ratio can indeed disrupt the balance. Thinking so, Danzo questioned with a frowned expression, I am quite satisfied with these 7 Kekkei Genkai. Do we really have to change them? Is there no other way to balance this imbalanced ratio? At novel bin at. Homusubi pondered for a while, then suggested, if you are satisfied, then we will go with these 7 Kekkei Genkai. For the imbalanced ratio of the 7 chakra nature, we will try to balance them using the external environmental factors, that is, using the power of nature. I suggest using a volcano as a location to carry out the absorption ritual. This way, Fire Chakra will get a boost, and suppress the excessive Water Chakra nature. Orochimaru nodded, and added, yes, this should work. And we can also choose a sacrifice whose Dark Release is weaker to further weaken the Water Chakra nature. Maybe use a young child who has just awakened the Dark Release and doesn't have very good mastery over it. Homusubi nodded. Yes, these two approaches should solve the imbalance in the ratio of the 7 chakra natures. After reaching such a conclusion, all the details were finalized and the meeting was concluded. At the same time, Orochimaru's base. Naruto, who had just completed chakra control training for the day, took the advantage of the free time and asked a question from Kabuto, who was working on something not too far away from him. Kabuto and Ii-chan, why did Orochimaru-sensei ignore me? What did I do wrong that made him angry? Naruto may seem carefree and dumb on the surface, but because of always being ignored and alienated by the villagers, Naruto is very sensitive towards others' attitudes towards him. When Orochimaru completely ignored him a few days ago, was able to Naruto accurately feel that Orochimaru's attitude, but Naruto is not able to figure out what did he do wrong that made Orochimaru feel as such. Kabuto didn't know how to answer Naruto, and he felt a little troubled by such a question. After thinking a little, he decided to speak half-truth half-lie. Orochimaru-sama is not angry with you, Naruto-kun. He is just stricter and has higher requirements. You are not yet at that level, so. Naruto lowered his head, and questioned lightly, Did I disappoint him? Kabuto had no answer. He chose to remain silent and sighed silently. He knows Orochimaru very well, and it is exactly as Naruto said. Orochimaru was indeed disappointed. Because Naruto is the son of Yondaime and the previous Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, so the expectations placed on him were too high. This is naturally unavoidable after all. Konoha's Yellow Flash and Red Hot-Blooded Habanero were geniuses in their own right, yet Naruto is not a genius. Let alone genius, he seems rather dumb on the surface, so, he didn't meet Orochimaru's expectations, and Orochimaru didn't find much worth in training Naruto. In fact, the responsibility of training basics to Naruto that has been given to Kabuto is just one last test. If Naruto can master the basics under the careful teaching of Kabuto and show his talent, then Orochimaru might reconsider, otherwise, it can be considered that Orochimaru has pretty much given up on Naruto. This is Orochimaru, a shinobi who has taken coldness in his instincts. He won't do a thing that is not beneficial to him. Over the years since Orochimaru left Konoha, he has gathered and trained countless orphans. Among them, there were very few whom Orochimaru found to be interesting. Strictly speaking, Kimimaro is the only one. Haku, Gurren, Tenzo, Yugo, and the others, regardless of the talent they showed, were only meant to be tools and were not given any more value than that. As the two sat silently, suddenly the sound of the hissing of snakes was heard in the cave. Hiss 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 hiss. Kabuto frowned, and after reaching out to one of them, he received the message. As soon as he did, Kabuto's brows wrinkled in a deep frown, and while pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose Kabuto muttered, "We have intruders here." He weaved the hand signs and after sensing a little, he was able to perceive 6 powerful chakra reactions rapidly approaching this cave. Damn, that is the mist unit of the Akatsuki organization. I didn't expect that they will be able to find us even here, after realizing the identity of the intruders. Kabuto thought about what to do. Obviously, the idea of fighting them was rejected without even thinking, because Kabuto knows that he won't be able to do anything facing 6 of them at the same time. Then he thought about the possibility of escaping. If it was just me, I could have managed somehow, but with Naruto-kun and Hinata-sama, we will be caught if we use the escape routes. Understanding that all the other options are no longer usable, Kabuto took out a scroll, and while looking at it, he had only one thought in his mind. Now, there is only one thing I can do. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of water droplets falling on the stalagmites resounded in the dark cave that was filled with white fog. When Naruto tried to look around, all he saw was mist and fog that was getting heavier and heavier, making it more and more difficult to see anything as they walked deeper into the cave. As the group passed through the giant stalagmites and stalactites that were mostly not visible because of being covered in fog, Hinata tightly clutched the sleeve of Naruto's jacket, and her immature face was filled with nervousness and fear that she might separate from the others and be left behind in this scary place. Obviously, Naruto felt Hinata's nervousness. He turned around and said with a bright smile, "Don't worry, Hinata. I will protect you." "Thank you, Naruto-kun." Hinata was moved and nodded heavily with deep blush. Following the small episode, the group of 3 kept walking forward. And after a long time, when Naruto could no longer curb his boisterous and exuberant nature, he finally decided to take a step forward and curiously asked Kabuto, who was walking in the front and leading the way, "Kabuto and Ii-chan, where are we going?" Kabuto looked back and said, "We are going to a place where we can be safe from the enemy intruders." After receiving Kabuto's reply, Naruto nodded slightly and the group of 3 continued to walk. Having understood that he didn't have any chance of surviving if he were to fight the Mist Squad of Akatsuki, Kabuto directly dispelled the idea of frontal confrontation with them, and he came to these deep caves together with Naruto and Hinata in order to avoid being tracked by them. This is not an ordinary place, so Kabuto is certain that they will not be able to find him, Naruto and Hinata here. Although many people often venture here, only those who really desire power can pass through. And because this area is covered in fog at all times, as such, this is also a place that the 3 of them can use to take refugees for a short while. Kabuto has always been very interested in this place, but without Orochimaru's permission, he did not dare to rashly visit this place as he knew how dangerous this place is, at Novel bin Adat. Because the members of the Akatsuki organization had almost tracked them, and since Orochimaru is not at base, so this time Kabuto did not have any other option but to venture here together with Naruto and Hinata. Before long, the fog in the surroundings started to become denser, and soon reached the point that neither of the 3 people was able to see even a single step ahead. Even Hinata, who had activated her Byakugan, was no exception. The fog was rich in natural energy, and that natural energy was hindering the Byakugan's penetrative abilities. As such, Hinata, similar to Naruto, had lost her sense of direction. By now, even Naruto, no matter how thick his nerves are, was also a little nervous, and just like Hinata had grabbed the cuff of his sleeve, he too had subconsciously grabbed the cuff of Kabuto's kimono, and asked nervously, "Kabuto and Ii-chan, how much longer will it take?" Kabuto replied with a calm smile, "We will be there soon enough." Naruto murmured, "You have been saying the very same thing for so long, but we haven't arrived yet, Yano." Kabuto remained silent as he was thinking about Orochimaru's words. Only those who are willing to sacrifice anything for the sake of power can find that place. Kabuto then glanced at Naruto from the corner of his eyes and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It's possible that I am not that desperate for power, that's why I am unable to find it. Perhaps Naruto, who ardently desires power, can lead us there. Thinking so, Kabuto constricted his eyes and said to Naruto, Naruto-kun, do you know why you were unable to use clone jutsu, or any other jutsu for that matter when Orochimaru-sama was trying to teach a few days ago? Naruto has also been worried about this, and hurriedly inquired, why? Remember when I told you about the spirit of the Kyuubi? You see, that fox is inside you, and its chakra is mixing up with your chakra, thus, making it difficult for you to control chakra. This is why you are unable to use clone jutsu, answered Kabuto. Obviously, Kabuto, who is also a Jonin-level shinobi, also saw the reason why Naruto is unable to master a basic clone jutsu. The reason is the small gap in the 8 trigram seal that seals Kyuubi inside Naruto. Because of that gap, Kyuubi's chakra is leaking out and mixing with Naruto's chakra, making it difficult for him to use his own chakra. Hearing this truth, Naruto's expression dropped, and he questioned with a sad expression, does that mean I will never be able to learn clone jutsu? Kabuto remained silent for a while, then said slowly, I can't be certain about that, but maybe there is still an option that you might be able to use to perform ninjutsu. Naruto's expression quickly cheered up, and he asked hurriedly, huh? There is still another way? Are you telling the truth, Kabuto Nii-chan? Kabuto pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and answered, you see Naruto-kun, the chakra that we use is the conventional form used by most of the shinobi to perform ninjutsu, but it's not the only method. Other than using the inner chakra we extract, there is one more method. Perhaps you can learn it. There is another method? What is it, Kabuto Nii-chan? Quickly tell me. Naruto asked impatiently. A smile appeared on Kabuto's lips as he saw Naruto's eagerness, and he answered, it's senjutsu. Senjutsu? What's senjutsu? Naruto was taken aback, because this is the first time he has heard such a term, and he didn't know what does senjutsu mean. Even when he was in the village, he has never heard anyone talk about senjutsu before, not even Sasuke, who is generally informed about most of the things and is the best source of knowledge and information for Naruto, also never said anything about senjutsu. As such, Naruto did not understand what is senjutsu, and he asked, what is senjutsu? Is it tasty? If I eat it, will it help me learn clone jutsu? Kabuto chuckled, and while shaking his head, he said, I don't think you are supposed to eat senjutsu. Anyway, senjutsu, as far as I know, is a unique style in which senjutsu users use the energy present in the environment rather than the energy in their body to perform ninjutsu. If you master senjutsu, not only will you be able to use clone jutsu, but I can guarantee that you will become an exceptional shinobi. Even achieving your dream, becoming Konoha's Hokage, won't be impossible. After listening to Kabuto's words, Naruto suddenly imagined what would happen if he were to master senjutsu. After mastering senjutsu, he returns to Konoha gloriously, and he will be appointed the next Hokage. Sasuke would respect him, all the adults in the village will happily greet him, and praise him for his talent, all the children in the village will come to play with him, and no one will ignore him. The more Naruto thought about it, the more he felt excited, and the more he longed for senjutsu. He didn't even realize it when saliva started to drip from the corner of his mouth. Senjutsu. I want senjutsu. After imagining all sorts of good things, Naruto quickly recovered his mind, and said to Kabuto, Kabuto Nii-chan, please teach me senjutsu. Kabuto shook his head helplessly, I am sorry. I can't teach you senjutsu. I don't know how to use it. The current Kabuto hasn't lost the meaning of life, therefore, although he is fascinated by senjutsu and natural energy, he isn't willing to take such a big risk, so obviously, Kabuto has not attempted to learn or master or senjutsu. Naruto was taken aback, and quickly asked, then, can Orochimaru-sensei teach me senjutsu? Orochimaru-sama does have a lot of knowledge of senjutsu, said Kabuto, then while shaking his head, he added, but even Orochimaru-sama too won't be able to teach you senjutsu, because even he hasn't been able to truly master it. Because of intensive research on Yugo, Orochimaru has a very deep knowledge of natural energy and senjutsu, but because he uses living corpse reincarnation, so Orochimaru's body and soul are no longer suitable for learning senjutsu. Additionally, there are also several other dangers associated with senjutsu training, such as permanently becoming stone or losing your mind etc. So Orochimaru hasn't been able to make up his mind whether he should really learn senjutsu or not. Naruto was taken aback, even a shinobi as powerful as Orochimaru-sensei hasn't mastered senjutsu, and was also disappointed, and if even Orochimaru-sensei can't teach me, then who can teach me? Kabuto said, in this shinobi world, there have been very few shinobi up until now who have been able to truly master senjutsu, and I don't know if they will be willing to guide you, said Kabuto, much to the disappointment of Naruto. Then Kabuto looked deeply at Naruto's expression and added, but you needn't be disappointed, because I know the place where you can learn senjutsu. Where? Naruto's eyes regained their light, and he asked with a yearning tone. Obviously, Naruto now really wants to learn this senjutsu thingy. Just as Kabuto was about to reply to Naruto, he came to an abrupt stop and his eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he looked at the sight before him. The sudden stop of Kabuto was unexpected for Naruto and Hinata. As a result, the two of them bumped into him and fell backward on their butts. Ouch. After quickly getting up, Naruto rubbed bit butt and complained, Kabuto Nii-chan, why did you stop so suddenly? Kabuto stared at the door in front of him, and muttered unexpectedly, we arrived here without your help, Naruto-kun. Huh? What do you mean, Kabuto Nii-chan? Muttered Naruto in confusion, then he poked his head out and looked at the simple, yet majestic cave door in front of him, and murmured, "What place is this?" Hinata, who stood next to Naruto, recognized the kanji characters written on the cave door and said, "Ryokai Cave." Ryokai Cave. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. "Hinata, do you know what is inside the Ryokai Cave?" "No, Naruto-kun." Hinata shook her head. Kabuto smiled strangely and answered Naruto's question. "Ryokai Cave is one of the 3 holy lands where you can learn senjutsu." Naruto was taken aback. "Huh? Are you serious, Kabuto Nii-chan? I can learn senjutsu here? Do the people living here really teach senjutsu? Will they teach me?" Kabuto shrugged. "I can't say for sure," and added, "Also, be careful, the beings that live here cannot be considered people. Be careful, the beings that live here cannot be considered people." Naruto held both of his hands behind his back and muttered, "Kabuto Nii-chan, now you are just scaring us. This Ryokai Cave obviously looks like a house, even if it is located in such an isolated place, it is a house nonetheless, and who else will live in a house other than humans?" Kabuto smiled slightly and without trying to explain anything he went straight towards the gate of the Ryokai Cave. Both Naruto and Hinata closely followed behind Kabuto, and because Naruto kept asking about one thing or the other, as a result of which Kabuto's nervousness was eased a lot, at novel bin at. That's right, Kabuto is highly nervous at this time and his heart is not at all as calm as it may seem on the surface. It was at the moment when he saw the kanji characters making up Ryachido that the nervousness in his heart even surpassed Hinata and Naruto, because, unlike the 2 ignorant kids, Kabuto knows what this place truly is. It's the legendary Ryokai Cave? One of the 3 big unexplored regions in the shinobi world, and one of the only 3 known places in the shinobi world where one can get formal training in Sennin mode. But that's only the surface of Ryokai Cave and what's known to the outside world. What are the true depths of this place is a big mystery, and Kabuto knows next to nothing about it. However, there is one thing Kabuto understands very well, and it is the fact that even Orochimaru doesn't dare to casually set foot at this place. Therefore, Kabuto was highly vigilant as he took further steps. Stepping on the broad steps, the 3 of them walked step by step towards the gate of the Ryokai Cave. Compared to the towering gate, Kabuto, Naruto, and Hinata were like ants. As he was passing through the gate, Naruto couldn't help but open his mouth with an astounded expression. What a giant door! Hinata was also surprised. Even if she is the supposed heiress of the Hyuga clan, Hinata has never once seen such a magnificent entrance. After passing through the giant gate, which for some reason was open, the 3 of them walked through a long passage, climbed hundreds of stairs, and finally came across something that looked like a stone bed. On the stone bed lay an old woman dressed in a white robe. She glanced at the 3 people one by one. Her momentary glancing at Kabuto, the old woman shifted her gaze on young Hinata and looked at her with a slight smile. She finally glanced in the direction of Naruto and said, "Well, we have some odd guests here, a lost person and 2 children." Kabuto took a step forward, and while bowing respectfully to the old woman, he asked, "Are you the White Snake Sage?" The old woman on the stone bed squinted her eyes slightly and nodded, "Uh-huh." As soon as she nodded, Kabuto showed her the small white snake. "This snake was given to me by Orochimaru-sama." "I see." White Snake Sage nodded slightly, then questioned, "And I wonder why the 3 of you are here." At this time, Naruto directly approached the White Snake Sage, and while deeply staring at her, he asked, "Abakan, are you a Sennin? Can you teach me senjutsu?" White Snake Sage squinted at Naruto and said with a strange smile, "If you wish to learn senjutsu, then you must first pass one of my tests." Before Naruto could agree, his mouth was hurriedly covered, and he was pulled back by Kabuto. The White Snake Sage in front of them looks like a kind old woman who is harmless to children, but Kabuto knew her true face very well. In reality, this old woman is a millennium-old monster who has mastered senjutsu and has been ruling over the snakes of the Ryokai Cave for several centuries, so she is definitely not someone to whom one can be disrespectful. So, while keeping Naruto silent, Kabuto apologized for the kid's rude behavior and then politely asked, "To learn senjutsu, do we need to pass some sort of test? What kind of test is it? And what are the contents of the test?" The White Snake Sage didn't care about Kabuto's cautiousness. She kept looking at Naruto and answered, "In the depths of the Ryokai Cave, a giant snake named Gurga resides. He has an aggressive temper and is prone to his violent outbursts are a nuisance for me. So long as you bring me Gurga's reverse scale and tone down his temper, you will pass the test and you will be taught senjutsu." Naruto was immediately cheered in excitement. "I just have to bring the reverse scale of a snake? It doesn't sound too difficult." "Don't be an idiot, Naruto." Kabuto scolded the blonde-haired kid with tick marks on this forehead, and then said to White Snake Sage, "If this snake named Gurga can be a nuisance even to the legendary White Snake Sage, I am afraid there is hardly anything we can do about him. Isn't there something else we can do to pass the test?" "Ha ha ha," the old lady chuckled lightly, then shook her head. "This is the only test have for you people. Any of you wish to learn senjutsu from the Ryokai Cave, then that person must first pass this test." Kabuto nodded with a troubled expression. White Snake Sage has already stated the content of the test. Even if he doesn't like the content of the test, Kabuto doesn't have the guts to negotiate or bargain with her. Before stepping inside the Ryokai Cave, Kabuto had expected that the learning process of senjutsu would be that easy and smooth, but only now did he understand how difficult it is. Being Orochimaru's subordinate, Kabuto knows Manda, who is considered one of the strongest snakes in the entire shinobi world, and if this Gurga is troublesome enough to even make the white snake sage feel a headache, then his strength is definitely not weaker than Manda. To tone down a snake on the level of Manda? This is not something they can manage with their strength. Kabuto understands that if they wish to complete the trial, then they would at least require strength on the level of someone like Orochimaru, otherwise, it would mean straight of death, and he has no early death wish. But at the same time, Kabuto also doesn't know if he will get another chance to learn Senjutsu, therefore, he was hesitating a little. While Kabuto was weighing whether to accept the test of White Snake Sage, Naruto had already asked the direction of Gurga's lair and was on his way there in a swaggering manner. How powerful can a snake be that has caused a headache for an old Abakan, was the thought in Naruto's mind, and things like catching snakes and catching fishes, he has done countless times while he used to play alone in the forests around the Konoha village. Therefore, Naruto didn't think all that much and quickly went towards Gurga's lair in order to retrieve his reverse scale, so that he can learn Senjutsu. Seeing Naruto going, Hinata hesitated a little, then she quickly followed him. Naruto-kun, wait for me. By the time Kabuto came to his sense, Naruto and Hinata had already walked away from a long distance, so even if he didn't want to, Kabuto had no choice but to go after them. So, after shaking his head helplessly, Kabuto sighed and hurriedly caught up with the two kids. Hey you two kids, don't go ahead so casually. Do you even know how dangerous this place is? At the same time, he couldn't help but think whether it was a good idea to bring Naruto to the Ryokai cave. As Kabuto, Naruto, and Hinata left the shrine of the White Snake Sage, three graceful female figures with white robes appeared by White Snake Sage's side. These three beauties are Togoroheim, Taijutsu-heim, and Ichikashima-heim, the three priestesses of the White Snake Sage. Togoroheim looked at the back of three people as they disappeared, and couldn't help but ask White Snake Sage, why did you stop us from testing the three of them outside the Ryokai cave? White Snake Sage stared at Naruto's back and laughed, just some reasons. Although, I never expected that this child will come here of all places. Taijutsu-heim also looked at Naruto's back and asked curiously, is there anything special about this child? Maybe, replied White Snake Sage. Ichikashima-heim was a little puzzled. If that child is really special, then was it a good idea to let him go after Gurga? No matter how special, he is still a child at this time. With Gurga's temper he will definitely eat up that child. White Snake Sage just chuckled and said nothing, but at the same time, she was thinking to herself, if that child is really Asura's reincarnation, then perhaps the test will end in a different manner. Well, I just have to wait and see. After walking for a while, the group of Naruto, Hinata, and Kabuto crossed several passages and finally came to a huge cave. This is the cave that Abakan said, right? Asked Naruto as he ran to the edge of the cave, and started to turn up the rocks that were fallen on the ground. Seeing Naruto's actions, both Hinata and Kabuto were quite confused, and asked in a low voice, Naruto-kun, why are you turning up these scattered rocks? Huh, don't you know Hinata? I am turning these rocks to find where that troublesome snake is. You see, snakes like to hide in the holes covered by rocks. I have caught several snakes in this way when I was in the village, Naruto explained with a triumphant smile, and then suddenly realized something and said to Hinata, Hinata, your eyes are called Byakugan, right? Sasuke told me that Byakugan is very helpful when we have to locate something. Can you help me find that snake with the help of your Byakugan? Listening to Naruto's words, Kabuto's eyes twitched in annoyance. Hinata on the other hand nodded hurriedly, and immediately after weaving the hand signs, she activated her Byakugan. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata was about to carefully examine the entire cave in search of any snake, but before she even started, her Byakugan was suddenly overwhelmed by enormous chakra. Seeing that presence, Hinata was shaken, her legs softened in fear and she collapsed on the ground with horror in her eyes. Naruto was taken aback, and asked in a worried tone, Hinata? What happened? Are you okay? Collapsed on her butt, the shaken Hinata raised her arm tremblingly and pointed at something behind Naruto, Naruto-kun, behind you. Naruto turned and looked behind him only to see a smooth wall. He was confused, and after examining it several times, he turned back towards Hinata, and asked in a puzzled tone, what's the matter? Isn't this just a wall? This wall scared you, is there something strange about this wall? At this time, Kabuto shouted, Naruto, get away from there? That's no wall. But apparently, Kabuto was too late, because before his words fell, the whole wall on which Naruto's hand was resting moved, and together with the movement of the wall, the cave shook. Rumble. Before Naruto could realize what was happening, he saw a huge yellow eye, with a black vertical slit in front of him, and looking at that eye, the size of which is bigger than even him, Naruto was dumbfounded and exclaimed in shock, what is this? Whoosh. Considering the emergency situation, Kabuto didn't bother to answer Naruto's question. He held Hinata in one hand, then immediately used body flicker jutsu to cover up the distance between him and Naruto. After making sure both the kids were with him, Kabuto used a smoke bomb to cover up his presence and disappeared from that cave using another body flicker jutsu. Whoosh. Arriving at a safe distance with his fastest speed, Kabuto with disordered breath let go of Naruto and Hinata, and wiped the cold sweat covering his forehead. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse the situation. Damn it, it's just as I expected. There is no way we are a match to that kind of monster. We have to retreat from here. As soon as he saw that humongous size of the red-scaled snake named Gurga, Kabuto realized that they are no match to that kind of existence. And it was exactly as he had expected. The snake Gurga is definitely on the same level as Manda, Orochimaru's summon, and the so-called strongest snake in the shinobi world, and only a shinobi on Orochimaru's level can take such an existence, not them. Understanding this fact, Kabuto's fluke mentality of stealing Gurga's reverse scale was already gone, and he was only thinking of the way to retreat from here. But unfortunately for him, his luck is not good this time around, because as soon as he was going to run hold both Naruto and Hinata, he felt a presence right behind him. At Novel bin at. Gurga, with his upper body raised, watched Kabuto run away while carrying the two human children and snorted coldly, "You humans dare trespass into my territory. I'll kill you all." Declaring so, he opened his mouth, then spat out grayish liquid towards the exit of the cave. Sha! The grayish liquid fell on the only nearby exit of the cave and instantly solidified, and blocked it, thus cutting of Kabuto and others' retreat. With the exit blocked, Gurga turned over his humongous body, then got close to the intruders, and while closely looking at the three of them, he said, "It's been a long time since I ate a shinobi. Now that you have come to me yourselves, it's time for me to relieve my hunger." Subjected to Gurga's intense killing intent, and noting that the exit has been blocked too, Kabuto's heart sank. This time, he didn't care about anything, and after dropping both Naruto and Hinata to the ground, he quickly weaved the hand signs and shouted, "Water style, water dragon missile." Instantly a huge water dragon was spat out of Kabuto's mouth and heavily pounced on Gurga's body. Boom! Under the sudden attack of the water dragon missile, Gurga's body flew backward and heavily slammed on the rock walls behind him, causing the entire cave to shake violently, which resulted in heavy stalactites falling from the roof of the cave. "You trash human! You have some nerve using your jutsu on me," the enraged Gurga shouted and swept his tail towards Kabuto. Boom! Smash! Crack! Swept by the giant tail of Gurga, Kabuto was like a fly that was hit by the swatter. His body was instantly lifted off the ground and heavily smashed into the cave walls made up of hard rocks, and then collapsed on the ground with a muffled sound. Seeing this, Naruto and Hinata hurriedly rushed over, and asked worriedly, "Kabuto Nii-chan, are you okay?" Cough cough, Kabuto coughed heavily and shook his head as he got up from the ground. At the same time, he also examined the extent of the injury he received just now. "Several bones seem to be broken, my shoulder muscles are heavily damaged, along with severe internal bleeding." His injuries were obviously very serious, but from the expression on his face, one can easily tell that he wasn't particularly worried about his injuries. After wiping away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth, Kabuto muttered, "Yin healing wound destruction," and instantly all his injuries started to heal rapidly. With his expertise in Iryo ninjutsu, healing such injuries is not that big of a deal for him, but of course, nothing in this world comes for free, so, although Kabuto knows that these injuries are not a problem for him and can be healed pretty easily, he also knows that this healing would cost his chakra reserves. As such, he understood that he is not allowed to suffer any more injuries of this level, otherwise, it would be game over. That's why, he has to quickly figure out a way to retreat, otherwise they will all be digested by this giant red snake with not even bones left behind. Although he knows as such, he couldn't really find a way to escape Gurga's pursuit. After brainstorming for a while, Kabuto suddenly remembered something. Yes, why not use him? He should be helpful in this situation. At the same time, Kabuto hesitated. He knows that although he has the ability to summon that monster, but unlike Orochimaru, he has no control over that guy, so whether that guy will respond to his summon is not completely certain. It would depend entirely on that guy's mood. But seeing the giant red snake about to kill them, Kabuto knew that he has no other option, and decided, "It seems I have no other option but to take a gamble." After reaching this conclusion, Kabuto bit his finger, then while using his own blood as the catalyst, Kabuto weaved the appropriate hand signs and pressed his hand on the ground. Kukiyos no Jutsu. Poof, what? Kabuto took Naruto and Hinata to the Ryokai cave. Kurito muttered in shock. Ichika Shimahime nodded, and explained, "Yup, Orochimaru's subordinate brought the two kids to the Ryokai cave today. He did so in order to escape the pursuit of some pursuers." Kurito was silenced. For the identities of the pursuers, Kurito can guess that they were probably the members of the Akatsuki organization. It's a good thing that Naruto did not get in their hands. Still, though, he didn't expect the situation to become so complicated. Naruto, who wasn't supposed to have any connection with the Ryokai cave, was currently at the Ryokai cave. Whether it is a good thing or a bad thing and what would happen of the Mount Myaboku can't be decided at this moment. After thinking for a while, Kurito asked, "What are the three of them doing right now?" Ichika Shimahime answered, "Since that kid, Naruto, wanted to learn Senjutsu, so White Snake Sage assigned him a test, with the condition that if Naruto manages to complete that test, he will be given Senjutsu training, so the three of them are probably trying to complete that test." Kurito nodded lightly, and asked again, "And what's the test White Snake Sage gave Naruto?" Ichika Shimahime replied, "It's to retrieve Gurga's reverse scale," then added with a confused expression, "I don't know why she gave such a difficult test to that kid, he will more than likely fail the test. Retrieving Gurga's scale is not something a kid like him can accomplish, even if that kid is somewhat special as White Snake Sage believes, he is still a kid, so I am sort of skeptical why White Snake Sages gave such a test to that kid." Kurito had a thoughtful expression on his face. He is of course aware of who Gurga is and what is his past. Gurga was betrayed by a shinobi several decades ago, and coincidentally enough that shinobi happens to be Sandaime Kazekage of Tsunagakur, since the puppet of Sandaime Kazekage is in Kurito's hands, so he is pretty aware of what happened back then. At the same time, Kurito also knows that Naruto is really a special kid. Of all the shinobi in the world, Ashura and his reincarnation have always been special ones, especially Naruto. On top of being the current reincarnation of Otsutsuki Ashura, he is also the supposed child of the prophecy, and perhaps, White Snake Sage who has lived for over a millennium also realizes Naruto's specialty. As such, she assigned such a test to him. And if Kurito thinks about it a little bit, she is definitely now wrong, because of all the people in the shinobi world, at this point in time, Naruto is probably the only person who can change Gurga with his overpowered talk no jutsu. Understanding so, Kurito nodded to himself, and then said to Ichika Shimahime, well, I understand, let that guy help Naruto and protect Hinata. Ichika Shimahime was a little surprised, and questioned, Kurito-sama, you want me to order your summon snake to help them? Kurito nodded lightly, and explained, well, Hinata is a member of the Hyuga clan. I can't just let her die out there, and the other kid is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi. He needs to be protected as well, otherwise there will be problems, and if Naruto can really learn Senjutsu, then it would be a good thing. So, I want you to instruct Aida to help the two of them. Ichika Shimahime nodded, alright then, if you say so, I will let Aida help them. With that clear, Kurito said, if there is nothing more to report, you can go back to the Ryokai cave. I have certain things that I must take care of. Ichika Shimahime nodded then disappeared from the room with a poof of smoke. Kukiyos no Jutsu. At novel bin at. Poof. Instantly, white smoke that was produced as a result of using Kukiyos no Jutsu swept the entire cave. At the same time, Kabuto, Naruto, and Hinata who were standing on the ground were suddenly lifted off of their feet, and rose up, as if they were standing on an object of huge size which shocked and surprised both Naruto and Hinata. Who summoned me? But before Naruto and Hinata could be happy for very long, suddenly a very loud roar echoed in the cave. Immediately afterward, the huge purple giant snake came before everyone's eyes, and a very violent aura filled the entire cave. Unexpectedly it succeeded, Kabuto muttered with a relieved expression, and then while pointing at Gurga, he spoke to the giant purple snake whose size is slightly bigger even compared to Gurga. Manda-sama, I have summoned you, can you please help us retrieve the reverse scale of that red snake? Manda glanced at Kabuto standing on top of his head, and said coldly, huh? It turned out to be Orochimaru's subordinate? A brat like you dared to summon me, do you want to be eaten by me? Kabuto helplessly shook his head, and said, Manda-sama, please help me this time, and please rest assured, I will definitely prepare appropriate sacrifices to satiate your hunger. With a cold snort, Manda turned his gaze to look at the so-called red snake in front. As soon as he saw the other party, his eyes narrowed and he muttered in surprise, it turned out to be Gurga. Even Gurga was taken aback by the sudden appearance of Manda. He stared vigilantly at the other party, and said in an unpleasant tone, Manda, these humans dare to intrude in my territory first and I am going to kill them. Do you want to interfere? Manda remained silent for a while, then turned around his head, and spoke to Kabuto, hey boy, don't forget the sacrifices that you promised me, otherwise. As Manda spoke so, Kabuto was relieved because this means Manda was willing to help them, but before he could nod, Manda looked at Gurga coldly, and then, poof, directly disappeared from the cave. What? Kabuto was taken aback, and for a moment he didn't realize what happened and why did Manda who was supposed to help them suddenly disappeared. But the situation is quite clear, just as Gurga is slightly afraid of fighting against Manda, Manda, who is known as the world's strongest snake, is also somewhat afraid of fighting Gurga. As such he had no plans of helping Kabuto and the others in retrieving Gurga's reverse scale. As Manda disappeared, Kabuto and the others who were lifted off of the ground fell back to the ground with slightly dull expressions on their faces. And, Kabuto who had finally realized that Manda had ditched him sighed slightly. At the same time, he couldn't help but curse him because not only did Manda not help them and run away, he didn't forget to remind Kabuto of the sacrifices. With the disappearance of Manda, Gurga with his yellow snake eye stared at Kabuto and the others with anger boiling in his heart. Crap, what to do now? Kabuto was really panicked now. The summoning jutsu consumed a lot of his chakra, but not only did it not play the intended role, but it also angered Gurga, making Kabuto helpless. The angered Gurga moved instantly, and like a rolling rock, he fiercely pounced on everyone. But just as Gurga was about to eat everyone, suddenly a giant blue snake emerged through the walls and held Gurga's neck with his mouth. The new giant snake with blue scales glanced at Hinata and Naruto from the corner of his blue vertical slit eyes, and after making sure that the two kids were fine, he smashed Gurga's head on the ground. Smashed into the ground, the angered Gurga shouted, Aida you trash, you have got some nerve getting in my way. Aida gave no reply, and while restraining Gurga to the ground he glanced at Naruto as if trying to convey something to the kid. The sluggish Kabuto, Naruto, and Hinata were taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and they didn't know what was going on any longer. But when Aida stared at him, something within Naruto understood what the giant blue-scaled snake was trying to convey and he subconsciously took a step forward. The moment Naruto took a step forward, a strange orange mist gushed out of his body. The mist didn't affect Aida but as soon as it approached Gurga he froze in his place, and his expression became dazed. At the same time, the moment orange mist gushed out of his body, Naruto's soul seemed to have left his body and he too froze where he stood. Kabuto looked at everything happening around him with a shocked expression, and muttered to himself, what did the blue snake do? And why did that orange smoke come out of him? Is it because of the Kyuubi? Or is it because the white snake sage did something to Naruto? Naruto, who was at the Ryuuka cave just a few seconds ago, suddenly found himself somewhere in a desert with a military castle. This was Gurga's subconscious plane, and Naruto in this place was like a bystander watching the reels of Gurga's memories. In the scene, Gurga and a powerful shinobi with dark bluish-black hair, wearing the robes of the Land of the Wind, fought side by side in the desert, trying to protect the military castle from the invasion of the foreign enemy shinobi that were constantly attacking the two of them. Although the combination of Gurga and the summoner of Gurga was quite powerful and the two of them were able to easily defeat the enemy shinobis, but the number of enemy shinobi was too much, and no matter how many Gurga and the summoner defeated, more kept coming. The situation continued for a very long time, and the summoner started to feel that the situation would collapse. Understanding this, the summoner, fighting side by side with Gurga, immediately issued a retreat order. However, Gurga, who was filled with a burning fighting spirit and overwhelming confidence, was unwilling to retreat. He violated the summoner's order of retreat and attacked the enemy shinobis once again. At this moment, an attack from behind him hit Gurga's right eye and blinded him in that eye. With an injured eye, Gurga turned his head to find who the attacker is, only to find that the one who attacked him was the summoner who was fighting side by side with him. Gurga was taken aback, in shock, disbelief, and anger. All he could ask was, why? But he received no answer from the summoner, and soon fell unconscious. The last moment reflected in Gurga's left eye was the indifferent and cold expression of the summoner, the expression that made Gurga understand that humans are the true cold-blooded species in this world. At Novel Bin at. After watching Gurga's painful memories and understanding his bitter experience, Naruto, who found himself standing on the water, looked at Gurga standing not too far from him and asked, Gurga, what I just saw, was it your experience? You lost one of your eyes because of the betrayal of that guy, boy, who allowed to come here without my authorization. Gurga's angry voice resounded in the subconscious plane, and his aggressive posture gave off a deadly aura. If it had been anyone, they would have been scared shitless in this situation, but Naruto for some reason wasn't scared. Instead, he felt that he could sympathize with Gurga, and while directly matching his gaze with Gurga, he said, although I don't know how painful it is to be betrayed by someone you trust, so I can't really say that I understand your pain, but I can tell you what it feels like to be lonely, and I can feel that you are also lonely, Yano. Looking at Naruto's sincere eyes, Gurga froze for a moment, but he recovered quickly and roared in anger, you brat! How dare you look at me with eyes filled with pity? I am telling you, I really enjoy being alone. Naruto shook his head, and said, you can try to lie to me, but you can't lie to yourself, Yano. He took a pause and said with a saddened tone, deep down inside you know what it feels like. I am said to be the child of the nine-tailed fox demon. I haven't had parents since I was born. Nobody in the village cared for me, every one of them, they all kept ignoring me, so, I know what it feels like. Humph, Gurga snorted heavily. Still though, he couldn't help but quiet down after hearing Naruto's life experience. He could tell that the kid was not lying because when Naruto spoke, Gurga was able to feel Naruto's pain and loneliness. Naruto wasn't aware of the fact that his words had started to affect Gurga, and continued, but, later I made friends. Sasuke, Hinata, Niji, Ramanagi-san, and the others, and realized that no matter how lonely, as long as I have friends, I will never feel that loneliness. Friends. Gurga snorted, and then said, boy, you are too naive. Friends are of no use. No matter how loyal you are to your friends, they will betray you when you need them the most. Maybe, Naruto didn't deny Gurga's words because he didn't know whether others will betray him or not, but he knew one thing, and that is, I can't say about the others, but, I will never betray my friends, and I will never betray you, because I never go back on my words. Gurga was taken aback by Naruto's declaration, then he brought his huge head close to Naruto's face, and while looking at the kid with his huge eye, he said angrily, you are just a kid and you don't understand anything? You say that you won't betray anyone, but even you will do so. Naruto retorted, I will not. I will never betray my friends. Gurga laughed, alright, I will give you a chance. The two humans that came with you, you call them friends, right? Naruto nodded, yes. Gurga looked meaningfully at Naruto, and said, if so, then I will give you a choice. I will allow one of you to go and eat the other. You can either choose to let them go, and be eaten by me, or, you can run away yourself, and let them be eaten by me. Which option will you choose? Seeing his figure reflected in Gurga's yellow eye, Naruto took a deep breath, and said, Hinata and Kabuto and Ii-chan got into this mess because of me. It was my fault. I didn't realize that you were going to be this big and strong back when I came here, so, I want you to let them go, and eat me if you have to. But, don't think that eating me will be so easy. I will not let you eat me without a fight. Gurga said coldly, you think this is all a joke? Do you think that a puny kid like you can stop me? I can swallow you in just one bite, and when I am through with you, not even your bones will be left. Naruto mustered up all his courage, and shouted, then try it. With Naruto's shout, the surroundings changed and the orange fog covering the surroundings dissipated. As the fog cleared, both Naruto and Gurga found themselves back in the Ryukai cave. Because Gurga was not being so violent, Aida released him and backed away, vigilantly watching him, ready to make a move, should Gurga try anything funny. As Aida released his neck, Gurga stood up and asked Naruto, "Are you sure that's what you want to do?" Naruto walked step by step towards Gurga and said, "No, rather than fighting you, I want to become friends with you, and I want you to understand that even if it means my death, I will never betray my friends, and I will never let a single one of my friends die in front of me." Because most of Naruto and Gurga's discussion took place in Gurga's subconscious plane, so Kabuto didn't know what the two have experienced there. But when he saw Naruto walking towards Gurga without any regard to the danger and killing intent that Gurga is releasing, he couldn't help but shout, "Naruto, come back here." Naruto turned back his head and said, "Kabuto and I-chan, take Hinata and go. I want to convince Gurga that humans can be trusted and I want to make him my friend." Kabuto shook his head and shouted, "Don't be an idiot, Naruto. How can such a monster be persuaded with just a few words? Come back here, else you will die in vain. Didn't you say that you want to become the greatest Hokage? A Hokage wouldn't do something so foolish." But Naruto didn't listen and continued to walk towards Gurga, as he said, "He is not just a monster." Seeing Naruto's behavior, Kabuto was completely speechless. Initially, Kabuto thought that Naruto was just a little careless and lacked some common sense. Although such a kid can be considered to be an idiot by Orochimaru's standards, Kabuto didn't that was the case. As far as Kabuto sees, although Naruto is not very good at shinobi stuff, the kid does have several aspects in which he is very good, for example, reading others' intentions and emotions. But today, Kabuto realized that he was thinking wrong. Naruto is a complete idiot and a fool, because if he wasn't, why would he do something so foolish as to try to persuade a monster like Gurga with words? In Kabuto's eyes, Naruto's current actions are no different from seeking death. Understanding so, Kabuto shook his head, then while pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose he muttered, "Forget it, if he is really in any danger, Kyuubi that is sealed inside him won't just sit back. When Kyuubi and the two giant snakes fight, I can use that opportunity to get out of here." With such thoughts, Kabuto focused his attention on Hinata. He has to make sure to retreat with the girl when Kyuubi interferes. On the other side, as Naruto fearlessly walked towards him, Gurga was a little touched but at the same time, he was also irritated because he felt that he was being underestimated by the kid. To show that he was being extremely serious, he opened his mouth in front of Naruto and said, "You think that I won't dare to eat you? Since you are looking for death then come on. I will fulfill your wish." Naruto continued to walk towards Gurga's open mouth, and just as he got extremely near, he raised his right hand towards him and said, "Gurga, I want us to be friends." Gurga growled and pounced his head on Naruto. Kabuto was so speechless that he smacked his forehead. "I shouldn't have brought him to the Ryuuka cave. Now I don't know how to explain it to Orochimaru-sama if he dies." And contrary to Kabuto, Hinata who was standing next to him looked at the brave actions of Naruto with an excited expression. Naruto who dared to even face such a scary snake earned Hinata's admiration more and more. But there was also worry in her eyes, and she could only pray for Naruto's safety. Under Aida's watch, Kabuto's speechlessness, and Hinata's admiration and worry, Gurga who was about to swallow Naruto in one bite closed his mouth just as he came close to the kid, and then snorted like a tsundere, "Huh, you want to become my friend? It won't be so easy." And listening to Gurga's words, Kabuto, who was ready to escape any moment was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground and looked at Gurga with a stupefied expression. "You have got to be kidding me." Sitting on top of Gurga's head, Kabuto had a stiff expression and his eyes looked a little dull. Just now, he witnessed the entire process of Naruto becoming friends with Gurga. And, no matter how he thinks about it, Kabuto still finds all this to be unbelievable. Next to Kabuto sat Naruto who said loudly to Gurga, "Gurga, you have to promise me not to eat people in the future." Gurga's eye twitched in annoyance, and he shouted angrily, "Naruto, are you stupid? How can I even find a human to eat in these caves? Humans rarely ever venture here." Naruto suddenly realized something, and asked, "So, that means what you told me before, that you eat humans almost every day, you were lying to me." Gurga snorted, "Humph, it just proves that you are a dull-wit guy, and you can be fooled very easily by anyone." Naruto retorted, "Arg, don't call me a fool, you fool. Adat novel bin adat." Seeing Naruto and Gurga's continuous arguing, Hinata giggled, "He," to her. The two of them looked as if they are brothers. But Kabuto on the other hand was still in disbelief, and his eyes trembled. In Kabuto's impression, even a shinobi as strong as Orochimaru cannot get so harmonious with the snakes on the level of Manda and Gurga, because snakes are cold-blooded creatures, and they only serve shinobi who are stronger than them, and Naruto is clearly nowhere near being as strong as Gurga, so Kabuto simply can't believe what he is seeing. It must have been the effect of some sort of genjutsu. Yes, this is the only logical explanation. Kabuto thought to himself, and then he tried several methods to break free of the genjutsu that, according to him, was acting on him, but no matter how much he tried there was no effect at all. At the same time, Kabuto also found that he was able to freely control his chakra to use ninjutsu, so there were no signs of his chakra being controlled or disrupted. Which meant only one thing. Could it be, this is all real? Did Naruto really tame Gurga using just words? Kabuto shook his head, trying not to think about it for the time being. At this time, Gurga and Naruto bid farewell to Aida, with Naruto thanking the polite and noble snake for his help. Then everyone went back to the shrine of the White Snake Sage. Looking at Naruto sitting on top of Gurga's head, White Snake Sage squinted her eyes in a not too surprised manner, and then said with a smile, "It seems you people have defeated Gurga, and therefore, I declare that you have passed the test." Naruto quickly denied, "Abakan, you are misunderstanding. We did not defeat Gurga, instead, we became friends, so I cannot give you the reverse scale of Gurga." Chuckles, White Snake Sage chuckled lightly and looked at Gurga with a meaningful gaze. Gurga was a little irritated by the White Snake Sage's chuckle, and turned his head to the side. White Snake Sage then looked at Naruto's group, and said, "Well, this is still a win. Now then, which one of you wants to learn Senjutsu?" Me, I want to learn Senjutsu." Naruto quickly raised his hand, and said excitedly. Hinata lowered her head and remained silent. Although she is not very interested in Senjutsu, she is still very interested in being able to train with Naruto. But the thing is, just because she wants to learn something doesn't mean she is allowed to learn it. As the supposed heir of the Hyuga clan, Hinata has to strictly follow the training plan prepared by her father, and she is not allowed to do other extra things. On the other hand, different from Hinata, Kabuto was very interested in Senjutsu, and his deep interest in sage art could be seen from the gleam in his eyes, but Kabuto is a cunning fellow, and the gleam in his eyes quickly loses its effect and disappeared without a trace. This time, he came to Ryokai Cave majorly to avoid the pursuit of powerful enemies. Although he did have intentions of getting in touch with Senjutsu, it wasn't to the point where he was willing to risk his life. After all, he has not yet witnessed the demise of Orochimaru, so he is not the person who is trying to find a place where he belongs. As such, he has not yet reached the point where he is desperately seeking power. What's more, Kabuto is not even certain if he can learn Senjutsu, so he is unwilling to risk it at this point. Since Naruto is so eager to learn Senjutsu, then Kabuto has thought of studying Naruto as a test subject in order to explore the depths of Senjutsu. With these intentions, Kabuto bowed his head politely to White Snake Sage, and apologized. "I am sorry. I haven't yet made up my mind." White Snake Sage waved her hand indifferently, seemingly not bothered by Kabuto's words. And since Naruto is the only one who expressed his interest in learning Senjutsu, she focused all her attention upon him and said, "Since you want to learn Senjutsu, first you need to sign a summoning contract with the Ryokai Cave." Then she paused and added while looking at Gurga, "And considering that you have gained Gurga's acknowledgement, it would be better to have Gurga become your summoning snake." Naruto nodded, then asked Gurga, "Gurga, are you willing to become my summon snake?" Gurga nodded lightly. "All right." With Gurga's agreement, he became Naruto's summon snake, and then Naruto also signed a contract with the Scroll of Ryokai Cave under the guidance of White Snake Sage. As the contract was completed, White Snake Sage said, "With this, other than Gurga, you can also summon other snakes from the Ryokai Cave." Naruto nodded, "All right," and then asked hurriedly, "Now can I learn Senjutsu?" White Snake Sage nodded with a smile. "Ichikashima is the best when it comes to teaching Senjutsu among all three of my disciples, and she will be the one who will teach you the sage art of the Ryokai Cave." As White Snake Sage called her name, Ichikashima Hime's figure quickly appeared beside Naruto, and she said to Naruto, "Follow me, Naruto-kun." Naruto nodded and quickly followed her. As Kabuto watched Naruto and Ichikashima Hime walk into the depths of the Ryokai Cave, he felt that something was wrong with the situation this time. He wasn't sure about it, but for some reason, Kabuto felt that getting Senjutsu training was very easy for Naruto. It is as if, rather than Naruto wanting to learn Senjutsu and asking the White Snake Sage to teach him, the White Snake Sage wanted to teach Senjutsu to Naruto on her own initiative, which is kind of strange. Kabuto shook his head, dispelling such an absurd idea from his mind. Maybe I am too nervous. After all, why would White Snake Sage want to teach Naruto on her own initiative? It's not like she would gain anything from this, right? Akatsuki Organization's base. Yes. Keep this rhythm. Pay attention to the minute movements of my muscle with your Sharingan. Using this you will be able to predict my next actions. Idiot. Why would you even use fire-style jutsu in this situation? It's purely a waste of chakra reserves. Chakra reserves are the most important thing for a shinobi. Always keep one very important thing in your mind, kid. The release of any ninjutsu must be done only when the situation requires, and it must always be used along with corresponding tactics. If you haven't formulated corresponding tactics that you plan to use after the jutsu is released, then all you are doing is exposing your own flaws to the enemy, and wasting your chakra for nothing. On the training ground, Shinichi sternly guided Sasuke while casually parrying his offensive, and strangely enough, Sasuke didn't argue at all. He took all of Shinichi's words into serious consideration, and tried to implement them into his tactics. Even if Sasuke was very tired and sweaty, even if he had several injuries and bruises all over his body, there was no sign of complaint or dissatisfaction on his face. In fact, he seemed genuinely happy at this moment. Since Shinichi actually started to train him, Sasuke has finally understood that all his previous combat training with his Nii-san and Shisui-san in Konoha were really just trivial shinobi games, and neither of the two were being serious for even a second, because if they were serious, then Sasuke wouldn't even be able to stand against them even for a second. Although Sasuke can somewhat understand their reasoning, knowing that they were just playing, and he believed that they were doing serious combat training, made Sasuke flushed in embarrassment. Sasuke can't even remember how many times he has boasted about his actual combat training session to Naruto, and also to Neji, and how well he fought against his Nii-san and Shisui-san. But now that he understood that his Nii-san Ataki and Shisui-san didn't even take him seriously, made him feel a bit unhappy. Humph. Nii-san and Shisui-san always treat me like a child. When I return home, I will make them take me seriously. As soon as this thought emerged in his mind, Sasuke gritted his teeth and increased his offensive speed. He wanted to prove to his Nii-san Ataki and Shisui that he was no longer just a child, but has grown into a true shinobi. On the side, Niji looked at Sasuke training under Uchiha Shinichi's guidance with a somewhat complicated expression at novel bin at. Niji didn't know whether Sasuke himself is extremely talented, or Uchiha Shinichi's training is just that effective, but Niji could see the speed with which Sasuke progressed, and it made even him feel amazing. If it was before and Niji and Sasuke fought, then it would either result in a draw or Niji's win. Sasuke would hardly ever manage to gain the upper hand. After all, the combination of Byakugan with gentle fist taijutsu style is extremely deadly at the stage of Genin and Shinin, and Sasuke's body just couldn't keep up with Niji's speed. But in the past 2 weeks, since Sasuke started to train under Uchiha Shinichi, the duels between him and Niji are no longer so one-sided. Now Sasuke manages to fight equally, and sometimes even manages to come out on top. This has made Niji feel a certain sense of crisis, because at this rate, it won't be very long when Sasuke will be able to completely overtake him. Back when he was in the village, Niji was always told by his father and several other clansmen that his talent is not inferior to anyone, and perhaps he is the most talented Hyuga to have been born as of yet. The only thing that restrained him and his fate of becoming a great shinobi are the cage bird curse Juinjutsu on his forehead that made him a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan who only lives in order to protect the members of the main family of the Hyuga clan. Although Niji didn't realize what this meant until a few months ago, regardless, he was still willing to work hard and become a shinobi like his sensei, who despite being a member of the branch family, became a great shinobi. But after he was taken away by the Akatsuki, and after he witnessed Sasuke's rapid growth in front of him, Niji began to doubt whether this is truly possible or not. Can I really become like sensei? Niji's complex state of mind was not known by anyone as others present in the room were still focused on Sasuke. The masked Obito who was also watching the training from the sidelines was surprised at Sasuke's growth. He is obviously aware of the fact that Sasuke managed to awaken his Sharingan at quite an early age, but back when he heard it, he didn't really care too much about it. After all, currently, there is no shortage of even the Mangekyou Sharingan awakeners, let alone a kid who has awakened Sharingan at an early age. Just being a genius doesn't deserve his attention. What's more, even if Sasuke had the potential to perhaps awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan in the future, Obito didn't care about him that much because it would take at least 6 to 7 years for that to happen, and by then the project Tsuki no Mi will more than likely be completed. So initially Obito didn't have all that interest in Sasuke. But after witnessing Sasuke's rapid growth in the past 2 weeks in Shinichi's training, Obito suddenly felt that perhaps this child is indeed worth training. If anything, he can be used to control the Uchiha clan inside Konoha. If Uchiha clan can be controlled, then perhaps Uchiha Shisui who deeply cares about the clan and the village can also be controlled, and having Uchiha Shisui with them as an ally would be very helpful in fighting against the Amatsukami organization. While Obito was brewing a nasty plan, Shinichi on the training field pushed back Sasuke, and then said lightly, "Alright, that's enough for today, let's stop here. Now take a rest, and reflect on every mistake that you made today, to make sure that you don't repeat them." "I understand," Sasuke nodded, then said, "Thank you Shinichi." Sasuke's tone was very sincere when he expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Shinichi. No one is clearer of his improvements and growth in the past 2 weeks, and because he understands this, Sasuke has also come to believe that Uchiha Shinichi, who is also a Mangekyou Sharingan awakener, is perhaps the best teacher for him. Uchiha Shinichi is at least much more suitable for training him compared to his Nii-san Ataki and Shisui-san because all they do is spoil him, while Shinichi on the other hand is extremely harsh and trains him seriously. Shinichi also has no qualms in ruthlessly beating him while training, and this fact only stimulates Sasuke to do better. Realizing this, Sasuke couldn't help but suddenly thought about this to himself with a strange expression. It's weird, why would I like harsh training, scolding, and ruthless beating? It's weird, am I sick or something? The thing is, everyone, be they shinobi trainees, needs to be taught according to their individual aptitudes and differences. And the fact that different teachers have different aptitudes and teaching styles cannot be denied either. So, we can say that if teachers of different styles teach the same student, then the final result will obviously be very different. Take Uchiha Sasuke for instance. Compared to the majority of his peers, he has strong learning, comprehension, analysis, and accepting aptitude. As such, he can accept things at a faster pace. Coupled with the honor and the sense of pride that comes with the Uchiha identity gives him a temperament and desire to perform better than others and outshine them. With all these characteristics of his, Sasuke needs a teacher who can convince him of their ability so that Sasuke's pride and arrogance don't come in the way. Therefore, Orochimaru and Shinichi are the types who are a perfect match for Sasuke. But Uzumaki Naruto on the other hand is completely different. Naruto's learning, comprehension, analysis, and accepting aptitude is not that high. As such, he is unable to accept things as fast as Sasuke and many others among his peers. To make him understand things, one needs to break them down into very basics and then teach him in a manner that he will be able to grasp with relative ease. Although his potential can be said to be higher than Sasuke's, he needs a teacher who is willing to sit down with him and help him develop his potential step by step. Therefore, only teachers like Jiraiya are best suited to teach him, and Orochimaru is unable to connect on that level with him. Whether consciously or subconsciously, Sasuke realizes this fact and feels that Uchiha Shinichi is suitable for teaching him. And because Shinichi was willing to teach him, so, Sasuke was also very serious in training and didn't complain once about Shinichi's harsh training methods. With all these thoughts in his mind, Sasuke picked up the dry towel from the side, and while drying off the sweat, he pondered over all the mistakes he made during today's training session and also thought of the alternatives that he could have used that would have given a better result. Shinichi also walked to the side and while lightly glancing at Sasuke who was breathing heavily, he thought to himself, maybe he will be able to awaken the Mangekyou Sharingan as well if he suffers right emotional trauma. As far as Shinichi is aware, awakening Mangekyou Sharingan does require emotional trauma, but that's not the only determining factor, as there are other factors involved as well. The higher the talent, the less stimulation required, and higher the probability of awakening those eyes. As for whether he is correct or not is not something he knows, but probably that's how things work, according to him at least. Anyway, all these things aside, as Shinichi walked over towards them, Niji firstly respectfully addressed Shinichi, and then asked earnestly, Shinichi-san, is it possible for you to train me as well? Upon hearing Niji's request, Shinichi frowned slightly. In Shinichi's opinion, Niji's talent is also very good, but the thing is, unlike Sasuke, Niji is not an Uchiha, so Shinichi is not sure if he will be able to teach Niji. Moreover, Shinichi is also not an experienced teacher, and he is also not aware of how to teach him the techniques of the Hyuga clan, so obviously he won't be able to teach Niji. And more importantly, Niji is Hyuga Kurito's disciple. As such, Shinichi has to also consider the possibility that Kurito may have some special plan for Niji. And without that clarification, Shinichi obviously wouldn't try to indiscriminately teach Niji as it might affect Kurito's plans. Niji didn't know Shinichi's complex thought, but seeing Shinichi's frowned expression, he realized that he was being a bit too impatient as well as disrespectful towards the other person, and quickly apologized. Please forgive me, I was a bit rude just now. Teaching others and taking them as disciples is a very sacred act in the shinobi world. The relationship between a master and their disciples is like a relationship between parent and a child. And knowledge of jutsu and other shinobi arts is generally only shared with the disciples. Of course, being taught clan techniques and other jutsu from the inheritance of the clan is still possible, but it is only possible for those who are part of the clan, as, for the others, it is completely impossible. This is also the reason why the children of the civilians, who don't have any major background or don't show enough talent in their academy years or aren't particularly lucky always stay far behind the children from the major shinobi clans. So the fact that Niji openly asked to be taught from Uchiha Shinichi without any regard to his and the other person's identity was indeed disrespectful, not only towards Shinichi but also towards Kurito, because by asking to be taught by Shinichi means expressing dissatisfaction towards Kurito's teaching. Shinichi shook his head, and explained, it's not that I don't want to teach you, it's just that I don't know what to teach you and how to teach you as I don't have much knowledge about the taijutsu techniques that the Hyuga clan practices. Niji nodded again and apologized, yes I understand. I was being reckless earlier, then immediately stepped aside calmly. But the disappointment on his face was hard to conceal, and the frustration within him grew. Seeing Sasuke progressing extremely fast, while him remaining still at the same point made Niji feel more and more frustrated and he didn't know what to do. Seeing Niji's expression filled with disappointment, Shinichi felt a little guilty and sighed helplessly. The other side of the training field. After the training for the day was over, the masked Obito and Zetsu who were observing the training left that area as White Zetsu asked, it's been quite a few days since you gave those tasks to the two informants in Konoha, by now they might have collected some information. Masked Obito thought about White Zetsu's words, and nodded, yes, they should have gathered at least something useful by now, then added, let one of your clones go to Konoha and check. White Zetsu nodded and while transmitting instruction through the tree roots into the ground, he said, I hope they have gathered something useful. It makes me really excited just thinking about it. Konohagakure, Shimura Danzo's base of operation. After Danzo finalized all the 7 Kekkei Genkai that he wants to absorb through Chimera Jutsu, Homusubi and Orochimaru began to make adjustments in the Chimera Jutsu on their part, and also started finalizing the last part, that is designing the ritual ceremony. This part of the work was done together, and in the huge laboratory, both Orochimaru and Tsukii were busy with their respective work. After a long time, Orochimaru, who was busy with the task at hand, turned his neck and shifted his gaze to Homusubi at the other end of the laboratory, and asked curiously, should I call you Homusubi or by your original name perhaps? Homusubi didn't turn her head and said in a chilling tone, I think you are more than wise to figure that by yourself. Orochimaru chuckled, I see. Homusubi it is, then added in a deep tone, Homusubi, aren't you worried in the slightest? Adat novel bin adat. Homusubi frowned, and asked in confusion, worried about what? Orochimaru looked down for a moment, then lifted his head and said with an extremely serious expression, you should be more clear about all this, in regards to what we are doing, the risks. Aren't you worried in the slightest that we won't be able to control Shimura Danzo and he will get out of hand? Moreover, given his ambitions, In the beginning, Orochimaru also wanted to use Shimura Danzo as a suitable pawn and lab rat in order to improve the Chimera Jutsu. But, as he delved deeper and deeper into the research of this forbidden jutsu, coupled with the high-end knowledge and understanding that he recently gained from Homusubi, Orochimaru's initial inherent concepts were broken, and with that changed perspective he analyzed the depth of Chimera Jutsu, and he was literally shocked when he realized what this project actually entails, and this scared him. Yes, even someone like Orochimaru started to feel a little scared at the thought of letting Danzo use this jutsu to acquire 7 Kekii Genkai. It wouldn't have been that big of a problem if Danzo didn't have such a character and ambition, but that guy wants to unite the entire shinobi world, and for that, he can do almost anything. This makes him an extremely dangerous and unstable existence. Homusubi glanced at Orochimaru and said lightly, "You are too worried." "I am too worried." Orochimaru frowned, and said, "Don't you realize, if your theories are correct, which they are, and if Danzo succeeds in the ritual ceremony, he will acquire 7 Kekii Genkai? That's full 7 Kekii Genkai? He would be unstoppable by then? And once he succeeds, we will be the ones he will come after at that time. Doesn't this scare you in the slightest?" Sharingan, Wood Release, Crystal Release, Dark Release, Swift Release, Boil Release, and Storm Release. Success in acquiring these 7 Kekii Genkai would mean successful fusion of all the 7 chakra natures. The fusion of 2 chakra natures and 3 chakra natures alone is so powerful. What would happen if all these 7 chakra natures are fused? The more Orochimaru thinks about it, the more he feels that they are trying to step into the territory of gods. And if all the 7 chakra natures really merge within Danzo, then he will definitely become an existence no inferior to a god. A god created by the humans. A god created by science. Orochimaru feels that calling it Project Godhood, a project of creating a god, seems more reasonable. 7 different Kekii Genkai. 7 different chakra natures. What will happen after they fuse together? We are not just trying to combine 7 Kekii Genkai into one person to make him a perfect shinobi. No, it's much more than just that. What we are trying to do by fusing the 7 chakra natures is literally trying to create a god. Orochimaru muttered in an absent-minded tone. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Homusubi's eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't help but look at him in admiration, and think to herself, I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised. It's Orochimaru-sensei after all. After months of research on the Chimera Jutsu, and because of the new theories that he has learned while working with Homusubi, Orochimaru has gradually started to realize the final result that this project actually points to. A Kekii Genkai is generally the fusion of 2 different chakra natures, and Kekii Toda that is much more powerful compared to Kekii Genkai is the fusion of 3 different chakra natures. So, the question arises, what will be the result of the fusion of all the 7 different chakra natures? Perhaps nobody in the shinobi world has ever pondered over this question, and this is nothing strange. A world where even the very basic Kekii Genkai is very rare and highly valuable, and Kekii Toda that is only a level advanced has only appeared once and made people fear deeply. Would anyone even think of the realm of Kekii Mora? Top researchers like Hiriko and Shino who were researching Chimera Jutsu have never considered it. Heck, even Danzo's subordinates who haven't stopped disputing over the issue of which Kekii Genkai is stronger and which 2 Kekii Genkai will complement each other and produce superior power never once bothered to think of the overall changes that will happen once 7 Kekii Genkai integrate together and start to fuse all the 7 different chakra natures. So how can ordinary people who have had no contact with such deep knowledge think about it? Limited by his vision, even Orochimaru wasn't able to see that far at first, and similar to everyone else, he too was thinking that the end result of this project will be the integration of Kekii Genkai through the Chimera Jutsu, which wouldn't be that different from Hiriko's case. However, after his concepts were refreshed and he was introduced to all these new theories, he gradually realized that the integration of 7 Kekii Genkai is perhaps just the first stage, and there are several levels to which this ritual will proceed, which will be completely different from Hiriko's case, and unlike Hiriko, here it will be an all-round transcendence. As he thought of this, Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. He felt that he has finally figured out the true ambitions of the Amatsukami organization, something that the entire shinobi world including the 5 great shinobi villages and the Akatsuki organization has been trying to figure out for the past few years. Orochimaru felt that he has finally realized it. With a shocked expression on his face, Orochimaru looked at Homusubi and questioned, the true goal of Amatsukami is to create a god. Homusubi didn't expect that Orochimaru will even realize this, and she had to commend him for his ingenuity, but even if Orochimaru has figured it out, she was not willing to confirm it, so all she did was continue to do her work and completely ignored Orochimaru's question. Obviously, Orochimaru also knew that he wouldn't get the answer so easily, but it didn't matter to him because he was sure that his guess is extremely accurate. So, instead of asking this question, he asked something else. Isn't a Amatsukami organization least bit afraid of self-harm while playing with fire? If Danzo reaches that transcendence state before others and before anyone from the Amatsukami, perhaps not even your leader Yama will be able to stop him. Homusubi chuckled. How could it be that easy? What do you mean? Orochimaru was puzzled. He didn't understand why Homusubi was so certain of Danzo's failure because as far as Orochimaru sees, the chances of Danzo's success are relatively high. Homusubi shrugged. If it was really that easy to become a transcendent being, why would we bother to use Danzo? Partial success is still relatively possible, but complete success? It's impossible? There's just no chance. Homusubi is completely certain of this. Because for the complete success, the fusion of flesh and blood is just the beginning, it is neither the core part of the project godhood nor the end. The ritual that Danzo will be undergoing still has a fatal flaw, and this flaw is related to the realm of the soul. It is quite difficult to explain what soul truly is and what is the true essence of soul, but one thing is certain, and it is the fact that soul and chakra are interlinked. In other words, the soul can carry chakra, and vice versa is also true. And unless a soul is completely disintegrated it will never fade away, so it can also be concluded that soul is eternal and it will always carry chakra with it. Although Chimera Jutsu is capable of fusing flesh and blood, it cannot fuse the soul, so it can also be said that it cannot completely integrate chakra carried within the soul. That is to say, no matter to what extent Chimera Jutsu is improved and no matter how advanced the ritual is designed, it will not result in complete integration unless the issue of the soul is resolved firsthand. This also means that the end results in Danzo's case will only be a partial success. The impurity that exists in the form of a foreign soul will become a problem that will never be solved in the integration process, and no matter how Danzo tries, he just can't make up for this flaw. In fact, not just Danzo, no one can solve this problem unless the target of absorption themselves are soulless, for instance, clones that Kurito plans to use in his ritual ceremony. The current Orochimaru obviously doesn't realize this problem. He who has repeatedly used the forbidden technique of corpse soul reincarnation without any reservations has yet to figure out the importance of a clean soul for transcendence. Danzo, who will absorb all the subjects, along with their souls, will also face this problem. So, his transcendence will be affected. What's more, the problem of foreign is not the only issue, there are other problems. In Danzo's case, there is another factor that is a restraint on his success. His aging physique is a fatal problem that lowers down his success rate. For the ritual to succeed, the core physique of the person absorbing others' flesh and blood should be very strong. After all, even if through Chimera Jutsu, one would be absorbing the flesh and blood of 5 people into his body, if the physique is not strong enough to bear the burden of that wear and tear during the absorption process, then how will that person survive? Danzo, who is physically old and weak, will not be able to bear that burden. So, the probability of success in the ritual and the chances that he will be able to reach the Kekii Mora state is very low. In fact, there is a big question mark whether he will be able to survive the ritual ceremony. In fact, even Kurito, who is using specifically created clones that don't have any problem regarding foreign soul, is not completely certain of achieving godhood, and the probability of success is only as low as 10%. So how can Danzo manage to reach that state with all those flaws coming his way? The path to awakening Kekii Mora is very difficult, and from beginning to end, there have only been 2 people in the shinobi world who have reached this realm. Therefore, from beginning to end, Homusubi never worried that Danzo would reach that realm because the probability of it happening is infinitely close to 0. Even if all his luck comes into play, at best he will reach the state of semi-fusion with severe dangers hidden in his body, quite similar to Hiriko. And more likely, he will either die during the ritual or he will become an unpredictable monster with multiple souls competing for dominance at Novel bin at. Frowning over Homusubi's words, Orochimaru asked curiously, "You don't seem too optimistic about Danzo's rate of success, why is that the case?" Homusubi shrugged, "I only believe in possibilities that are strictly based on facts, and the fact is that Hiriko, who survived the ritual ceremony, was very vulnerable and was defeated so easily, so how can Danzo be any different? Although we have made many improvements in everything, some things just can't be changed. As such, even if I have higher expectations from this ritual, they are just some expectations, not anything else. Hiriko was very vulnerable? I am afraid that only the members of Amatsukami would say so." Orochimaru muttered with a bitter smile, and muttered to himself, "Maybe it's just me being too scared, and perhaps you are indeed correct. The realm of God, that transcended state, it should not be so easy for us mortals to step in." Homusubi didn't comment on this, and asked something else, "By the way, how is Danzo's progress of capturing the 5 targets he selected?" Orochimaru replied, "I have heard that it's going quite well. From what I know, he has already captured 3 of them. Although root subdivision has been abolished, Danzo still has a lot of manpower under him. And since there are many wandering shinobi in the shinobi world, so as long as their intelligence is collected effectively, capturing them is not that big of a deal for a team of trained shinobi." Homusubi nodded. As expected, his speed is quite good, then asked, "When does he intend to perform the ritual ceremony?" Orochimaru shrugged, "It's hard to say," and added, "But what I can be sure of is that it won't be any time before he sits on the seat of Konoha's Hokage. Not before taking the position of Konoha's Hokage." Tsukai's face under the Homusubi mask frowned. Although these days she has mainly focused her attention on improving the Chimera Jutsu and tries not to distract herself in any other problem, this doesn't mean she is completely ignorant of Danzo's recent movements. After all, Naomi had made sure to deliver all the intelligence she finds to Tsukai, so most of Danzo's actions are in Tsukai's watch. It's just that Tsukai hasn't yet confirmed whether Danzo plans to use coup d'état in order to force himself to take the position of Konoha's Hokage, or whether he wants to use political means to initiate the populace's distrust in Sandaime Hokage and make Sarutobi Hiruzen resign from his position. Judging from common sense, Danzo is unlikely to launch coup d'état against Sandaime Hokage because in that case, Sandaime has a clear-cut advantage against him. Both Jiraiya and Tsunade Haim are present in the village, and Danzo's men won't be able to rival the high-end combat power of the two Sunin. Moreover, if Danzo uses force, other shinobi clans won't sit by on the sidelines, and most, if not all, will choose to support Sandaime Hokage. Therefore, the only means left that Danzo can use in his favor are political maneuvering and gaining the support of daimyo of the Land of Fire. After pondering a little over this, Homusubi warned Orochimaru, "I don't care what plans you and Danzo are making, but I want to let you know that Amatsukami has received a commission to save the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and since they are both in your hands, so their safety must be ensured. Otherwise, Amatsukami will be left with no choice but to intervene and bring them back to Konoha. Am I clear?" To complete all the improvements in the Chimera Jutsu as soon as possible, Homusubi has maintained a cooperative relationship with Orochimaru and chose not to rescue Naruto and Hinata despite being aware of where they are. Of course, this is also to see if Naruto can really learn Senjutsu, but more of it is because Homusubi doesn't want to have a conflict with Orochimaru at this point in time. After all, conflict with him will affect the development of the Chimera Jutsu. Naturally, this doesn't mean that she was willing to let Orochimaru do whatever he wants with the two of them. Hinata aside, the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto is much more important, and his safety cannot be compromised at any cost. At Novel Bin Adat. Orochimaru said with a smile, "Don't worry. I don't find them interesting enough to do anything to them. In fact, they are now important chips that Danzo plans to use while seizing the position of Konoha's Hokage. As I expected, Danzo really plans to enact a drama of rescuing Naruto and Hinata from Orochimaru's hands to curry the favor of the Hyuga clan as well as other shinobi clans," thought Homusubi upon understanding the context behind Orochimaru's words. Reaching this conclusion, Homusubi no longer wasted any time while engaging in conversation, and after quickly finishing her part of today's work, she immediately left the laboratory. After changing back into the main body, Kurito made his way back towards the village while pondering over his next plan. Obviously, as Homusubi worked with Danzo and Orochimaru, she didn't stop her other plans, so during this time she also made sure to continue to visit the Anchor Ventian several times in order to check up on Karen and Gaara's progress, and also to check the status of the Fujin clone. Following the blood transfusion, Kurito has confirmed several times and reached the conclusion that the Fujin clone is currently stable and the disintegration of the cells has halted temporarily. Although this is not a permanent solution, this is still quite satisfactory for the time being, and for this reason, Kurito finalized that he will be using the Fujin clone for the wind chakra nature during the absorption ritual. It's just that a problem has arisen because of this. The strength of Fujin clone is quite high when compared to the Tsukii clone, without the eternal Mangekyo Sharinon, and Sujin clone. Therefore, Kurito needs to increase the strength of both of these clones in order to reach a balanced state. Of course, this is not an imminent problem for Kurito, and he can continue to train the Sujin clone and Tsukii clone in the future. What's imminent for Kurito at this point in time is to start the planning for the next clone since the development of Fujin clone has also been completed. No way, Akatsuki organization is like a vicious dog chasing behind him to the point that Kurito can't let down his guard for even a moment. Nagato's rapid increase in strength has posed too much pressure on Kurito, and Kurito has no idea when will Nagato make his move, so he has to do everything possible in order to speed up his project Godhood. To do so, naturally, the development of all the clones is very important, and since Kurito already has 3 clones ready, the 4th clone has become the object of his attention. Now the only chakra natures left for Kurito to use are Earth chakra nature, Lightning chakra nature, and finally the Yang chakra nature. Without a doubt, Yang chakra nature clone is the most difficult because there are too many technical difficulties involved in it. As such, Kurito thinks that Yang clone should be created at last. So, the options left for him to choose are Earth chakra nature and the Lightning chakra nature. Of these 2 chakra natures, Lightning chakra nature is the most unstable, so the difficulty of creating the Lightning chakra clone is only second to the Yang chakra clone. Compared to Lightning chakra clone, creating Earth chakra nature clone will be relatively easier. And using the principle of doing easy things first and difficult things later, the only option left for Kurito to choose is the clone of the Earth chakra nature. Earth chakra nature clone it is, muttered Kurito in the decision. Now that the Earth chakra nature clone has been decided, the next issue is, whose cells should I use to create the Earth chakra nature clone? Based on Kurito's knowledge, there are 2 Kekii Genkai that he can choose from. First is Lava Release, a Kekii Genkai which is the result of the fusion of Earth chakra and Fire chakra nature. What's unique about Lava Release is that it is a Kekii Genkai with several variants that vary with the users, and each user has their own unique method of using the Lava Release Kekii Genkai. Rashi, the current Jinchuriki of Yonbai, uses molten rock in solid and liquid form. Terumi Mei, the current Umbu commander of Kirigakur, uses acidic mud. Kuratsuke, the granddaughter of Sandaime Tsuchikage Oniki, uses corrosive quicklime and volcanic ash, while Dode, the attendant of the Yondaime Reikage, uses vulcanized rubber form of lava release. So, it is a very good Kekii Genkai, and Kurito will have all these options in his hands if he chooses the lava release. Moreover, there are also quite a lot of users of lava release, so obtaining the cells of the user of lava release wouldn't be that big of a deal either. Obtaining Terumi Mei's cells would be easiest because she works under Yagura, and even Kurotsuka's cells can be obtained with relative ease as she is just a child at this point. Both of them have good potential as both of them became the Kage of their respective villages in the canon, but even if that's the case, Kuroto is a little hesitant in using either of their cells, the reason being that both of them are females. Because both of them are females, so there is a good chance that the gender of the Earth clone will also turn into a female, which is not what Kuroto wants. While Rashi is already an old man, so his cells wouldn't have that vitality, and as for Dode, his feats are not impressive enough, so he was rejected at first thought. With all the 4 options having one or the other problem, Kuroto is not sure which one of them should he use, and thought of the second Kekii Genkai. The second Kekii Genkai that came to Kuroto's mind is the Explosion Release. Explosion Release is the result of the fusion of Earth Chakra nature and Lightning Chakra nature, and it allows users to create explosions. There are 2 users of Explosion Release that come to Kuroto's mind, Deidara and Gari, and both of them have their unique method of using this Kekii Genkai. Deidara uses Explosion Release through his arts, while Gari releases explosions from his hands. Both of them are good options and Kuroto can use either of their cells, without any worry of old age or gender alteration, but in regards to Explosion Release, Kuroto is not quite sure because mastering Kekii Genkai is just a step in his plan for the Earth Nature clone. According to his plans for the Earth Nature clone, Kuroto is aiming for Dust Release, so he is not certain if he should choose Explosion Release that has almost nothing to do with Dust Release. Dust Release, the result of the fusion of Earth, Fire, and Wind Chakra natures, is the only known Kekii Toda in the shinobi world. It is a very powerful and dangerous ability as it is capable of disintegrating anything that comes in contact with it at a molecular level. So, Dust Release is undoubtedly a very good option, and mastering this Kekii Toda will make the strength of the Earth Chakra nature clone very high. Now if mastering the Dust Release is the goal, naturally, Oniki cells should be the first choice, and speaking from a certain perspective his cells are the best option, because without a doubt, at this point in time, the current Tsuchikage Oniki is the strongest representative of the Earth Chakra nature. But using his cells has the very same problem as with using Madara's or Rashi's cells. Oniki is quite old, so his cells wouldn't have that vitality. As such, Kuroto is a little hesitant in using Oniki's cells. But Kuroto is not worried in this regard, because Dust Release is somewhat different in this regard and has its own advantage. The thing about Dust Release is that both Night-aimed Tsuchikage and Sand-aimed Tsuchikage mastered it, while neither Oniki's son Kitsuke nor his granddaughter Kurotsuka have shown any signs of mastering Dust Release, which means Dust Release is a Kekii Toda that can be learned and doesn't necessarily need to be inherited genetically. So, there is a solid chance that Kuroto can learn Dust Release even if he chooses not to use Oniki's cells for creating the Earth Chakra nature clone. One more thing that Kuroto thinks is very important to learn Dust Release is mastering Lava Release. Although he doesn't have any solid proof about this, he still thinks that mastery over Lava Release will make learning Dust Release relatively easy, as Oniki can also use Lava Release. What to do, thought Kuroto with a troubled expression. As he was thinking as to whose cells should he use for the Earth Chakra nature clone, suddenly he had an idea, and bulb lit up. Wait, why don't I try to do that? With that, Kuroto had a plan in mind. Yes, that's it. I know what to do, and quickly made his way home. Upon returning home, Kuroto quickly noticed an extra plant with several bamboos present on the lawn that wasn't supposed to be there, and the strange thing is, this plant was outside the range of the perception barrier covering his house. With a frowned expression, and his Byakugan activated, Kuroto looked at the plant and quickly realized that one of the bamboo grasses contained a piece of parchment inside it. Curious, Kuroto took out that piece of parchment and took a look, only to find that it was a map of the Land of Fire, and a particular position was marked red. After remembering that position, Kuroto quickly destroyed the map and smiled slightly. Contact from Akatsuki. Huh? It's only been a few days and Obito is already asking for information? It seems he is quite impatient. As for how this piece of parchment made its way inside that bamboo grass, this isn't such a big mystery. It was naturally the work of White Zetsu or probably his clones. Since Kuroto is acting as Obito's spy, so he has also given the key of Konoha's perception barrier to Obito. As such, it wasn't surprising that Zetsu or his clones were able to get through without alerting anyone. The reason why Kuroto went as far as to give the key of the perception barrier to Obito is also quite simple. With Obito's strength, and he's mean, he can easily obtain this information after capturing any Anbu. Doing so would be a piece of cake for him. So to make sure that Obito doesn't lay his hands on any Anbu, Kuroto directly told this information to Obito. Of course, this wasn't the only reason. Telling this information to Obito had one more advantage. It made Obito think that he is in the dominant position, as Kuroto has already betrayed Konoha, and Obito can always use this information to pressurize Kuroto. Anyway, now that he has a location that he needs to go to, Kuroto quickly sneaked out of the Konoha village and made his way towards a dense forest, which is the location that was marked on the map. After discovering that no one was present in the immediate vicinity and only a clone of White Zetsu was hidden several hundred meters away, Kuroto shook his head with a chuckle, then dropped the scroll on one of the trees and quickly left the forest. A long time after Kuroto had disappeared, the clone of White Zetsu that was hidden far away made his way out of the ground, and after picking up the scroll he sank back into the ground. At the same time, a similar scene happened a few miles away, where instead of Hyuga Kurito, Uchiha Itakehu, upon receiving the call came to deliver his findings. Similar to Kurito, Itachi too did not find anyone in the immediate vicinity, so all he did was drop the scroll that he brought with him and then quickly left the forest. After Itachi disappeared, the scroll was then picked up by another clone of White Zetsu who also sank back into the ground. The base of Akatsuki organization. After receiving the 2 scrolls from his clones who brought them back from the Land of Fire, Zetsu passed them to Obito and said, "These 2 scrolls were given by the 2 informants that you recently developed in the Konoha village." While taking the 2 scrolls from Zetsu's hand, Obito asked casually, "How did it go? Did either of them try to be oversmart?" Obito wasn't too worried about Hyuga Kurito and felt that Kurito was in his control, but in regards to Uchiha Itachi, Obito couldn't be so sure because, for some reason that Obito is unable to figure out, Uchiha Itachi was too calm while interacting with him. Zetsu replied with a smile, "It went quite well actually. Sometime after I placed the marks, both of them rushed to those locations. And both of them were alone without any suspicious people behind them. Maybe they are really worried about the 2 kids." Obito nodded with a thoughtful expression, then unfolded the 2 scrolls and started to read the information written in them. As he read the information recorded in the scroll sent by Hyuga Kurito, Obito's face became extremely serious. Zetsu hurriedly questioned, "What is written inside it?" Obito replied in a deep tone of voice, "It is exactly as we suspected. According to what Hyuga Kurito has written in this scroll, Amatsukami and Konoha are indeed suspected to have formally signed several agreements not long ago. Although the content of the agreements are unknown even to Umbu, as Sandaime Hokage is the only one aware of the exact content, it can still be assumed that their cooperation is now formal because in the past month, the female Homusubi has appeared in Konoha several times and each time she appears, she walks inside the village through the main gate under the escort of Konoha's Umbu and then personally meet up with the Sandaime Hokage." Zetsu raised his eyebrow in surprise. Unexpectedly, the cooperative relationship between Amatsukami and Konoha has already reached this point. It seems we have to be more cautious in our future actions against Konoha. At novel bin at. Obito nodded lightly, and added, "Yes, other than capturing the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, we shouldn't try to do anything else to Konoha. I need to warn Nagato too, otherwise, there is no telling what would happen if we were to encounter Yama." If it was in the past, even when Namikaze Minato was alive, Obito was never afraid of sneaking inside Konoha. In fact, not only was he not afraid, he always treated Konoha village as his personal back garden. He would sneak inside Konoha whenever he wanted, and then leave whenever he wanted. But after receiving this information from Hyuga Kurito, Obito wouldn't dare to do so anymore. Because if female Homusubi can openly come and go in Konoha, then the possibility of Yama as well as other members of Amatsukami appearing in Konoha is also very high, and no matter when he wouldn't want to get himself surrounded by more than one member of Amatsukami at the same time. In fact, not only him, but even for other members of the Akatsuki organization, Konoha village will be made a forbidden region, because unlike him, the others cannot use space-time jutsu or Izanaga to escape, and Obito doesn't want to imagine the consequences of them running into Amatsukami. Zetsu nodded and asked again, "Did your informant write any specific details of Konoha and Amatsukami's cooperation? Or maybe any other detail of Amatsukami that we can use to our benefit?" Obito shook his head. Apparently, Homusubi only talked with the Sandaime Hokage, and didn't engage in any sort of conversation with anyone else. As such, only Sarutobi Hiruzen is aware of the specific details of their cooperation. The others, including the Umbu, are not even qualified to know those specific details. At this time, Black Zetsu asked with a doubtful expression, "Do you really think he is speaking the truth? What if he is lying and wants us to stay away from Konoha? Or what if he does know the exact contents of the deal between Amatsukami and Konoha, but he is not telling us?" Obito narrowed his eyes and asked, "What are you trying to say?" Black Zetsu replied, "I am just asking whether the information he has given is really credible or not." Obito became silenced, then he showed the last part of the scroll to Black Zetsu and said, "See this part?" He seems to be quite impatient in regards to the safety of his disciple. Although this too could be an act, still, the fact that we have his disciple as hostage cannot be denied. What's more, he also asked when can I provide him the way to remove the cage bird curse seal from his forehead, since there are things that he wants from the Akatsuki. Therefore, I don't think he will try to fool us. The information he has given should be true to some extent. White Zetsu nodded with a chuckle. It seems we really have caught his weaknesses. The fate of the members of the branch division of the Hyuga clan is really quite pitiful. But I don't really have the time and energy to break the cage bird cursed seal, and once our plan succeeds, I wouldn't even need to crack it. In the Genjutsu world, he will be free of the cage bird cursed seal. Then he added with a thoughtful expression, "But that aside, for now, one of our doubts has been confirmed. Amatsukami is only in contact with the Hokage of Konoha. This is why none of our spies in Kumigakure, Tsunagakure, or Uegakure were able to report any intelligence about Amatsukami cooperating with the 5 great shinobi villages, because it turns out that rather than cooperating with the leaders of all the villages, Amatsukami is only in cooperation with the leader of Konoha village." White Zetsu nodded and said, "Since we have Hyuga Kurito in our control, why don't you force him to directly steal information from the Sandaime Hokage? Or maybe we can try to use him to control Konoha's Hokage. Anyway, he has already betrayed the Konoha village, and with cage bird seal on his forehead, there is no turning back for him. As such, he shouldn't dare refuse our instructions, so we can use him to control Konoha's Hokage, and then obtain all the information about Amatsukami from Konoha's Hokage. Obito thought about it and said, I will think about it. After that he unfolded the second scroll brought by Zetsu, and as soon as he read the content written in it, Obito's expression under the mask became strange and he became inexplicably silent. Zetsu was surprised at Obito's sudden silence, and knowing that the scroll was given by Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't help but ask, what is it? Did Uchiha Itachi give some useful information that would help us figure out the identity of the two Homusubi and help us deal with the two of them? With an inexplicable expression, Obito threw the scroll towards Zetsu and said, read it yourself. Zetsu unfolded the scroll with a strange expression and read the content written on it. Uchiha Obito, who was assumed to have died as a war hero in the Battle of the Konobi Bridge, is suspected of being the male Homusubi of Amatsukami. Obito said with a sullen tone, I don't know if he wrote this intentionally or not, but he is implying that according to him Uchiha Obito is suspected of still being alive. Ryokai Cave. Ichika Shimahime smiled, and while lovingly patting Naruto's head, she praised him, Naruto-kun, you learned it so easily and so quickly. Huh? Already? Naruto had traces of serpent scales on his face along with vertically slitted slit golden eyes and reddish-orange eyeshadow. Was surprised by Ichika Shimahime's words. Ichika Shimahime clasped her hand, nodded, yup, you have already learned it, and I might as well add that among all the people I have taught Senjutsu as of yet, you were the fastest to learn. So, you are the most genius kid I have ever seen when it comes to Senjutsu. Yosha? I managed to learn Senjutsu? Haha. Ha 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 ha. Naruto, who was praised by Ichika Shimahime, burst into loud laughter. While Naruto was cheering and jumping in joy, Ichika Shimahime couldn't help but think to herself, even Kuruto-sama cannot match Naruto-kun's talent when it comes to Senjutsu. It's really surprising. It is as if this kid was born to wield natural energy. And Ichika Shimahime was indeed right. As the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, Naruto's basic physique is very strong. Moreover, he is also the reincarnation of Ashura, and has been housing Kyuubi inside him from the time of his birth, so his compatibility with natural energy is very high, and because his understanding of chakra itself is not that good at this point in time, so when introduced to the concept of Naruto energy, Naruto was able to sense it with much ease. Additionally, Naruto's thoughts are very simple. He doesn't any ideological burdens, and messy thoughts because of his young mind, so his compatibility with natural energy was also better. This is completely different from the canon. In the canon, when Naruto went to Mount Myoboku, there were several reasons, but the main reason was that he wanted to avenge Jiraiya, and for that he needed strength. Although his reasons were completely legitimate and right from a certain perspective and motivated him to learn Senjutsu, these thoughts were selfish in a way and were also a source of ideological burdens on his mind. At the same time, Naruto was also made aware of what would happen should he fail to learn Senjutsu, so he was also psychologically pressured. But here at this moment, Naruto's mind has no such ideological or psychological burdens are on. Heck, he isn't even aware of what Senjutsu is, what sort of power will it give him, how strong will it make him, or what would be the consequences of failure. That's why his progress was so fast that it even surprised Ichika Shimahime. It must be known that Ichika Shimahime has trained countless practitioners over the course of the past few centuries, and among all of them, Naruto has made the fastest progress. Seeing the changes in Naruto's physical appearance, and also the appearance of horns on his head, Ichika Shima said, okay, your state is stable, now let's test the results. Alright, what should I do? Naruto asked curiously. Ichika Shimahime pointed at the rock wall in the distance and said, try to punch that rock wall with all your might. Naruto looked strangely at Ichika Shimahime, but seeing that she was being serious, he walked towards the wall suspiciously, reached out his hand, and touched the wall. Feeling that it was extremely hard, he hesitated and said, Oni-chan, this wall is so hard, if I punch it with all my strength, my hand will be injured. Ichika Shimahime shook her head with a giggle, then motioned Naruto to trust her and not be afraid. Seeing Ichika Shimahime's insistence, Naruto was helpless. He shut his eyes tightly, then took a deep breath while clutching the fist of his right hand. Then with that, he punched the rock wall with all his might. Smash! The moment Naruto's fist fell on the rock wall was smashed and the cave shook. Feeling the vibration and rumbling in the cave, Naruto was taken aback and exclaimed, what? Why is there an earthquake? Ichika Shimahime smiled, and after coming closer to Naruto, she asked, Naruto, is your hand injured? When asked by Ichika Shimahime, Naruto suddenly reacted and looked at his hand with a blank expression. At the same time, he looked at the rock wall where he punched, then noticed the deep depression there along with all the cracks, and couldn't help but mutter in a daze, Did I make this hole? Did I make this hole? Muttered Naruto with a dazed expression because he never expected to see such a result. Ichika Shimahime smiled, and while patting Naruto's head, she explained, Naruto-kun, currently you are in Sennin mode. When you are in this mode, your action speed, reaction speed, physical strength, perception skills, as well as the recovery rate, everything will gain a qualitative leap, and you will be able to do things that other ordinary people cannot do, for example breaking this rock wall with just a single punch. Novel bin at. Naruto exclaimed in shock and surprise, huh? For real? Being able to break such a hard wall with just a single punch was not something new to Naruto, as he experienced such a scenario several times, but the thing is, he has only ever done such a thing in his dreams, not in reality, but now that he actually managed to do it in reality as well. So, at this moment, Naruto was very excited. Ichika Shimahime giggled seeing Naruto's exciting aura, and continued, but this is not the only effect of the Sennin mode. I will show you what other magical things you can perform in Sennin mode. Now, Naruto-kun, press your hand on the rock wall. Having strong trust in Ichika Shimahime, Naruto immediately stretched out his hands and pressed them on the rock wall. Ichika Shimahime then reached closer to Naruto's ear, and whispered softly, now try to empty your mind and focus your thoughts. Good, you are doing well. Now think about what the rock wall looked like before you punched that big hole in it. Following Ichika Shimahime's guidance, Naruto quickly closed his eyes and tried to empty his mind. Surprisingly, it wasn't that difficult, and after that, he focused all his thoughts and tried to remember what the rock wall looked like when he touched it not long ago. Just as Naruto started to imagine that scene, the rocks that the wall was made up of suddenly moved as if it came to life. Like a liquid, it slowly and steadily crept into the cracks and hole, and in just a few moments it returned to its original appearance without any signs of hole or cracks on it. Clap 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 clap. Ichika Shimahime clapped both her hands and prompted Naruto to open his eyes. Naruto-kun, now look at the wall. Naruto opened his eyes, and saw the wall in its original appearance. He quickly realized that the wall before him has recovered back to its original state, and all the cracks, crevices, and holes in it were completely gone as if they never existed in the first place, making Naruto a little surprised and puzzled. How did this happen? Ichika Shimahime snorted proudly with and answered, this is the power of the Sennin mode. When he again heard the answer, Naruto was now in deep thought. He looked at his fist that was capable of smashing a big hole in the rock wall, then thought of the scenario where the wall restored itself, and after some time of thinking, he finally looked at Ichika Shimahime expectantly and asked, Oni-chan, can I beat Sasuke with Sennin mode? Who is Sasuke? Ichika Shimahime was at a loss as she didn't know who the person named Sasuke is. Naruto realized his mistake, and quickly explained, Sasuke is my friend. Although he is very arrogant and proud, no one can deny that he is very strong and a real genius. In fact, not long ago, Sasuke even awakened his eyes. What were they called? Raringan? No, Sharingan? He even awakened his Sharingan not long ago. He is so strong that I can't even land a single hit on him. After hearing Naruto's explanation, Ichika Shimahime suddenly asked, Sharingan? Is this person Sasuke a member of the Uchiha clan? And is he the same age as you? Naruto nodded. Yes. Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, and he is only a few months older than me. Ichika Shimahime smiled and said, don't worry Naruto-kun, you have learned to sense and absorb the natural energy present in heaven and earth. With this ability, no one among the humans who is in the same age group as you can defeat you, and this Uchiha Sasuke is no exception. But, Sasuke has awakened the Sharingan? Sharingan is the strongest Kekkei Bankai out there. Naruto was not so confident, and he wasn't sure if he will be able to defeat Sasuke with the Sharingan because everyone in the village keeps saying that the Uchiha clan is extremely powerful, and the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is the strongest Kekkei Genkai. When you are in the Sennin mode, let alone a single Sasuke who has awakened his Sharingan, even if there were several Sasuke each with a pair of Sharingan fighting against you, they still wouldn't be able to defeat you, said Ichika Shimahime with pride. Then she thought of something and added, of course, if you still don't believe me, you can always try to fight against him when you meet him next time and then see the result. Naruto considered Ichika Shimahime's words, and nodded, yes. I won't know until I see for myself, but suddenly he thought of one problem and asked, but Oni-chan, if I have to enter the Sennin mode, I will have to sit still for several hours. How am I going to do that if I am going to fight with Sasuke? Oni-chan, is there a quicker way to enter the Sennin mode that wouldn't take so much time? Ichika Shimahime shook her head. I am sorry Naruto-kun, but there is no shortcut to entering the Sennin mode. And since you have just learned the Sennin mode, it will take time for your body to adapt to the absorption of natural energy. Naruto sighed. Is there no other way? Ichika Shimahime shook her head. I am afraid not. Only with continuous training, you will be able to slowly increase the natural energy absorption speed, and decrease the amount of time it takes to enter the Sennin mode. Other than this method, there is no other way. In fact, there is one thing Ichika Shimahime forgot to mention. The environment of the Ryokai Cave is quite special, because of which the concentration of natural energy at Ryokai Cave is quite high, several times compared to the environment of the shinobi world. This is the reason why Naruto was able to enter Sennin mode after just a few hours of absorbing natural energy. If it was somewhere else, and not at Ryokai Cave, it would have taken much more time for him to absorb the appropriate amount of natural energy to enter the Sennin mode. Konoha Village. Poof. After the summoning crow disappeared, Kurito went out. Since the next target for creating the Earth clone has been decided, so Kurito sent several instructions to the Mizu cage and the Kaze cage. One of the instructions he sent them was to use their Anbu and investigate the location of Deidara. Of course, it's not that Kurito himself didn't try to find Deidara, but after searching for a while, Kurito soon realized that Deidara is really a problematic child and continues to roam all over the shinobi world. Finding such a child on his own caused a headache to Kurito, and so he decided to take the help of some of his subordinates. As the most talented disciple of Sandaime Tsuchikage Oniki, Deidara was once part of Iwagakure's elite explosion corps. Highly praised for his clay sculptures, Deidara desired to reach greater heights in the pursuit of art, which resulted in him stealing one of Iwagakure's kinjutsu and thus became a rogue shinobi. Currently, the kid is only around 11 or 12 years old and is often heard for his artisan explosion tendencies. If it weren't for Sandaime Tsuchikage's reputation, and because of the fact that all the villages are distracted towards the Akatsuki organization, Deidara would have long been declared as a wanted criminal by the 5 great shinobi villages. Considering all the things that he was busy with, Kuruto obviously didn't have enough time to track down such a problematic child, so he did the next best thing, and instructed his 2 subordinates to find the whereabouts of that kid. Anyway, while all his instructions were delivered, Kuruto after coming out of his home and made his way towards the Umbu base. He wasn't too surprised to find the Umbu base fully crowded, as except for the members currently performing very important tasks, almost all the Umbu members were gathered at the base at this moment. As Kuruto entered the base, his subordinates, Kurane, Heiate, Yujeo, and Itaka quickly greeted him, then the 5 members of Team Rho stood at a corner of the hall. The reason why all the Umbu have gathered here is the sudden political development. Just this morning, Shimura Danzo, who was removed from all his position a few months ago by Sandaime Hokage, officially announced his distrust and dissatisfaction towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's capabilities as Konoha's Hokage because of his repeated failure of protecting the village from the Akatsuki organization and asked for his resignation. Considering all the political drama that has been ongoing in Konoha for the past few months, this move of Danzo wasn't so unexpected, and because Hokage is involved, so naturally, all the Umbu have gathered here in order to follow any orders they will be instructed with to deal with the situation, in case Danzo tried to use force or initiated a coup d'état. However, it was exactly as Kuruto had expected. Danzo did not intend to use force to take power, and Sandaime too did not intend to use force to resolve this situation, as that would have caused a tense atmosphere in the village and once again affect Konoha's stability. So, although Umbu members were assembled for the what if and by chance scenario, the atmosphere was not too heavy, and everyone was discussing the sudden turn of events. It didn't take long when other acquaintances such as Kakashi, Shisui, and Guy also showed up at the base. Although Guy has left the Umbu and is currently a regular shinobi, being a former Umbu shinobi, he was called here nonetheless. After greeting each of his acquaintances, Kakashi with droopy eyes and tired expression yawned in sleepiness. Seeing Kakashi's state, especially the heavy dark circles under his eyes, Kuruto asked, "Didn't sleep again?" Kakashi sighed, and while helplessly scratching the back of his head, he said, "I was training and didn't realize when the time passed by." Kuruto nodded lightly and chose to remain silent. This is Kakashi's state these days. Whenever he is not doing any mission, he is training. Kuruto even suspects that Kakashi is trying not to sleep at all, perhaps because of nightmares. Although such behavior is harmful to oneself, it is still better than getting lost on the path of life. At least now Kakashi knows what he wants to do now.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.